like that, really, where would we be? I mean, I'm just kind of thinking of it, and this is my son, Luke, and I'm really glad that he's here because it's his future. And we all need to understand it, that us that are here, that are going to be moving on, we can do what we can, but are we really thinking about that future that is going to be left for them? Now, I'm not saying good or bad either way, but think about that future and what is it going to be? And really that, like I said, there is a lot of things and issues, environmental issues, health issues, and I agree with that. And we have our issues now, and we're trying to mitigate that or trying to figure out how we can mitigate those types of things. And that's really why I'm here. I wanted to hear, is there anybody that is kind of walking through this whole situation and having a positive outcome? But, I'm willing to listen and learn. That's what I want to do. But I appreciate being here, and I appreciate listening to everybody talk because, again, it's not necessarily me and my future because I'm on the tail end, but my son and the younger people, they're the ones that are going to continue on. So thank you.
Madhu, my adopted name is Tudetha Dishaw. I was adopted into the Crow clan of the Tahltan Nation. And I'm a grandfather and a parent. We have 8 grandchildren and 4 children, all of who we're really proud of. We have 2 sons that are indigenous filmmakers. That they're over in Sweden right now working on a original cooking show. It's called it's called Moose Meat and Marmalade. And it's been running on national TV in Canada now for 6 years, on their 7th year. And our daughter works for Iskut Valley Health in Iskut Village. And our youngest son works at the open pit Red Chris copper mine. Our family's been working for over 20 years trying to stop that copper mine, and now our youngest son works there to pay a mortgage and support a family. Our nation is very divided in its ethical beliefs on what are the future solutions. Tahltan Nation is very proactive involvement in mining and joint venturing and owning part of these mining companies. Most of the activism and the struggles, however, have been done by our elders and our grandmothers. They're the ones that have been willing to put their lives on hold and blockade the mining exploration and development companies and get arrested. And we're so proud and owe so much to our elders and our matriarchs who seized the power and took it away from the Indian Act appointed leaders, the chiefs and councils. And prior to the elders stepping in, we had leadership that was making secret deals with the mining companies and getting the exploration started. And so these brave women and grandmothers stood up and got arrested. We hope you can all come to the film tomorrow night, the Klabana Keepers film. It's at 7 o'clock in rooms at the Sierra Grande. And that'll do a lot. You'll hear from the elders themselves. That we wish they could all have come down, but passports. My wife Irma and I have passports, and the rest of the elders didn't. So, and our nephew also lives here in Reno, and he was one of the Klabana Keepers, and he was up at the struggles even more so than Irma and I. So you hear more on the film.
Hi everyone, my name's Irma, and I'm from northern British Columbia. I'm Teltan Gitsan, and I'm a land protector. I was one of them that, excuse me, got arrested because I wanted to protect the land. I grew up knowing that there's land-based training and there's also land-based healing. I knew that from my grandparents. So I wanted to protect. I still want, do what I can to protect the land. And I wanted to keep that protected for my grandkids and my younger family members. I knew I just had to do that. And when I got arrested, I was kind of afraid, but then I got brave and just, was okay when that happened. There's so many stuff to talk about with that. And like my husband said, there's a mining company mining right close to our town. And I'm not mad at my son for working there. He needed to do it, but I still feel like I need to protect our land, because that's where we get all our food from. We still hunt and we still eat like moose meat and all that. And for me, that's a healthy way of living. There's so much to talk about, and Medu.
Hello, my name is Ishkari. My struggles with mining has been ongoing since 2005. That's when I first heard that they were coming. I was told by people that our territory was the least developed in Canada in 2005. Since then, there's been a mineral rush. Now, I don't have very much experience in boardrooms or the talks of what's happened with my people and their leadership and the companies. I do have experience with seeing elders and grandmothers, not from only my nation, from other nations that I've supported throughout my years, seeing their tears fall for the trees lost because of mining, pipelines, and every other form of capitalistic means to exploit our territories. Now that's where my passion lies. And when it's not having my boots on the ground, it's also protecting my language and my culture, because that's also comes with land, defend land territory. Yeah. My grandparents taught me a perspective that I didn't grow up with, and that was the ancestral knowledge of the land within the mine, and that's ultimately all goes together with the territories. And that's why I prefer to have boots on the ground and to stopping these companies from invading more than what they're taking. Yeah, thank you all.
Good afternoon. My name's Patty Basia from the Lovelock Paiute Tribe. I'm one of the ones that don't like to talk. I like to listen. Well, here I am. I don't have any answers. I have a lot of questions, though. Has there been any remediation in any of these mines? Has there any of them been cleaned up ever? Our tribe's really small. I wish that my chairwoman was here today, but she's not. I wish that we could help some of my people understand that, what mining is extracting is doing to us. And they need jobs, though, and they don't understand. How do we convey that? How do I take this back home and tell them how important this is? Go for a walk. I don't know, but thank you, and we'll see.
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt. When you're speaking, can you please put the mic closer to your mouth, because some elders on that end cannot hear the names or what you're saying. So when you speak, just put the mic closer to your mouth because we're missing a lot of names and information on that end. Thank you.
Vernon Rogers, Inania. Is that loud enough? My name is Vernon Rogers. I'm from the Yerington Paiute tribe. We're called Tabusi Takata. A lot of the bands in Nevada are named after foods that we eat. Pyramid Lake is Koyui Takata, Walker River. Paiute tribe is Agai Takata, the Shout Eaters. Myself, we're Tabusi Takata, Tabusi Eaters, and it's a plant that grows along the Walker River. I'll be one of the moderators tomorrow on the bus. We're going to go on the Anaconda Mine Tour. I'll be one of the facilitators and describe some of the areas that we're going to be going through. Our people we're natural gatherers, hunter-gatherers. We live by the seasons. Right now, you go outside, you see the yellow, it's called rabbit brush. And when we see the rabbit brush turn bright yellow, we know it's time to pick pine nuts. These are natural occurrences that happen every year. We can count on them. Our fresh water, our springs, our natural waterways that we have, they're becoming contaminated. We can't drink out of them anymore. Where I'm from, in Yerington, there's an Anaconda mine site there. And like the lady down in the end, she said it's owned by British Petroleum, and ARCO is the current owner right now. They're the ones who are working the mine. It's supposed to be a Superfund site. They're cleaning it up somewhat, but I see it as just a cover-up. A lot of times what they do is they'll cover the tailing piles with 2 feet of natural material that, and then cover it with a kind of a mulch. And it's supposed to grow natural plants back up there, but I don't see it as working because of the way that they're doing it. It's going to wear out, and someone else is going to have to take over that responsibility, taking care of that, because it just, after it rains, hard rains, erosion, and it just goes right back down into the ground. And our site that we're at, our reservation is 5 miles north of the mine site, and the toxic water plume is coming right to us. In the last 15 years, we've been on bottled water. ARCO, they had to provide bottled water for us because of the contaminated wells. And it's pretty tough to know that, all these things that we got to go through, we got to watch our people suffer because of the mine's negligence. The mines, they move on, the miners move on to another mine, but the people got to stay there. The Paiute people got to stay there and endure the atrocities that happen from toxic air, toxic water. Our food sources are being depleted, so I'm glad that everyone's coming together to help find solutions for all the different tribes that are having issues. This land that we have, we're caretakers of the land, and I think we need to do a better job in being caretakers of the land, because we're getting overrun with a lot of things that are really unnatural to us. Our natural laws, we don't go by them anymore because we're following the man-made laws, and the man-made laws are killing us. So we have to find a way to go back to our natural state of being. Our ways of being aren't, I'll say, white man's way of living. They just see dollar signs, but they don't see the destruction that they're doing. And we have to make them accountable to those things. It's got to start at the political level, because that's what they tell us. This is a Congress that tells us that we're appropriating money to you, so you got to live this way. But in our way of thinking, that money is poisonous also. We got to go back to our natural way of living, because the natural laws that we follow, that's what got us through thousands and thousands of years, so that we sit here with thinking about our ancestors, how they had it so tough. but they were tough people, and we got to become those tough people just like they were. So, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary McKinney. I'm representing Atsaquadako Winua. That's the people of Red Mountain in our traditional Paiute language. That's by the Fort McDermott Indian Reservation. We are fighting to protect our cultural sites and our significance. There we go. Can you guys hear me? Let's get a war cry. Thank you. Yeah. Excuse me there. Our committee, the People of Red Mountain Committee, and our supporters have been fighting to protect our cultural sites. And you may have heard or you may have not, but if in case you haven't, you're going to now. We have known of a massacre, two massacres, as a matter of fact. One was done on a intertribal type of warfare basis. The second one was documented. And this massacre happened on September 12th of 1865 between the U.S. Cavalry and the Northern Paiutes. And so that the Thacker Pass project site is sitting atop a massacre site, and that is something that the population out there, the people aren't really hearing too much of because of the greenwashing. And so our committee is we've been down to protect Oak Flats by Winsler Noisy Sr. and solidarity with these other frontline communities that are indigenous, like Hockamwe. That's the Hualapai Nation down in northern Arizona, and they're going through the same thing. And we've been fighting this way for coming close to 2 years, between a year and a half and 2 years now, and the progress that we've made and the things that we've learned about the history, about the narrative of the area. It plays back into the days of the Civil War, at the ending of that, and President Lincoln and our people, and the direction that our people had to take when the Civil War ended and the reservation started being established. Our people had to survive, and nowadays a lot of people don't understand how us indigenous people are, and how we've come to be living on these reservations, and we haven't always been on reservations. And so the relationship that we have to those people, our common ground, I think, is the water. I could stand here and ramble on all day long, but I just want to let you guys know that the people of Red Mountain Committee, we're land defenders, we're water protectors, and that we are doing our best to protect the cultural sites from these mining companies, because they don't always look at our cultural sites as important. And some of the information that they give out in the EIS goes under the radar, like, for instance, the 923 cultural sites at Thacker Pass, and how 56 of them are eligible for the National Historical Site, preservation. And throughout this time, I've made connections, and one of them being with Alexa Roberts, who is she's a former superintendent of the Santa Creek Massacre Foundation. And in 1864 is when the Santa Creek Massacre, the Arapahoes and the Cheyennes, in the same way, they were murdered in the dead of night, early mornings, and the way that happened and the way that went down in history, it was documented by the victors, and then the oral history has remained within our people, within our families, and those are the stories that are carrying the water now, and that's our narrative. We hear a lot of talk about environmental this, environmental that, but let's think, if those people were really meant to, if they really wanted to protect the environment and save the water and save the land and the ecosystems, they'd slow down the mining and let the grass grow a little bit. But they're moving forward. They're taking a lot of water. They're using a lot of water, contaminating it, and we have Superfund sites. There's a Superfund site that used to, a mercury mine that is now closed down is a Superfund site, and it's still seeping mercury into the water table there in the Fort McDermott Indian Reservation. And where I'm from, the Duck Valley Indian Reservation, we have an old it's been shut down for about 30 years now. It's an old Rio Tinto copper mine, and that is still seeping chemicals into the water, and our people are still reeling from it. You know, they have to dig water wells a little bit deeper each, so often, and it's been that way since it closed down. And so we're asking those questions, how come they're Superfund sites, but they're leaving a lot of contaminants behind? And we're getting way ahead of ourselves by believing this 1872 general mining law, thinking that, Ulysses S. Grant wanted donkeys, pickaxes, and shovels to do the mining. And today, we're with this lithium mine, they're moving forward, they're wanting that to be the savior. And, we're just not seeing that. It's just a project to mine water. And, one of the other things that our community represents, the Stacker Pass mine was fast-tracked on January 15th of last year, which meant that the consultation process was minimal. And the information that we're going to these places, these other communities, and talking and making these discussions happen like this, because it's the information that's free, and it's the reality of it. And the language that they're using, they're greenwashing. They're saying that it's green for the environment, it's green, it's good, but it's not. It's taking water. We go walk out into the desert, the first thing that our body is going to want is that water. They send astronauts to Mars. What's the first thing they're going to be looking for is water, because of life. And so we have to ask ourselves, why are we allowing these mining companies, these foreign mining companies, to come in on Native American land, to mine, to take water, to extract water, to take whatever they want and replace that water with money? Our youth must be taught our history, our heritage, and our culture, and how to protect those things, because those are, that's our guns and butter. Without our culture, who are we? What are we doing? And so that's, a chip off the old block from the people of Red Mountain. My name is Gary McKinney, and some of you may know me, some of you may not. I'm related to a few of you in here. I'm a friend to you all. I'll be around for this week. I appreciate you all for listening to me. If there's anything that anybody wants to know about people of Red Mountain, don't hesitate to ask. Again, thank you. Oh.
Emasa tahaknit nusam, Heather Evoy dawayu, Simshanyu lakshkik duptegu. Good day to you all. My name is Heather Evoy. I'm Simshan from the Eagle Clan. I am born and raised and live in Southeast Alaska. My family is from Metlakatla, but I am fortunate enough to be a guest and live in Tlingit territory in Juneau. And I work for an organization called SEAC, Southeast Alaska Conservation Council, and we work on a variety of mining issues. I don't want to talk about transboundary mining because I think there are a lot of people in the room who can share more about that than I can. But one of the projects that we work on that I will highlight is up in near the communities of Haines and the Tlingit village of Klukwan. And it's a multi-metal mine called the Palmer Project that's being proposed. It is Constantine Metal Resources, which is a Canadian company, and Dowa, which is a Japanese metal mining company. And we're just a brief overview of this area. There's a bald eagle preserve there, and it's I believe it's the world's largest congregation of bald eagles, and there's an amazing wild run of the majority of our 5 salmon species in the river there, the Chilkat River. And where this mine is being proposed would be upstream from the Eagle Preserve and those salmon spawning grounds. And just recently, the Department of Environmental Conservation granted the Palmer Project their wastewater discharge permit, which will allow them to start going underground within possibly the next year. And for those of you who don't know, Southeast Alaska is a temperate rainforest. So if you know anything about acid generation, the wetter the environment, the more potential for acid mine drainage. So I'm really pleased to be here with you all, and thanks for listening, and Deutsch Shishim.
Hello, everybody. My name is Cliff Hudson, and I am from Metlakatla, Alaska. It is a great honor to be here. Thank you very much to the community for having us, and I'm really happy to see everybody here. It's amazing to hear all your stories. I represent First Nation Foundation, and one of the things that we are looking to do is to build First Nations and indigenous communities by connecting us to land, language, and culture. And the ways that we're looking to do that are through our 8 programs, and one of them is our stories. You know, our stories go back a long way, time immemorial. And so how do we share those stories? And how do they connect to each other? We've walked these lands since time immemorial. And so those stories intersect with each other. And so we look to learn those stories and understand what it means to connect to each other and build community together with teamwork. And we're doing that now, and it's really, really great to see. And so it is an honor to be here. I represent the Northwest Coast peoples as, you know, from Metlakatla, and I am part of the Killer Whale clan, and a lot of my family is in Metlakatla. We are very connected to Southeast Alaska, and we originally migrated from Prince Rupert, or rather the land known as Prince Rupert, British Columbia, Canada now. We migrated from there in 1887 to really exercise our rights and freedoms. We've been living there and growing since. It's really great to share this history, but if anybody wants to learn more about Metlakatla or just talk about how we're connected, I'll be available, and thank you very much for your time.
Sugoli, Jared Niyungats, Onayoteaga, Niwagadumajo, Yate Wagidalai, Dalugo Wane Desnage. Hi, my name is Jared Pichet. I am from Oneida, Wisconsin, and there we've been fighting the Back 40 mine, which would be a sulfide mine right off the Menominee River. And so far we've been pretty successful in fighting against that, but fights with mining companies are very long and drawn out, and the mining companies always keep coming back, trying to build mines in those places. I think we need to fulfill our duties to our relatives as Indigenous people, to the land, the water, to plants and animals, and we need to make our decisions and fight against these mines to protect the 7th generation. Thank you.
Sigoswagwake, Justice Pache, Huguts, Onayoteaga Nei. My name is Justice Pache. We're brothers here. We're both from Green Bay, Wisconsin, both involved in fighting the Back 40 mine, trying to stop that mining project. It's a Canadian corporation trying to put that in northern Wisconsin, the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Gold Resource Corporation, which is trying to dig up Menominee burial grounds there. They won't even acknowledge the fact that they're there. I'm a student at University of Wisconsin, Green Bay, studying First Nations studies and nonprofit management. So missing classes, but this takes priority. And looking forward to hearing from everyone and bringing that back. Yow.
Hello, Charlotte Lang, Mono Lake Kuzitika Tribal Chair. As Vernon says, we're the Kuzitika, we're the fly eaters from our neck of the country down about 4 hours from here. And I'd like to acknowledge the chair for inviting us to their traditional lands. Thank you. Kind of grew up in Carson City a little bit, so I know what this turf's about. It's fun, as well as my traditional homelands. But it's also nice to see the elders here as well as the young adults, young youth, and it's really important because we need to continue our path in this fight. And as Vernon was saying, we're not doing enough. We're letting our Indian lands be bought by big corporations and coming in here, unfortunately, Canada. We have 4 mines going up in our neck of the woods, and we have allies that are fighting right along with us. But unfortunately, we're not federally recognized, so we have to fight a little harder. And not being federally recognized, I guess you could say we are really sovereign. But in this fight, I attended the climate change activist groups all over, and there was 30,000 of us strong to fight with the African and the Tahunga people because the diamond mines there. But I didn't think I'd ever be radical and chain up together and be in this fight to be strong and get arrested and have the lawyer's name on my arm to make sure we were taken care of. But it's probably what it's going to take, and I'll chain myself to my backhoe if I have to when they come into our neck of the woods. I have no problem. But it's scary because they're also threatening, and one of the mines is coming in and cutting down 700 of our pinon trees, which is our natural food. So that's a fight that I should be at tomorrow, but I'm going to Yosemite to go over there and fight for our displaced sites. So there's just not enough of us, I understand that, but we need to stay with this fight. We have water and pollution issues with our Mono Lake as well. We were bought up 100 years ago by the Department of Water and Power, which steals our water. And we're the headwaters that feeds the whole Owens Valley clear down to Death Valley. And Death Valley was dispersed, and they had part of that water, but DWP takes it straight to LA to make sure all those movie stars down there and their swimming pools are filled with water. But this fight with the mines and also our neck of the woods is the Hot Creek mines too. We've fought to protect the sage grouse, the birds in our neck of the woods. Now they want to put this mine in and disturb these beautiful birds. So it's just one fight after another. And the gold mine that's trying to move in by Bridgeport, like I said, that wants to cut down 700 trees. Well, where's that reclamation? How are you going to replace those pinon trees? You can't. It takes hundreds and hundreds of years for a tree to get this tall. And they're hard to grow. So this reclamation, we need to hit these corporations. We need to figure out how to hit them hard. And we need to change these mining laws to keep these countries, people, whoever that wants to do these mining out of our country and countries, as well as our relations in other countries. Diamonds aren't that important. Gold isn't important. We have a reserve that's phenomenal in the government that we don't need. But technology, I mean, get on your horse and go visit your neighbor. You don't need to, hello, how are you today? But, you know, I know those times are gone, but you just keep going back. And like my grandmother used to say in greeting, oh, unui kima, and give you a big hug. And I say that to everybody. Unui, let's stay strong. Pijatyo.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joshua Albert. I'm the vice chairman for the Sephoidic district of the Tohono Nation, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here. It was quite a challenge to get here, but we were here regardless of. I come with Alex and Lori down there, and I thought they were going to touch a little more on the mining issues we have, but I guess they're leaving it up to me. The mining operation we have is a stone's throw away from my office, a matter of fact. I look out the back window, and the mine tailings and everything is right there in my back view. And we actually are navigating with the EPA to get a record of decision regarding the mitigation plan for the aquifer that has been contaminated by decades of mining, open pit, and underground that have contaminated that water source there. And matter of fact, the community that is located beneath the mine has to get their water pumped in from a central line. So that's something that we're navigating through currently there on the nation, more specifically to our district there. So that's kind of where we come from. I don't want to take up too much time. I was always raised up to be brief, so that's kind of where we come from. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Cecilia Huizar. Everyone calls me Ceci. I am a reconnecting Casamo and Tecueche of so-called Mexico on my father's side, and on my mother's side, I'm a descendant of mestizos of Pipil and Lenca of so-called El Salvador. I'm here standing with Pihimaha. I come with my brothers Gary and Dallas. I am looking forward to seeing you all there. And I just want to say thank you all. I've just learned about this week and didn't know I was going to be here until yesterday. So I also want to thank creators and my ancestors for bringing me here. Thank you.
Hilutagong na kang ng mutak, kaman itang mutak, mat na loving Reno Sparks mutat tun nga huktit sigapsi. My name is Hilutagong na. I come from Baker Lake, Nunavut, Central Arctic Canada, in case you're not sure where that is. I have been part of regulatory processes for mines since 2005, and usually it's coming from a community ground up because all our structures of governance are quite supportive, including our own Inuit governance structures, which is quite sad. We have 2 operating gold mines close to my community, well, in the region, and we had a potential uranium mine that, in respect to somebody down there that said we should name the mines, it's Agnico Eagle Mines that operate the gold mines, and we had a potential uranium mine that we have staved off 2 times. Once in 1990, and that was Urigesellschaft, a German company way back then. And then more recently, in 2015, we went through another regulatory process with Areva. And we managed to beat that a second time. Currently, since COVID, we have 2 active exploration companies, Forum Uranium and Valor, that are exploring in our region again, and so we must reignite, I guess, our community ground-up organizations to prepare for another fight through the regulatory process. Another comment I wanted to make was that, and it was stated down here, I think we need to recognize that there was a lot of activity that we couldn't really convene for, consultation or otherwise, during COVID, and I think that's something that we need to make sure that we're identifying or commenting on as an issue. And one other thing that Nunavut is going through right now is that there's a draft land use plan which should have been instated way back when we first became a territory in 1999. And currently the draft is such that hunters and trappers and community members were able to participate and help create this draft. And it has areas of protection such as for caribou calving grounds. I'm a caribou Inuk. all the other Inuk communities are on the coast, and as mostly our marine people, they thrive off whales and seals, walrus, and so forth. But our community has subsistence mostly on the caribou, and so again, our governance structures are supporting that they remove all protections of caribou calving grounds and so forth, and that they get rid of this current draft land use plan. So that's another issue that doesn't help us in terms of extraction of resources. I'll stop there, but if anyone has any questions or comments, feel free to come and speak to you. Matna.
Kwe la hande nagahan di maluten amnutben. Nu data an hatchino maket bohagadet no. Hi, my name is Laura. I'm from the Innu Nation in Quebec, and having grown up near my culture and seeing the number of caribous declining, it's also our culture and identity that we are losing. So.
Earl Hatley. I'm an enrolled member of the Missisquoi Band of Abenaki Nation. I'm the co-chair of the Western Mining Action Network, and I chair our Indigenous Caucus. Are y'all able to hear all right? Am I speaking well enough in this? Good, thank you. Western Mining Action Network is a network of over 400 nonprofit groups, tribes, and individuals that are dealing with hard rock mining in the U.S. and Canada. We've been going since 1997 when the organization was first organized. We were created out of several groups. The Indigenous Environmental Network is one of the groups that is one of our bedrocks. And so our last face-to-face meeting was in Kamloops, British Columbia. We had our last conference was a virtual conference between my local organization in Oklahoma, lead agency, Local Environmental Action Demanded, and WMAN was a virtual conference in 2020. And now, for the first time since 2018 at our Kamloops conference, we are back face-to-face. Yeah. So it's so great to finally be in your presence again, to be able to see everyone, to hug everyone, to shake your hands, and to laugh and pray with all of you. And so I want to welcome all of you here. We had a great Indigenous Caucus meeting yesterday. A large crowd, a very wonderful and beautiful crowd. Many of you are here. Now I see your faces. And for all of those that weren't there, welcome here. It's great to see all of you, old friends. I've been with WMAN since 1999. I've been on our steering committee since 2001, and I've been your co-chair for 2.5 years, and this is my great love. So it's so wonderful to see you. And so what I want to do now is I want to call up some of the people whose names you've been hearing, if you're new to WMAN, so that you can see their faces. And reach out to them during the conference if you have questions or needs. And so first of all, I'd like to call up Seokla Kindness Williams. Seokla is our Indigenous coordinator. She's been our Indigenous coordinator since 2017. She is now our full-time Indigenous coordinator. Say hello.
Hello, everyone. Sayogla ni yongyat, sladinyonta ni wagita loda, onyote aga ni I. My name is Sayogla Kindness. I'm from the Oneida Nation of Wisconsin. I'm the Indigenous Caucus Coordinator for WMAN, and I'm also on the Board of Directors for the Indigenous Environmental Network. They helped co-sponsor this event with, they helped fund it. And so Govinda is here, and we're live streaming this event. And so it's real exciting. This is the first time we ever live streamed the opening session of the WMAN conference. So thank you all for being here, and thank you for our co-host, Reno Sparks Indian Colony, gracious hosts. We're very thankful to be here.
Yeah, so we're live streaming, and if you hear nervousness in my voice, it's because we're live and on the air on YouTube, Facebook, whatever, I don't know. You know, the whole world is watching, as they used to say in the day.
It's YouTube Indigenous Environmental Network.
YouTube Indigenous Environmental Network. So IEN has been our partner from the very beginning, and is still our partner with our mini grant program. And their mining coordinator is here with us and part of Western Mining Action Network as well. And so we are still partners with IEN, and we honor IEN. Yeah, Talia. There she is, Talia Boyd. And so now I'd like to call up WMAN's coordinator, Laura Buchanan. Give Laura a big hand. She's new to WMAN. This is her first conference. So Laura has some housekeeping for you, some things that she would like to tell you all about, and orienting you to our conference.
Thank you, Earl, and thanks, Sayoko. It's a real pleasure to be here. I'm Laura Pitkinen, and I joined WMAN in April of 2021, and I live, in Toronto in central Ontario in Anishinaabeg territory. And my partner is Ojibwe, and my in-law is family Ojibwe. And I was so honored to join Western Mining Action Network and work on behalf, really, and support all mining-affected communities. And I wanted to take a moment, and there's people here. It's so lovely. I've been emailing with people, or we've had Zoom calls with others, and it's so lovely to see you in person and meet people, and I'm happy to support you. So what I do is I'm fundraising for the Western Mining Action Network, and that's for everyone. You know, that's for the Indigenous communities, the non-Indigenous communities, and we're working to support everybody. I think WMAN has really grown into a model of cross-cultural coalition building, a grassroots organizing, strategizing, and also helping build relationships and strengthen relationships and build new friendships with allies. You know, Earthworks is here, Mining Watch Canada is here, EcoJustice, Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, Great Basin Resource Watch, and many, many more. And as we move forward together, I think strengthening those relationships and working together towards a more just society. I wanted to just take a minute and highlight the programs and services that WMAN offers for those that may not be aware or may have forgotten about some of them. So there's a new website, new WMAN website that Sayoko worked very hard on, and we would thank Resource Media for helping us with that. That's launching this week. It should be live. So that website is a resource for everybody here and for all mining-affected communities and allies. We do our flagship program for over 20 years. WMAN and the Indigenous Environmental Network have administered a mini-grant program, and currently it's allocating about $240,000 US a year in $4,000 grants to grassroots mining affected communities. So nonprofit grassroots organizations such as many of yourselves and Indigenous communities who are affected by mining. And it's to help communities challenge mining threats as they arise. There's 3 deadlines: October 1st, February 1st, and June 1st. You can find more information on the website, or please get in touch with me, and I'm really looking forward to working more with Talia, with IEN on that moving forward. So we have this conference every 2 years. This is my first one. Happy to be here. And the other thing I wanted to mention is we have social media, Indigenous Caucus. You can reach out with Sayokla. We have member listservs, and we have regional listservs. We have a main WMAN listserv, and people are sending out calls for support, helping each other find mining experts, and various things. Like right now, Wyatt at WildSite has sent out something on the WMAN general listserv asking for all your support. And it's an example. There's a sign-on letter about the Kootenai River contamination. It's due tomorrow. Please help WildSite with that sign-on. But it's an example of how WMAN listservs can help all the communities moving forward. We're also in partnership with Resource Media. We have online right now, online skills building workshops and training in mining skills, but also training in environmental advocacy, leadership development, and how to write a press release, for example. How do you do a podcast? How do we get our messages out there as a small nonprofit grassroots community? So these are some of the examples of the free programs and services that WMAN, we're here for you. And please reach out. I'm happy to have a coffee. I'm happy to talk. If there's anything I can do, or you can send me an email. And thank you. I also wanted to say one more thing. At 7 tonight, there's a film screening right here. Klobona Keepers are here, 3 representatives, and we're going to do an hour-long film screening followed by a short Q&A, and we hope that you join us. Thank you, Earl.
Thank you, Laura. Great Basin Mine Watch is here. I'd like to introduce John Hatter. John is the chair of the organizing committee for this conference. So he's worked really, really hard to help put this together. John. Yeah, come on. So John has some things that he wanted to announce for y'all.
Thank you, Earl. And we used to be Great Basin Mine Watch, but now we're Great Basin Resource Watch. We changed the name a number of years ago to get more money, I guess. I don't know why exactly. Anyway, whatever. Pretty much all we do is mining, so what the heck. Yeah, I would like to, it's an honor to work on this conference and to be with everyone here. Thank you again to our local Indigenous host, Reno Sparks Indian Colony, and also to the people of Red Mountain who are out there, who are protecting Pahimaha Packer Pass. We'll be going out there on Sunday. But it's been a good process, and it's great to see everyone again at these conferences. It's been a while, so it's lovely to be here. I'd like to also introduce people that were all on the planning committee as well. We have Cassandra Lisenby back there. She's with Great Basin Resource Watch. She's on my staff. She's been doing fantastic work on the ground on this project and a lot of organizing, and she is one of your go-to people for on-the-ground logistics. Marvel is back there also, I think, at the same table on the committee. She is also a good person, a go-to person for on-the-ground logistics, especially hotel. And then Laura was on the planning committee also, so thank you, Laura. And Sarah with Progressive Leadership Alliance in Nevada, the planning committee. Stand up a second. She's in the planning committee. Thank you so much for your work. Mark, where's Mark? He's back there on the planning committee, and he'll be talking about the silent auction. Michonne, on our planning committee, of course, with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. Chanda, I don't think Chanda's here. Chanda Cowles, I don't think she's able to make it. She's working, but she's with the people of Red Mountain, and she's very instrumental in our planning process as well. And I have John Perkins. John is here somewhere, I think, on our planning committee. And I think those are the general people. I think Earl stepped in once in a while. There may have been some other people. That was generally the planning committee, and we're happy to try to bring this event to you and working on this here locally, dealing with energy transition and mining. My goodness, it's the topic. We've been at ground zero here with a number of projects in Nevada. I also want to mention also the in your packet there are two pieces of paper. I'm going to pull them out here. One of them says WMAN strategic plan on a page. That's one of the documents. And the other one says Western Mining Action Network mission, vision, values, and mandate. Well, these were sent out prior to the conference, but WMAN has been going through a strategic planning process for the past couple years. And one of the things that we want to get from this conference is feedback from anybody on what we've got so far, the strategic plan and where we're at with this values document. We will be doing caucus meetings, so that's an opportunity to collectively discuss these. But I'd like to ask that have a look at these. I think our caucus meetings are on Saturday. Have a look at them before Saturday so the caucuses can discuss these documents and get any feedback. The feedback will then go to the new steering committee and continue and complete the the strategic planning process. So I wanted to point those out, to have a look at those before Saturday. That'd be great. And one other thing I'll mention is media. So the only media that we have internally in our event is Govinda with Indigenous Environmental Network. That's our internal media. And we'll probably take an opportunity at some point for him to explain more of what he's doing. But in addition to live streaming, he's doing interviews and so forth, all useful. There's no outside media that's invited to this space here. We are doing a media roundtable in the room over there tomorrow morning very early at 6:30 a.m. But that's the only time we could really schedule it. Trying to get some attention on what's happening here and trying to get some narrative out there on alternatives to what we're hearing from the mining company and our local politicians here in Nevada as well. So myself and Sarah, we're looking for people that can participate in the roundtable. We want to hear your stories. The media wants to hear your stories, especially if you're from a directly affected community, what's happening in your area. Please comment to us if you can participate in that. That would be great. We're going to have a Zoom link as well. So if you know of media that might be interested in participating, journalists, give us their contact information so we can send them the link as well. So that's tomorrow morning at 6:30 a.m. early. So we need people to talk because it's especially they need to hear from all of us, or we hear from as many people as possible. The message is not what we're hearing is we're not getting the message that people know that this issue that we're dealing with here and the theme of this conference is happening everywhere, and it's putting a lot of pressure on frontline communities, and you all know that. But the journalists don't know it, and they need to find out. So appreciate anyone that can participate in that. And I think that does it for me for now. Thanks, Earl.
Thank you, John. Yeah, give it up for John. He's worked really hard to help put this together. And so one more announcement. I'd like to introduce Mark Fafard, who is putting together our silent auction, and I'd like for him to tell us a little bit about that before we get into our first plenary.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here, and hopefully you brought something from your place that we can put for sale in the silent auction on Saturday before the big dinner. If you did bring anything, and a t-shirt, a cap, anything will do. We're not looking for anything special, jewelries or whatever. You'd be surprised what people want to bring back to their place from your place. So don't be shy. If you have a nice necklace, you're wearing it, just give it up for us tomorrow. But tomorrow morning, I'll be taking the stuff in the corner room at breakfast time so that we can label them and organize them. And as you give it to me, make sure that you just don't leave it on the table, because I want to take your name, your coordinates, and so that I can put the right story on the piece of paper that's going to accompany the auction item. So during breakfast tomorrow, please bring your stuff down, and hopefully everybody's got something. And it's a little bit of a fundraiser for us for the event. It's not $1 million things, but we usually make a few grand, and that pays for quite a few rooms and stuff like that. So tomorrow morning at breakfast, I'll be sitting in the back gathering the stuff, and make sure you stay so I take your name before you leave your piece. Thank you. And think of what the basic value or the starting value of your piece would be so that I don't have to guess what it's worth. Okay? So thank you very much. Have a nice day and see you on Saturday morning. And if there's any question, don't be shy to stop me on the corridor or sidewalk. Okay, bye.
Thank you, Mark. So the thing I like most about WMAN is the networking, all of you, and listening to the stories. And I know when I was first getting into WMAN with the mining problems that we have in Oklahoma, where I'm from, I learned a lot by talking to others in the network that had similar issues. And so we learned from each other that way. And that's really what I got the most from WMAN, was learning from everyone else who had similar issues and how they solved those issues or how they were tackling them. And so beyond the conference, we have a listserv where you can continue talking and keep up with each other and share each other's emails on top of that. And this, the sharing and the networking, the solidarity, that to me makes this network strong. And so that's what I get the most from it, is all of us working together, building on how we can deal with the issues in the ways that we're dealing with it. In my case, it's abandoned mine sites that need to be cleaned up, but it may be a mining proposal, or it may be an active ongoing mine. And so how do you interact? How do you deal with that? And so all of us are examples, and so we can help each other in that way. And so for me, that's Western Mining Action Network, and that's how we work together, and that's what makes us strong. And so we're here on the homeland of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. And so it's another strong point of WMAN is that we pick the home turf of a struggling organization. The last time we met, like I said before, was in Quapaw, Oklahoma, on my turf. And we were really struggling. But the Indigenous Caucus came, and then we had the virtual conference with WMAN. Everybody back home is still talking about it. And it made such a difference for us. And so here we are on the homeland of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. And I hope that we can make the same kind of difference for them. I mean, that's what we do. We lift each other up. And so I hope that we can make that kind of difference here. And so the theme is energy transition for our conference. And so why did we pick that? It was because of the lithium mine at Thacker Pass. And so Sunday we're going out there to look at their sacred sites and see what's going on with that. And maybe we will be lifted up by them. And our being here will maybe help lift them up and help them in some way. So we're going to be talking about energy transition in this conference. There'll be a lot of workshops about that, and I'll be presenting that here in a little bit in a plenary. But we need to start the conference out in a good way. And so in Indian country, we start everything off with a prayer. And so that's how we do things in our world. And so what I'd like to do is introduce Mishan Ibn to introduce her peoples and our opening ceremonies with prayer and ceremonies. And so we can start our conference off right and in a good way. So Mishan, please.
Thank you, Earl. Thank you very much, Earl. Hello again. We're going to liven it up and get going here for you. But We're going to introduce Miss Ronalda James, a beautiful elder from our area. She does live at Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe, but she also is a part of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. We met her yesterday, and she's here today. And then right after we hear our prayer, our Paiute prayer, then we have Miss Junior University of Nevada, Reno is going to sing a flag song for us, the Paiute flag song.
Bishamu kuyaho numi babituna numi gatubiwawe. Thank you for coming to our country, our part of the country. My prayer is a prayer for everything that Creator has bestowed upon us. We accept Dina as our Father, our thanks and praise for all that you have done for us. We thank you for the splendor of the whole creation, no kosuhima, for the beauty of this world, for the wonder of life, and for the mystery of love. We thank you for the blessings of family and friends, and for loving care which surrounds us on every side. We thank you for setting us at tasks which demand our best efforts, and for leading us to accomplishments which satisfy and delight us. We thank you also for those disappointments and failures that lead us to acknowledge our dependence on you, Mina. Yeshi kuyahu mugaiba bana. No okohima umi marabaikse. For everything you have given us, the four-leggeds, the crawlies, the rivers, all these things that we try to take care of. We ask you to bless all these things and to continue taking care of us. And for all these people who are here, Mina, Mumabitia, take care of them, for they have the knowledge to do things for one another. Umi Minumudui, the people of McDermott, watch over them and help them. Numidu Asiatu, Mipoinabi, Arlen, Kahubana Dumate, Sukuyu Humanina, Noayona Umuyatu, all those from the colony who has brought all of you here to our land. Mumabitia, Munobikwetsu Muhanikia. Watch over them as they travel home and take back what they have learned from here. This is a good thing for us to know these things that are happening. Mina, Ukuhumayuna. You have done all this for these things for us. We ask blessings for this day and the times that they are here to keep them safe. Yeshi kaduti kubuna imu ate mihunu nanishtuhe. This is what I pray. Miho bihwa bihwa.
Aloha o Aloha o hau'ominani. My name is Karen Kailain John. I'm from the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. Thank you for coming, everybody, and I hope you have a great day. And I I hope you guys have a great day, and I'm representing the Junior UNR Princess title, and I'll be singing the flag song.
Are you okay? Yeah. Okay. She'll help you sing. Help her start out. Come on. Come up too. All the little Paiutes and Shoshones, if you'd like to sing.
Hovito bayes dame 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 nazigen yo nazi one dami ma ban ban the red wine the Hovito bayes dame 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 nazigen so nazi one dame nazi so nazi one dami ma ban ban the red wine the mudu Hovito bayes dame 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 nazigen so nazi one dami ma ban ban the red wine the mudu Hovito bayes dame 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 nazigen so nazi one
Hi, one. Ah, woo! Ah, Kariana!
Thank you. That song says, over the big blue water stands our flag, and as you see it fluttering in the wind, you feel proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kariana. Coming up, power. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I know it's lunchtime, so we're going to try to be entertaining. We have, I do want to introduce Miss Sierra Rambo. She's our oral historian and also our assistant here. Really quickly, part of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony is making oral histories, doing oral histories. We are making books, and this one is regarding Renalda James. So we make books, we do interviews, and we put pictures in and make some really nice books. And the biggest award that we could ever have or ever want is when we hand her the books and she says, "Oh, thank you. This is an honor." And that's the best award you can ever get. So thank you for that. Thank you, Kariana. You did really good. So yeah, I think, we're emotional people. We got a lot going on here, but we again welcome you to Reno, Nevada. We're right in the middle of Reno and Sparks. Where we sit at the GSR is an old swamp, and we're going to tell you about the history of our people and how we came to be and how we became the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. So I'm going to start out with the history of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, and then our chairman, Melendez, who some of you met yesterday, he's going to come up and talk to you a little bit about some of the mining, some of the fights that we've had against mining here locally in the city and outside in our beautiful Hungry Valley territory. And then we're going to have our attorney, Mr. Will Falk, come up and talk about our current litigation, as we are one of 7 plaintiffs against Bureau of Land Management, Department of Interior, and Lithium Nevada Corporation. So we're going to fill you guys in, get you all revved up for the transition of what's happening in our universe, in the world. We all know climate change is happening. And we all know that mining is a part of it. That's why we're all came here together. And I just want to say that before we start out as well, you know, we all go to conferences and we get pumped up and we're all happy about it. And I'm going to meet you and we're going to do this and we're going to go and I'm going to call you. But then we get back to work and we start our work again. Sometimes we forget, like, oh, you know, in the back of our heads, we want to do that. We want to do that. So this next 3 days, we really want to challenge you that we really keep in touch, because the world is changing and lithium is not going to change us. And electric vehicles are not going to save the earth. So we all need to stick together, stay together, and be strong. And in the next conference that WMAN puts on, that we're all there to help you guys as well. So thank you for coming to our homelands. We really needed you guys this round, because we have a lot going on and it's hard to do our work, but we know we have a lot of relatives across the world. So thank you for coming and supporting us. And when you get to Pahimaha, you will see why it's so important, because you guys all come from sacred and traditional cultural places too. So thank you very much. So we're going to start out. I have to put the microphone down, but I'm pretty loud. I'll get loud. And so when I get loud, I'll kind of walk around, but then we'll come back to the microphone and then we'll show you. In their dances. They would do the round dance, they would sing, the males would hunt, the females would do their jobs. When the young men and the young women came into their puberty, they did their ceremonies, they gathered, they did council meetings, they worked hard for their community, and they knew they were very spiritual. And in our world, the wolf was the powerful one. He was the king, he was the leader, because you know what? He had good advice, he shared, he had the knowledge. He knew how to be a human being at that time. And so one day, when all the community was doing what they were doing and practicing what they were doing that day, in swooped the great being who maybe be creator, the great being of the great spirit that came down from the earth. And as he walked in, he said, gather everybody gather all around. I have something to share. Our world is changing. It's different times, so I have to bring in a new being to be here with you guys, and things are going to change. You're going to teach them how to be human beings. And so this great being walked in, and when he walked in with a water jug. And he said, remember, the water is important. And what I have here is we need to finish the human beings. I've made the human beings. I've grabbed pieces of the star. I've grabbed pieces of the earth. I've grabbed water, because as you know, a lot of our body is made up of water, how water is so important to us. And he said, and what I've done is I've created these human beings. They're in this water jug, and they're still cooking, and I need your help. Animals, you are now going to make sure that these human beings are going to be good people. You're going to teach them the ways of how to create and how to be good to the earth. And he said, the great being said, the wolf, please step forward. I have a deed for you. You're going to travel with this water bottle with the human beings, and you're going to take them across this great land, and we're going to show you. And so the wolf stood up as a great mighty warrior that he is. And when he stood up, he started to walk forward, and just when he was going to grab the water bottle, Coyote stood up. Hey, wait a minute. Why does Wolf get to do that? He gets to do everything. What about me? I'm fine. I'm super fine. Look at my tail. It's fluffy. I have a beautiful nose, and I can help create the human beings. And all his fellow animal said, sit down, Coyote. You always get in trouble. You always Jimmy Jack us around. No, you know, don't give him to Coyote. And the wolf, the leader that he is, stood up and said, hey, everybody needs a second chance. Everybody needs a second chance. Let's let Coyote do this. What's the good deed? So the great being said, I'm going to hand you this bottle. And with this, you got to take care of it and love it and pray to it. And you're going to travel across the world, and you will know as they're cooking and as you talk to it, when you get to a certain place, you'll know. There's a lid on here. Don't take the lid off. Coyote's like, I got you. I got you. So the great being handed it over, shaking around, but Coyote grabbed it. He goes, oh. So Coyote's very spiritual. And he said, oh, I will take care of you, beings, I will. And so he started his journey, and off he went. He's walking along the earth of the Great Basin. He's walking in his journey, and he's walking across the Great Basin. And he stops and he builds a fire. He took care of us. He puts us by the fire to warm up. He sings songs. He's talking, I love you. He even tells a couple jokes. Hey, did you hear about Earl and W Man? And he tells a couple jokes or two. He prays. He wakes up in the morning and he prays to the sun. He greets the sun. And he really becomes attached to the human beings. And in the meantime, the human beings are in the bottle. And they're kind of rumbling around, rumbling. Hey, Coyote. And he's like, no, I can't talk to you guys. No, I've got a deed to do, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to do that deed. Hey. And so he would get up and he would sing to us, and he was really gentle with us. He'd cross the river with us. He'd make sure that we were all good. And one day, he just couldn't take it no more next to the fire, and it was rumbling, Coyote, because now they're starting to talk. But he prayed with them. He said, I'm going to love you, but you're going to have some little traces of me as well. And so Coyote grabbed it and said, no, I'm not listening. But he couldn't hear it. You know how you just get all messed up in your head? You can't hear it. Oh my God. And he let the lid out. And all the people jumped all over. And that's how one of our creation stories is how our people came to be here in the Great Basin and who we are today. And we're scattered all over. We're all different bands. We're all different tribes. We're all different people, but we're coming together. And that's one of our creation stories. So I want to talk about... You see the map we have over there. I want to talk about the Reno-Sparks Indian Colony, but I also want to talk about Nevada, give you guys some background of who we are. We lived in bands. I love this map. It talks about who we are as in the people. I don't like the maps, the boundaries, the lines, and the fences, because we didn't walk up to maybe Paiute country and said, oh, wait, that's Paiute. I better back up, because we didn't have signs that said, keep out. Long-haired, freaky people need not apply. We didn't have that. We were all in and all around, and we gathered all around. And I want to tell you, as bands, we worked all within each other, and we met and we married in their bands. Because, you can't marry yourself or marry your brother or sister. That's taboo here. So all our bands would go all around and everywhere. And so we as Native people, as traditional people, this is who we are as traditional people. The Paiute bands, you might have been hearing about that. The Paiute people are very, we as bands, we go by our food names. So our food names. And so for Fallon Paiute Shoshone tribe, they're the Toi Takata. They're tule eaters. And for a little bit up above Pyramid Lake, that's the Kamu Takatas. They're the rabbit eaters. The Kuiui Takatas, Pyramid Lake, and that's the Kuiui eaters, what they eat. And as what is it, Patty? Oh, the Coop Takata is, what's Coop? Ground squirrels. There's ground squirrel eaters. And then a guy Takata, fish eaters. So that's how we were as Paiute people, our band names. Okay, Sierra. Okay. I want to talk a little bit about how we believe and our feelings are. So as you know, Lake Tahoe, I'm pointing this way because that is the west. The west is where Lake Tahoe is in the Sierras. And for 100, that's the Washoe people's lake, and they call it Da'ao, meaning that's the center of their earth, and that is the lake in the sky. That's what Da'ao means. But of course, it's renamed to Lake Tahoe. And so Lake Tahoe has a mouth of the river that starts, and it travels 127 miles all the way down through Reno, catching through. Some of us saw it today, and ends in Pyramid Lake, the Pyramid Lake Reservation. So Lake Tahoe has sky water. Lake Tahoe has mountain water, whereas Pyramid Lake is an inland old ancient sea. And as we never called the Truckee River. It had names all along that 127. It was only when settlers came, and we do have a picture over there against the wall of Captain Truckee, and that's who that really wasn't his name, but you know how Europeans getting information wrong. He traveled and he took some settlers over to Sacramento, and poor guy got caught over there in the Spanish War, and he was over there for a couple years, and when he came back, the Paiute people met him and said, "Oh, choke, choke," which means, "Well done, you did good." And so the settlers thought, "Oh, that's his name. Let's name the river the Truckee River." So that's how that name came about. Our history, we haven't been in contact that long, only maybe a couple hundred years, because everybody was bypassing Nevada. They didn't want Nevada. They were trying to get to California, get those California heel gold over there. And so they were bypassing us. Plus, you come here and you're a new person, you're like, what's here? But if some of you on the bus today, you learn that there's a lot. It looked destitute out there. It was sagebrush. It was flat, rolling hills with looked like nothing on it, but there's food all over there. There's pine nuts, there's wild carrots, wild onions. All the food was here, and all the rivers were here. And so this picture right here is one of our old dances. And as you can see, our people, they're wearing rabbit skin blankets, and we're doing a dance here. We have all kinds of dances here, but we're going to share those dances with you tomorrow night on Cultural Night. But also, these are very ceremonial dances as well, bringing our people together to heal. When somebody was hurting and needed healing, our whole community came together to pray and dance for that one person. These are our traditional dwellings. We always had our baskets and our items on the outside and using the natural elements of the earth. And everything was pretty much made in a circle, like the bird makes the nest in the circle. The moon and the sun are a circle. The earth is a circle. The whirlwind is always a circle. These are our homes in Lake Tahoe. And then we began to change after contact. And now you can see where we have other items that we're using for our traditional kanis, our traditional homes. We're starting to change as this is downtown Reno and their bridge. This is across the Truckee River. Our people always gathered around the river. Everybody knows that. That's where we camped. That's where we were. This is downtown Reno now. That is Captain Truckee, but that really wasn't his name. Choque, choque. So in 1904, the Central Pacific Railroad started to come in, and we're starting to get pushed out of all our areas, that first map where all the native people are. And they're kicking us around, and when people wanted to move into an area, they would just kick us out. But you know what, Indians, we're resilient. We would grab our little houses and our little tin cups or whatever and just move to the next plot until we got kicked off of that plot and then went to a next plot. And there was no work. There was no welfare or any kind of social security or any kind of benefit. So our people were poor, and all our food is being eaten by the cattle that's coming in through the settlers. And these are some, we start to move into Reno. Reno's kind of a booming town. It has dirt streets, and the Indians are starting to move to Reno from all over. That's why the Reno-Sparks Indian Colony, we represent our members and descendants of Washoe, Paiute, Shoshone. We don't represent those 28 tribes on that board. We represent the Reno-Sparks Indian Colony, but we have a lot of members from all those tribes in our tribe. Yeah. So the turn of the century, we're all moving into Reno, and you know these are our traditional places. I kind of pointed out on the bus today, but one of the places is the base of Peavine. Peavine is Akakaiba. It's a sunflower mountain. That's what we call it. Very important place, kind of where the University of Nevada, Reno is. Lots of food up there. Lots of hunting blinds and petroglyphs and a big forest up on top. You look at it now, you wouldn't even think that. Our people gathered at the University of Nevada, Reno. My grandmother, who died about 10 years ago, Grandma Ione, she was born at UNR. And when we were little kids, we'd drive by. She was like, I was born right there. And, no, you're not, Grandma. We'd get all mad at her because we're used to people being born in the hospital. But the University of Nevada, Reno was already set up, but that's where the Indians camped. That's where the Paiute, Shoshone, and Washoe people camped. And then, of course, they built UNR, and they just shoved us out, and we went to the next site. We lived along the Truckee River. We live in a place of the Idlewild Park. It's a big park here in Reno. These are all, you wouldn't think you come to a town like Reno and you think, wow, but there's petroglyphs. Our ancestors all around here. There's petroglyphs along the Truckee River. There's cultural sites all around in Reno. You just have to know where they are. So then some major things start to happen. So we're hanging out downtown Reno, and of course the settlers, the miners, and the people are like, hey, what's these Indians doing down here? We need to do something, because you know the Indians will just camp anywhere. We're like that. We will do that because we're comfortable. We're in our homeland. So I'm not going to go through all these dates, but what I want to tell you is in 1890, Stewart Indian School opened up. Stewart Indian School is a boarding school. Both my parents, my grandparents went. That's where a lot of our ancestors went. Some was good and some was bad, and different generations, but boarding school did change. That's why I don't speak my language. Both my parents spoke the language, but they were told, you won't need that no more. You don't need your culture. But when my mom was an elder, she said, oh, I should have taught you guys the culture. I should have, not the culture, the language. I grew up in Death Valley, California, and I got a lot of language and culture down there, and I was really happy. And I see the Death Valley Timbisha chairman here. Thank you. I said, we must be related. So in 1917, they're like, okay, you Indians, you need to go somewhere. And so what do? They say in 1917, some BIA and some ranchers, some Congress allocated some funding and put us across here from GSR in 20 acres, and it was rocks, swamps, land that nobody wanted. They said, just move them over there. And it was rocks, swamps, nothing. And no GSR was here at that time. And then a couple years later, then we're not even citizens in our homelands until 1924. And then in 1926, an additional acres were purchased for us, 8 acres. So downtown across from GSR on the other side of the freeway is 28 acres of our first homelands. And that's where the elders live. That's where some of our community buildings are. That's where the tribal council chambers are. That's where the Tribal Historic Preservation Office is, where some of you guys are going to visit. And so, and then, you know, the Indian Reorganization Act. And then 1935, we start to build our first RSIC constitution, and our first tribal council is formed. And then I'm not going to talk about the Indian Claims Commission because I think that was a bad thing. And then through other congressional acts, some of you visited Hungry Valley yesterday. We received 1,900 acres in 1985 through a congressional act, and 4 or 5 years ago, I'm not good in math, but through another congressional act, 13,000 additional acres. And Chairman's going to talk about where we had to do a lot out there because the last mining company that tried to put in a clay mine, an open pit mine up near the Hungry Valley community, the next person was going to do better. So we needed to get that land, and we had to buy those mining claims so that nobody would ever come back in again. We're going to talk a little bit about that. I just want to show this GSR in the background, and we're starting to really build up in this must be in the 1970s when GSR is starting to be. I don't want to scare you guys, but GSR is on top of a swamp. That's where all the swamp water went. In fact, if you guys are out there golfing and your golf balls are going over there in that water, that's the leftover swamp water over there. So this is who we are. We move in, we're Indian, we're res, we're city res. And these are our homes. You know, we didn't have HUD back then. These are the early 1900s, 1930s, 1940s. Oh, we just love our little, look at somebody just like, get in. They drove in, and everybody jumped out. We gathered. Sometimes we don't have these community gatherings anymore. Life has changed so much. But it's really good to have those things, our community coming together. Of course, we have a church, a very important church, where people went to school, to Head Start, because we were not integrated into schools yet. Oh, so there's the GSR being built, and that's my family home where my older brothers and sisters grew up in my grandma's house. And I didn't grow up that, because when the kids were in this house, I'm the youngest of 7. I was in Death Valley living it up. And then, as you can see, in the middle is we're in swamps. They really moved us to the dump. And I want to let you guys know, I never witnessed this, but, you know, this used to be a swamp and a dump. And so the fancy white people would put it up in their Cadillacs and throw their trash and burn it in our park, because that was their old dump. I can't believe it, but... So anyway, who we are today, you know, we're federally recognized. We have 15,000 acres. We're going to talk a little about where we are. We were out in Hungry Valley yesterday. We have some lands in South Virginia. We have some lands in Sparks. We have about 15,000 acres out in Hungry Valley, 28 acres here, and I would say about 25, 30 acres throughout Reno and Sparks, and that's our economic development. And this is who we are today. We've changed. We have our homes. Some of you went to Hungry Valley. This is our clinic we just built. Our water bottle is in that clinic, because that's special and healthy and wellness for us. Our tribal government, our tribal council, it's a little older picture. But we have 9 members with the council. We all vote for our council, and I want to say this, our tribal chairman's been the chairman for 31 years. I love that. And this is kind of our, you know, we have a lot of economic development. I want to tell you the state of Nevada has an agreement with the tribes. We have to protect that agreement. It's a state tax. So any economic development we have, we can keep all those sales taxes. That's what our economic development is. So we have Walmart across the street. You guys go buy up. We have smoke shops. And we have on our land we have a CarMax, Mercedes-Benz, Acura, and I don't know, some high-end vehicles. We don't own that, but that's where we get our sales and our taxes from. Really good. We also have a new 3 Nations cannabis shop. Some of you guys might have got a bracelet. Woo, look at Earl's like, yeah, there's my bracelet. I just want to talk really quickly. So this freeway is getting a new makeover, and they've moved closer to our community. Part of that mitigation, it's the Federal Highways Administration, Nevada Department of Transportation, all through NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act. We did NHPA, National Historic Preservation Act. Our community is eligible to be a historic district because we've been here forever. We've decided to not really put that at an element right now, because I can just hear my relatives, I got to go through the TIPO, Mashawn, to put an add-on to my HUD house. They won't like that. So we said, let's not do that. So through that, those baskets back there, 2 are Paiute, 2 are Washoe, and 2 are Shoshone. And you will see them on the freeway now. They're coming up. They're spending millions of dollars for our cultural elements to go on there. And so we are going to have a bronze statue, a 16-foot bronze statue on the other side facing us of a female powwow dancer, because we're going to talk about our histories and our traditions and our culture and who we are today. We're showcasing that. It's kind of going to be a gateway to the Reno-Sparks Indian Colony. And we're going to be showing, we're having storyboards put across in our areas as well. The guy down here, that's a rabbit. He's doing a rabbit hunt with Yeah, right there. And that's part of who we are. Is we always do big the whole community participated in rabbit hunts to get those rabbits and to make me a blanket or to make me a jacket. That's a lot of work. And there we have the coyote. Wait, can you go back? Showing the story of coyote carrying us around and using our water basket and how important that is to us, and the fish. And the wolf. So these I'm just sharing you guys are the first to see, but we do have the wolf coming. And also the last thing is coyote. He's still taking care of us with, and they're gonna be placed over here too. We're gonna be walking after a while, some of us, going over to the TIPO building and showcasing you the Wounded Souls mining exhibit. And they're not out there yet, but I just got a call from the NDOT that they've arrived today. So they won't be placing them, but they're getting put in. So we're kind of, freeway's getting closer to us. We do get a little bit of mitigation, and it's what can you do but showcase who we are as the first peoples of Reno, Nevada. Okay, so that was a quick intro, Washoe Paiute Shoshone, but now I want to introduce you to our chairman, Chairman Arlen D. Melendez. He's been our chairman for 30 plus years, and when I do the consultation with the federal agencies, their field managers, all their employees, they're always coming and going to another place, and what I say is, we have a chairman 30 years. I've been the cultural resource manager all my life, but for 18 years, we're stable. We're not gonna continue to repeat to you federal land managers who you consult with. When you consult, you're consulting with me. You don't consult with the chairman because the chairman is like the president of the United States. He's running a sovereign nation. It's me, janitor to janitor, federal land managers. You're gonna consult with me. So I'm really proud to stand here with our chairman. He's very supportive and a good chairman, and he's going to talk about Oil-Dri.
Thank you, Ms. Sean. She does an outstanding job for cultural resources at Reno Sparks, and thank you for organizing everything. It's great. It's been a hectic day today. I was actually reading an article had to do with balance as you get older. I haven't read the whole article. I just was reading a little news clip I saw, and must be true because we had a council meeting that ended. We got home about 12 midnight last night, so this morning I was bouncing off the walls on my way to the shower, so it must be true. And at a late council meeting, it's kind of hard to keep your balance. But it's good to be here today. And, when we think about, when you were talking about energy, many times the battles that we're in, you can feel isolated at times, even if you have some core people working on it. But I think what you've done really yesterday at Hungry Valley, and my council really thinks this also, is that you've re-energized us, you know what I mean? We don't feel so isolated anymore. And you can get weary when you're fighting the battle and there's only a few of you, to the forefront. But when you get together like this and you recognize that there's other people in the same, doing the same thing, and we can learn from one another, it really re-energizes us in our spirit, So I think we're going to leave here with a new vision and a new energy, basically. So I'm glad that you are here and you have come to join us because I think, it's more than we thought, So it's really great. I never really been to the meeting of, the group that was out there. So we were really, especially you have traveled a long way from home to be here. But I just wanted to touch base on how we learn from the past, We had, as Mashawn stated, out in Hungry Valley that you see there, we, in 1999, we had our first experience with a mining company. And at that time, a Chicago-based corporation was going to construct a clay mine. And a clay mine, I don't know, we hear about gold mines and lithiums, but this clay mine actually use clays for a number of absorbents. You know, they use it for grease gets on your garage floor, those on your concrete floor. They use these absorbents to basically take it off. They also, a big industry is the kitty litter business, you know, and they were going to haul tons of kitty litter. So it got the name the kitty litter issue, you know, so the newspapers were calling it oil dry kitty litter type of issue. But as you know, the 1872 Mining Act, what we learned thus far, really favors the mining companies. And if the BLM does it right and they do all their steps on consultation, it's very hard to stop under the law. And we've been trying to change the 1872 law through the National Congress, American Indians, and a number of groups, you know, but it's always opposed many times in Congress by people that support the mining, including probably the state of Nevada, which is heavy into mining. So you can't really depend too much even on your own state sometimes if that's the industry that raises the taxes for the state coffers and those type things. So they were going to mine, I believe it was nearly 6,000 acres, and the closeness to our community. And in 1986, like Mashan said, we acquired 2,000 acres in Hungry Valley. Hungry Valley is where you're out in Hungry Valley. It's about, I think it's 28,000. The entire valley is 28,000 acres from the south to the north. Our 2,000 acres were only a sliver on the side of a hill, you know, so we called ourselves Hungry Valley, but we were only a sliver. The rest of the valley was BLM land. And so in 1916, under the Obama administration, just before he went out of the office, you know, we lobbied, we probably been back to Washington, D.C. so many times trying to get land in Hungry Valley. And, you know, for about over 20 years we'd been back there. We talked to Senator Reed. We were basically, because Native Americans are Democrats, and most of them, you know. But so we did something different strategically. We went to the Republicans, you know. We said, can you sponsor a lands bill? And they said yes. I was surprised, you know, that they would support, because they were supporting, the Democrats under Senator Reed were supporting keeping federal land. The Republicans like to give land away. They wanted for development. They didn't want the federal government holding on to lands. They wanted the economy to grow. So the only way you're going to do that is cities to take over more federal land. So we jumped on that idea. And next thing you know, they sponsored a bill on behalf of 6 tribes in the state of Nevada to widen our reservations. And then all of a sudden, the Democrats, who we are, you know, jumped. They said, hey, what are they doing over there, you know? And at some point, then it made them look bad. And they jumped in with a bill too. So there were 2 bills bipartisan, you know what I mean? So we were pretty strategic in pitting them against each other for the benefit of us, you know. So what it came out to, there was about a month left before they closed for lame duck session, and this is Obama's last year, and this is where our spirituality comes in. It looked impossible because there was a hold on it by John McCain out of Arizona. He wanted something from Senator Reed, and so we were going to run out of time, basically. And they were going to go into lame duck session, which is November, and after that, you know, Obama would be through. So you would have to start all over again with a new president and all that, and it looked impossible. But luckily, they worked a deal. We lobbied hard. We were back in D.C., and about 2 weeks before the lame duck session started, we got word that the bill had passed, you know. So we gained 13,400 acres. And you know what? If we won that battle, if you would have been out at Hungry Valley today, you would have seen mining happening for 20 years. Since, 23 years ago would have started. they would have still been mining while you were out there today, and it would have went even beyond that because they were just going to mine a trench, cover it up, trench covered up, and that would go for 100 years. I mean, a long time. So you can see how important it was to fight that battle and to win it. You know, so we learned a lot of things about building coalitions. And like I told you, we had, you know, I think it was a Great Basin Mine Watch, a Progressive Alliance with Bob Fulkerson, I think was there at that time. We had the Sierra Club. But not only that, it had to do with the transportation. How do they get the ores? And they were going to come past the high school where some of you went by the high school. And that's only a 2-lane road. And some of the citizens didn't like that, you know. So you have to kind of look at who are your allies, who's going to jump on board with you. Heavy mining trucks coming down that corridor, stacking up the roads. And so it worked to our advantage because of the transportation situation. And not only that, because of the water. You know, the water was a big issue too, and Nevada is a dry state. We're in droughts all the time. And you know, one thing was we were fortunate because the clays were going to be mined on BLM land, but what they did, they purchased a trailer park, which wasn't on BLM land. It was actually on county land. And because it had water, a certain amount of water with a trailer park, they wanted to build a processing plant on that trailer park, but they had to have the counties, they had to follow county procedures. And so that was good because what happened was the BLM, and we followed all of the consultations. And one thing I want to mention too is the BLM operates differently in different districts. Reno was a little better because there were a number of stakeholders, including the county was involved. There were people that were complaining about the transportation routes past the high school, so it was a big meeting. If you get out in rural Nevada, you know, you might have a smaller district office and there's not these, you know, other things that they're so worried about, you know, so sometimes it seems like a different treatment by the BLM. And so you have to work harder on these rural areas than, say, where we can create more allies here in the city. And so that was, but what really was in our favor is that if both the processing plant and the mining would have took place on BLM land, it would have probably would have happened. As we did an analysis as to what they did wrong, but because they located the processing plant on the city, they messed up, and there were city politicians that didn't really want it anyway, and they were looking for ways to see how they'd had, and so really what it came to do, they were going to have to redo the process going through the county for the processing plant, and because of the opposition and grassroots opposition, you know, the coalitions like Red Mountain, for example, and we had grassroots people too, activists. They play an important role too, you know. They're not really the tribal government, but they are very important because they make a lot more noise than we could. We have to kind of be a little more polite maybe or something like that. But I think that the activists, my brother's an activist. He's the head of the Genocide Museum in Houston, Steve Melendez. He's my brother, so he's an activist. He always tells me, how come I don't do what he does? But I can't because I'm confined to government. I can't really do everything that an activist can do or say the things that an activist can say. So I let him many times. He was fighting with standing with the Dan sisters on the Ruby Valley Treaty of 1863. He supported them, and so did I. But he had more flexibility to say anything he wanted to say, you know. But to make a long story short is, you know, the coalition building really paid off, you know. And finally, what happened is they just gave up. There was too much opposition. They finally just threw in the towel. I was surprised because I thought they were just going to start over, redo it, or move the whole thing onto BLM land, you know. And they probably would have had the operation going today. But for some reason, the political pressure or the grassroots pressure must have been too much for some reason. They just gave up. And then another challenge we had is because the person that owned the mining claims, he could sell them to another corporation, right? if they go away, Oil Dry Mining goes back to Chicago. He wants to make some money because he holds the claims. All he has to do is woo another company like Oil Dry and say, I got these claims. You guys want to give me some royalties? And you could go and give it a go and do it the right way. You can learn from Oil Dry's mistakes, and you do it. So our tribe, and why our economic development is so important, because we're a tax-based tribe, and we have all these businesses, and really our tribe does quite well in taxation. I actually chair the taxation subcommittee for the National Congress of American Indians, so I've been involved in taxes and in tribes collecting taxes on sales tax and all kind of excise taxes most of my career. And so we have this agreement. So we had enough revenue to buy out the mining claims, 6,000 acres for $1 million. So we bought those. Now the tribe holds the mining claims. I guess if we wanted to mine, we can mine. So you can see that our strategy on how to address this issue. Now, trying to help other tribes like at Thacker Pass. We could have litigated, I guess, but we wanted to see if the process was going to work for us, to go through it. Litigation was kind of a last resort for us in the Oil Dry, but the lack of consultation in something like Thacker Pass, where you don't have that, and they're going to start mining like tomorrow, your only course may be to enter into litigation today, because you don't have the amount of time we had with the BLM and consultation, right consultation. We criticized it, but it was a lot better than the Thacker Pass consultation. So we've learned a lot from the past, so we try to help other tribes with building coalitions or some of the issues that we faced, So I think that, and that's why we're here today. We're here to learn from one another and to, really stand together with one another, in this fight, because it really would have ruined our whole pristine valley. We wanted to bring a new way of life out in Hungry Valley, a more out of the city, out to nature, so that our kids could really learn about the plants and learn about animals and all those different things. And I think mining in the middle of that would have been really detrimental to that. So we were, fortunate that didn't happen at that time. But, our councils, our people sometimes say, well, why would you get involved with Thacker Pass? It's up in northern Nevada. It's not Hungry Valley. It's not even near us, But I think that our expertise in fighting that first fight, I think we need to help one another with the tribes up there. And that's why we do that. We have to stick together because we're all defending Turtle Island together. So just thank you, and we're going to stand with you. And I'll turn over to Mashawn and Will Falks, our attorney. Will, why don't you come up? And he's been fighting the fight with the legal part of it, litigation. So, Will.
Thank you very much, Chairman Melendez. Everybody's telling me not to trip on the cords. Yes, my name is Will Falk. I am an attorney, and I represent the Reno Sparks Indian Colony in litigation against the Bureau of Land Management for permitting the Thacker Pass lithium mine. I was prepared to make some kind of ice-breaking jokes about myself and being a lawyer. But as I was sitting here at the beginning of this session, I realized that something really incredible happened. And if y'all remember back, we started out with a prayer, and we asked the Creator or God or whoever it is that gives all of us life for help. And the very next thing that happened was our junior singer, Coriana, came up, and she experienced something that I experience a lot being in front of people. She was scared about using her voice and singing. But I wonder if y'all saw what happened next. Her community immediately recognized what was going on. They came and stood behind her, and Coriana was able to sing that song with the help of her community. And I think that that was an amazingly brave thing to do. And I'm looking at Coriana right now, and I don't mean to embarrass her, but if I was that brave when I was your age, then maybe I could have made something with my life, and I have not done that yet. And if you want to hear my quick self-deprecating introduction, I was going to say that typically, as a rule, attorneys are not supposed to, they're supposed to be better dressed than their clients. Chairman Melendez came up, and I've broken that rule. Yeah, let's scroll through the boring brief stuff. I'm going to just start out by giving a kind of a general overview of this Thacker Pass campaign. For me, this has to start with a discussion about who Thacker Pass is, who lives there, and what's really at stake. So this photo is of Thacker Pass, Pihimaha in Paiute. What we're looking at right now would be completely destroyed by an 1,100-acre open pit, 400 feet deep. You can't really see the other side of Pihimaha, of the mountain pass here. But Lithium Nevada, after disturbing 18,000 acres of this beautiful land, would go over and destroy another 18,000 acres on the other side. So if we don't stop this mine in 100 years, this is going to look a lot like what we just saw driving around. Thacker Pass is home to a lot of amazing creatures. I lived in Thacker Pass for most of 2021, and I got to see those creatures, but I'll start with the golden eagles that are circling around Thacker Pass all the time. There are greater sage grouse that have many leks above Thacker Pass and that would be really disturbed by the mine. There are mule deer, there are pronghorn antelope, there are rattlesnakes everywhere. There are Mormon crickets, there are kangaroo rats, there are all of your favorite Great Basin species, and many of the ones that you don't like Mormon crickets. I happen to love Mormon crickets. But they are all in Thacker Pass, and they would all be destroyed. The Thacker Pass mine, of course, is for lithium for electric car batteries. And one of the criticisms that we always get is, you all call yourself environmentalists, but you're trying to stop electric cars. People always say we need electric cars. But when you remember all those beings that live in Thacker Pass, I'm pretty sure that we can state confidently that greater sage grouse do not need electric cars. Golden eagles do not need to be murdered for electric cars. And destroying the planet to save the planet is completely contradictory. And we're going to fight like hell to stop this mine. This cartoon kind of shows some of the cultural aspects to Pihimaha. I consider, and I think that we have a strong case to make Pihimaha really a living monument to Paiute culture. Every aspect of human inhabitation of the Great Basin is shown in Thacker Pass, beginning with obsidian procurement districts that are in Thacker Pass and that would be completely destroyed. Even those European archaeologists know that people have been gathering obsidian in Thacker Pass for something like 6,000 or 7,000 years. There are over 100 what they call historic properties in Thacker Pass. That's a massive amount for a small area. There were 2 massacres that happened in Pihimaha. The first one actually gives Pihimaha its Paiute name. Pihimaha means rotten moon. And as I understand it, as it's been explained to me by my clients, sometime in the past, likely before Europeans got here, there was a village in Pihimaha, and the hunters at that village were away hunting in another valley, and they came back to find their village massacred with all of the people, men, women, and children, had their guts sliced open and their intestines strung across the sagebrush. Thacker Pass is shaped something like a crescent moon, and that smell was really rotten, so it's called Rotten Moon. My clients have explained to me that that massacre alone, and there's another perhaps worse massacre that I'm going to talk about, that massacre alone makes Pihimaha something like Pearl Harbor or the battlefield at Gettysburg. And there's no way that the government would allow a Canadian corporation to put a lithium mine on the Gettysburg battlefield. And yet they don't think twice about destroying Pihimaha. The second massacre actually happened on September 12th, 1865. During this time, this is what historians call the Snake War, and many historians consider it the bloodiest war, Indian War west of the Mississippi. The Snake War was fought primarily from 1864 to 1868, and it was primarily fought because miners and ranchers were encroaching on native land. And it was so bad even back then that people were starving. So on September 12th, 1865, the 1st Nevada Cavalry, a company within that unit, these were men that were recruited from the state of Nevada to go fight in the Civil War. The Civil War ended earlier in 1865, and they were really mad that they didn't get to participate in the Civil War, and they decided that they would take it out on natives. So they surprise attack a camp of between 30 and 80 people, and they killed all of them, men, women, and children. Most of them, there were some survivors. The newspapers after the event called those who were killed permanently friendly Indians. And some of the newspaper accounts also explained how everyone knows in the state of Nevada that when you shoot someone in the Great Basin, they can wander off for many miles before they die and die in that place. And we have been trying to get the Bureau of Land Management to recognize that people tend to run from a massacre site. And the Bureau of Land Management knows about a traditional campground in Thacker Pass, but wants to limit that massacre site so that they don't have to consult about it to a small parcel of land on private property. And we are currently in quite the consultation war with BLM to try to get them to actually acknowledge the extent of the culture that's in Thacker Pass and talk to the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, talk to the Burns Paiute tribe, who's also involved in litigation, about the culture that will be destroyed there. I wanted to make that connection too. Chairman Melendez was talking about how the Kitty Litter mine made sort of a tactical mistake in citing part of the mining operation on city land. I know we have a lot of people here from around the world, it sounds like, and the big thing in American law, especially in Western states, is that most of the land in the Western states is actually public land owned and administered by the federal government. So the state of Nevada, for example, is actually not mostly controlled by the state, it's mostly controlled by the federal government. And the 1872 mining law, which was passed in 1872 as a way for the federal government to raise quick funds to pay for the Civil War debt by selling cheap mining claims. In 1872, Congress decided that the highest and best use of public land were these mining claims. That includes Native American sacred uses, that includes recreational uses, and in fact, there's case law that case after case, Native people have said this is literally the most sacred place in the world to us, and the federal agencies say, sorry, separation of church and state, we're going to cite our mine, we're going to cite our clear cuts on top of your sacred sites. So that is the kind of the big behemoth that we're always facing here. And what the 1872 General Mining Law also means is that government agencies have no discretion to not issue these permits. If a corporation has a valid mining claim and they submit a permit application that promises to follow the law, the government has to give that permit out. And what that means for legal strategies in places like the Great Basin is that even when we're litigating against these things, when we say we win, typically all that happens is the judge orders that the permit be suspended. The judge points out to the agency and to the corporation how to fix their permit application. The corporation does that, and in a year or two, we're back in the same place, and the mine is going to go in. I bring this up as a lawyer. The question that I often ask myself even is, why do we fight so hard in court if we're not going to stop these things, if we don't have a law that can stop them? And I think that one, we need to get really smart about how we're going to fight these mines. If we want Coreana to grow up in a world in a Nevada that isn't destroyed by things like lithium mines, we're going to have to figure it out, and we're going to have to figure it out quickly. But I do think that legal strategies have a place in forcing these agencies to follow the weak laws that do exist. For some reason, the media loves to talk about lawsuits. I think law is pretty boring, so I don't know why they write all these stories. But you file a lawsuit, all of a sudden the media wants to talk to you. I think Chairman Melendez has learned that. He's been getting a lot of interviews, probably too many, Bethany as well. Sorry. Thacker Pass thanks you, I believe. But I won't go on much longer. Sunday, we can go out and see how beautiful Pihimaha is. We can go out and see just what's at stake. I guess the thing that I would leave you with is it's really great to be here with people that are fighting mines, that care enough. As we all know, this is really hard work, and it's thankless work, and oftentimes we don't win. But the only way we're going to figure out how to win is to get together like this and start talking about it. And if we're going to leave a better world for the people that come after us, these are the kinds of things that we got to do. So thank you for being here, and I look forward to a great conference with everyone.
All right, so that was the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, and we thank you for coming and being in our homelands and sharing all this information. And I'll reintroduce Earl. He's all happy now.
Well, Ebony, thank you for a great presentation, and it's so an honor to be here with you. So let's take about a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back with our Indigenous Caucus plenary. So let's stretch, wake up. All right.
All right, we'll bring that down a little bit. All right, folks, this is Govinda. We are live here in Reno, Nevada. Yeah, maybe let's see, I can use, I could turn the camera on me if you want to see. I wonder, yeah, since that went off. Let's see here. Video capture device 2. And maybe we can find somebody to talk to real quick. And let's see what we got here. Okay. So we're going to say okay. Oh, I see. All I have to do is minimize that. And we're going to bring ourselves up a little bit bigger. So we're using OBS here. And I'm hoping to see if I can snag somebody while I'm sitting here to check in with while we're taking a break. I don't know who that's going to be. Everybody's walking away. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to play some more of the interviews that we had from yesterday, and then we'll go from there. You're listening to Indigenous Rising Media, Indigenous Rising Radio, live here at the Western Mining Action Network event, which is a compilation of, there must be, there are 150 folks here or so from all over the planet, as everyone is being impacted by resource extraction of one kind or another. Let me minimize this screen here so we don't embarrass anybody out there. You want to come talk to me? Oh, I'm so tired. Yeah, it's usually at this point everybody wants to take a break. Okay. We are going to do that. We're going to play some, yesterday we had interviews or introductions. People were doing introductions. From wherever they were. And I am going to see if I can get this to work. Okay, we're getting closer. It's about to happen. Maybe. Okay, here we go.
Moccasin Telegraph. Right? This is who we are. You know, we've only come to the medicine line. We've only worked from the north. And as we move further south of the medicine line, we're just going to become stronger. This is what we're here for. When we're hearing greenwashing, we're hearing Rio Tinto, Suncor, Esso, you know, all these, 75% of the Canadian mining companies are in Canada. Can you believe that? Vancouver and Toronto is where they're stationed. You know, when people say that you're Canadian, no, we're original. You know, I'm the original. I'm from Treaty 6 territory. Our standing was 1876. My great-grandfather, Mi'kmaq Piscatell, was 21 years old at the signing of Treaty 6, and he tells us stories of what happened when the treaty was signed at Fort Carlton. My home base is, yes, in my wife's territory, because in my area there's 13 tribes around Prince Albert, and we're all closely related. And what residential school took away from us, I'm a residential school survivor. I went 5 years to residential school, which was not good. Original sin, separation of child and parents, is what these Indian policies did. So we're talking socioeconomics. This is Rio Tinto. This is what they're doing right now. They're failing to consult. You know, that first, I want to say UNDRIP, but I'll get a mean look from this lady. She worked hard, United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Peoples. She said, don't call it UNDRIP. They worked too hard. They worked too hard for the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People. Use that, don't use UNDRIP. You know, that first one in our Canadian Parliament died. The Senate killed it on the floor. It didn't pass. That was that first one. Because, why? Because they thought as Indigenous we could veto all mining. But what they did was wrong. The second one coming, the second one here is more stronger than that first one. All right? So remember the old way of consultation, the old Indian Act way? Indian agent, Indian Affairs, they'd phone the band office. Hello, so-and-so there. They didn't even know who the chief or chairman was, right? So what that was, consultation. Doesn't work like that anymore. Nope, no way. become stronger. Like my wife said, as indigenous nations, what if we came together like this, right? Not the Medicine Line, but as Turtle Island. Because my good friend Earl and I, we've had discussions many years. When this began, we forgot, our elders, we're dealing with Rio Tinto right now. In my back 40, we can throw a rock right in between their man camp. This man camp will be 1,100 beds. We have 13 First Nations. How many Native women do you think are going to be involved with this? How many of our women are we going to lose because of this man camp, right? Big issue, man camps, all right? Let's not forget that. So Rio Tinto. Who else is Rio Tinto? Copper mine, diamond mine. We have 2 creeks on the Saskatchewan River. One is Pehonan. This is Peho. In my language, it's wait here. My ancestors used to trade at the mouth of this Peho. It drained into the Saskatchewan River. This is where we did our trading. I mean, we used to get ripped off. But they found arrowheads here that were 6,000 years old. Broken sweat rocks. So our ancestors did everything in such a good way. Now they're going to have 2 open pit mines, 30-plus year mine life. And how are they going to put that back together? They say, "Oh, Russ, when we leave, it's going to be more beautiful." Good luck with that. And then, it's disgusting. One of the creeks, it's called English Creek. Our ancestors say the dinosaurs used to drink from this water. That's how old the water is. Old water, right? And they're going to dewater that, right? To take the diamonds out of the ground. We're not going to have that creek anymore. They're going to dewater it. And that's going to be used as what we call acid wash. They use it, to wash the rock, to get the diamond out, the kimberlite, right? I mean, it's going to be so nasty. And, we have sweats along our Saskatchewan River on both sides. We are the Saskatchewan River Cree. We are the first tribe on the Saskatchewan River. Directly west of us, we have the South Saskatchewan River and the North Saskatchewan that come together at a fork. And then we become the Saskatchewan River. We're the first nation of Cree. And what we've been doing this past while is we've been having our ceremonies. We forgot to pray for Mimikwasu, our sacred little people. These are the people that we all forgot to say we're sorry. We need your help. We need your help now more than ever, right? We're talking about social issues. We're talking about the social impacts of these mining. My wife's reserve at Hobima with all the oil and gas that was promised to these people on a reserve. I mean, we're talking poverty, right? It's easy to go into a very weak community who are so poor and say, listen, we're going to drill well. We're going to give you a little, 1% of the oil. We're going to make you guys rich. How many of those people are going to say, let's do this? Right? We're seeing it right now in North Dakota. We're seeing it, 3 affiliated tribes. How many of you been to how many of you have seen the flaring in North Dakota? It's crazy, 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 crazy. So, you know what? Let's go home. Let's continue this moccasin telegraph, as we call it, all right? Let's be strong. Can you imagine if we all, again, can you imagine, Earl, if we all come together, did this in a good way, how powerful we can be, right? We can get more money together. We get, we're attacking the wrong people. Let's start attacking those investors. Let's Let's start demanding we sit with those investors that invest in Rio Tinto, right? Who invest in this mine that's going to be happening here, right? It's not the mining companies, the investors are going to get rich over this. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Gaten Hayes John. I'm currently 16. I live in the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, and I'm a part of Unity. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Justin Moody. I'm 16, going on to be 17 soon. I'm a part of Unity here in Reno Sparks Indian Colony, and my mom runs Unity, so it's special to be here.
Afternoon, everybody. My name is Benjamin Sarawap. I'm part of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony tribe, and I'm part of Unity as well, and I'm thankful to be here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sophie Sam Gonzalez. I'm Payu and Washo from the RSIC, and I'm also part of Unity, and I'm the secretary. I'm thankful to be here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jenna Moody. I am a part of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. I am also part of the youth group for Reno Sparks Indian Colony, and I'm the president. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Hama na Rabanigo Minania, na Reno Sparks Indian Colony, na Kuyui Tekara. Hello, everybody. My name is Robin Eagle, and I currently serve as the Reno Sparks Indian Colony Tribal Council Treasurer, and I wear two hats. I am also a descendant from the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe, but one of my biggest accomplishments is running the Youth Mentor Program, which is in charge of the United National Intertribal Youth Unity Group. We are the largest chapter here in Northern Nevada, and we now have 5 chapters in Nevada. So congratulate them because they brought in additional groups and youth to sit at the table. I just want to thank you guys all for coming here, and I'm so proud that we got to host it this year, and thankful to Michonne and the Cultural Committee because they do a lot of work to put the youth at the table. And one of our major things that we talk about all the time is if you're not at the table, then you're on the menu. And I want one day for them to be sitting here in positions and upholding their obligation to take care of our people and our land and our water and our, especially our elders and our animals and the people that can't speak for themselves. But today, I'm very, very proud because yesterday I had no voice. This morning I woke up and able to introduce myself to you, to welcome you here to our native lands, to appreciate all the hard work that you put in. Grandma Janice stood up today and talked about being on the Cultural Committee, but Grandma Janice is also part of our Unity intergenerational programming. So she travels with the youth to and from long journeys sometimes that we just get in our vans and put on turkey sandwiches together and go. But I'm very, very proud.
Okay, we're going to slide that down just a little bit. That was some of the interviews that we were recording yesterday out at Hungry Valley. And people were introducing themselves as some of the folks that were coming to the Western Mining Action Network Conference. And we have with us in our studio.
Our awesome studio.
Our awesome studio. You want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Yeah. My name is Talia Boyd. I am Torich Eatney, Tohe Glini Bashichin, Ashche Edeshache do Trabahan Deshanella, Akut Adena Esanchla, Natna Georgia Eshahawan, Twenhes Deze Nasha. Greetings, relatives. My name is Talia Boyd. I hail from the Navajo Nation, and I'm currently based in New Mexico. And I am the new mining organizer for the Indigenous Environmental Network. Super honored and excited to be working with my tribal nations and learning from all of my relatives It's tremendous, and I'm very passionate about this work. Coming from a frontline community, this is something that I know is life work, and that's what I call it. So thank you, Govinda.
Life work. Well, I'm still trying to. I'm changing the image if I can find it.
Okay.
There we go. So that we have you on screen.
Oh, hey, I wish I was wearing my glasses. It's okay. Hello, everybody.
Yeah, so now we got both of us out here in cyberspace.
Oh, yeah.
I think we do. Yeah, so tell us a little bit about what you're seeing from your perspective of the mining crisis situation conundrum that we're in. I think one of the statements that the lawyer made, we're going to destroy the earth to save it, I thought was a really profound kind of thing with the lithium mine, that somehow by digging up the sacred spaces, places, and so it's a conundrum. It's an issue that Indigenous Environmental Network has adopted, a just transition mechanism policy that is in transition of actually being implemented, because this is all live, folks. People are still needing to work and eat and everything that's going on, and you come into a city like this with cars and traffic and lights, and so what are you seeing from your perspective that's going to help us get a just transition implemented?
Yeah, well, I think first of all, Native peoples need to step into that lead, and we are. A lot of us are stepping into that leadership and taking that space, and educating others on what it means to really incorporate traditional knowledge into our organizing, and how that will help address climate change. And so there's a lot going on within the mining world, and this has been going on for quite some time, right? 1872 mining law is really what allows the floodgates to remain open, and for a lot of our frontline communities to continue to be exploited, right? So those are some of the big pieces that we as frontline communities are aware of, and we're organizing our communities and trying to educate them on what exactly these ancient policies are and how they continue to impact us, and how these oppressive systems have been structured to really keep us down. Those are all a part of those conversations. But what a just transition is for us kind of going back to that lithium and, the quote that the lawyer said, as far as like we are going to destroy our world to save it, and that's very true. With all this lithium mining and rare earth elements and these critical minerals, it requires mining, and it's accelerating the desecration and the destruction of our natural world. And so, and then on top of that, the lithium and all these electric vehicles that they're manufacturing are mostly being made, I believe, in China. And those have to be shipped over here to the States. So that whole process in itself is very carbon intensive, right? And that really is very detrimental to, again, the whole mining arena. So, those are things that people don't talk about. And again, where is this lithium coming from? It's coming from our indigenous communities who have been thrown under the bus repeatedly, for the sake of convenience, really, right? With all the convenient things that we have in our lives today.
Well, I think that part of that is the status quo. Is that
yes.
that we don't have a functioning public transportation system, which is something you would think that would be the very first investment. Would be anyone that's gone to Europe. You can travel all throughout Europe and never get into a car and go everywhere that you want to be. High-speed rail, trains, buses, everything. And here in this country, it's so much more of a third world country than most folks. If you haven't traveled, you might not think so, but you get outside of the U.S. and the U.S. is collapsing pretty quickly. The other issue that comes to my mind, besides strategies, that is that within the leadership of indigenous peoples, we find an incredible array of some tribes that are actually working with the mining industries, and then more traditional things of peoples, and how that whole dichotomy is going on. When we were doing the water symposium, it was interesting to see that some of the tribes had made agreements with the state in reallocating water, but not challenging the mining industries. So how is that working out, or is that something that you see as a role that you're going to be participating in?
Oh yeah, the fact that mining is very water intensive, that goes back to it all the time, especially within our tribal communities. It goes back to indigenous water rights too, right? And that's why Native peoples need to take that lead and step into that leadership and really take back our power when it comes to our water rights.
What is it? The Winters Doctrine.
Yes, that's right. The Winters Doctrine. So there's a lot there too, especially, within a lot of these mining communities, they're mostly in the western states. A lot of the mining that occurs is in the western states, especially for uranium mining, I think predominantly from 14 western states, predominantly from the Four Corners area and Wyoming, right? And also the Black Hills. So all of these places we're all in a drought, and we all depend on our groundwater. We don't have a lot of surface water. And so once our groundwater is contaminated and compromised, there's no way of going back. I always say it's like mixing creamer and water, or creamer and coffee, and then trying to extract it apart at the end.
There you go.
There's just no way to doing it, right? And a lot of these mine companies have also claimed that, we can put the water in the land back to pre-mining conditions, right? And this is what they have repeatedly spewed out to communities over and over for decades. But this has never been done. They have never put the land and the water back to pre-mining conditions. That has not been accomplished. With uranium mining, with coal mining, with all of this different mountaintop removal, yep, all of that, even with oil and gas and the fracking that's occurring. A lot of that, it's all very much water intensive. And so this is why our tribes and this too, like you said earlier, some of our tribes are endorsing mining, right? And they want it there, thinking that it's going to stimulate economy and it's a part of their tribal sovereignty, which it is. But at the same time, we need to recognize what costs these extractive industries are coming in. And a lot of times they came in, like for Navajo, they just came in and started doing exploratory drilling without the consent of our Native peoples, right? And so now they're finally, we're pulling the doors open, and we're forcing the doors open and making them have these conversations with us and saying, hey, wait a minute, you guys never, ever came to us to ask if you could even do this here. And if you did, we would have told you no, of course, which is probably why they never asked. But this is where we go back to free, prior, and informed consent, and the right for Native peoples to say no, and to really even to educate our own tribal decision makers, because sometimes they don't understand how destructive these extractive industries are. They have been lobbied by the mining companies. They've been lobbied by mining representatives, who have time and money to really put time into lobbying our tribal decision makers. And that's why grassroots organizing is so important, because we need our community, who is very much aware of what the issues that are going on in their backyard, in their front yard, to go to their tribal decision makers and really sit them down and have those hard conversations with them and let them know, like, hey, this is the reality and this is the real cost of mining, and it's a boom and bust economy, honestly. It like uranium, when the market goes down, it's a bust and everybody ups and packs away, right? And then too, the man camps that come with all of this, right? There's a lot of violence, the increase in violence in our communities when mines pop up and set up shop, right? And that goes back to not only violence, but the increase of other disparities in our community. So it's
Well, I was just up in BC with the Tiny House Warriors, and they had 14 acres of blueberries and cedar trees that were completely obliterated for 3,000 or 4,000 person man camp. And what was really, because the Tiny House Warriors are like right along the fence of this man camp, and it's kind of some of the worst parts of redneck weirdness that you could ever exactly
no.
It gives you chills when you drive up and they all come out of the gate, you know. It's sort of like mad dogs, you know, kind of so I can appreciate that component as well. Besides, and I think the analogy of creamer and coffee is absolutely right on in terms of mixing these kind of chemicals and proprietary. That's the other thing. They mix these chemicals that nobody knows even what they are.
Exactly. Like for fracking, I think they use over 90 something different toxic chemicals to really, push this, all these chemicals into the ground to fracture the shell.
And
underneath.
dissolve things, and then you have blowouts and bust and...
Yeah, and then there's plumes of our groundwater getting contaminated through the fracking, and then they're also pulling up radioactive contaminants too when they're fracking. So there's a lot of radioactive waste that's also going into when they're fracking, they're unearthing all of these different elements. Oops, are they starting it?
No.
We're going to do over in this room tomorrow morning.
We're going
to have volunteered to be part of that. That's great. We need as many people as possible. As I said before, the journalists are not getting the message, and we need to give them the message directly especially from those who are affected and working with directly affected communities. So at dinner time, those of you that have already, I've got names of a number of people, but that far table over there, on the first row on the far table, I'd like everyone who's going to be involved in the media roundtable to have dinner there at that table so we can talk, and we don't have to talk at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay?
So I guess we're gonna go over there. It's gonna be an early morning. It looks like, and we gotta set all this stuff up.
Oh dang!
Thank you. Dinner tonight, yeah, because tomorrow's the roundtable at 6:30.
Yeah, that's super early, 6:30.
Yeah, depending on how late everything goes. Yesterday, being way out in the Hungary Valley, by the time I got back, I just went to bed. It was like I was exhausted.
Me too.
Women of Reno Sparks Indian Colony.
Oh, cool.
All right. So I'm going to do a presentation.
Well, it
here,
looks like we're going to fade out. So thank you so much for joining us. This is the Western Mining Action Network Conference 2022, and we're going to go back to our main
street here with an exhibit that they have
stage.
And the staff, as we're
If we
doing
can
all
find
of that
them.
for an hour or so, we'll be setting up dinner, and then there'll be a movie later at 7 o'clock. So that's the rest of the agenda. In your packets, you have the Declaration of the Indigenous Caucus. And rather than present the declaration, we're going to have a living declaration by going to the exhibit. And that's what it's all about. And so what I want to do is introduce elements of the declaration and the supplement to the declaration, which is the Indigenous Caucus Action Plan. Easy for me to say. And It also comes out of our strategic plan, and you see all of that in that. I just pulled that out and made this into a PowerPoint, which is our action plan for the Indigenous Caucus. And I'm going to explain it in my own way through our site in Oklahoma. Start that out. Kind of explains the background for the whole thing. Start off with introducing you to my friend Bear. That picture was taken by my cell phone when he was only 6 feet away, full-grown black bear in Vermont. He didn't like that I took his picture. We got angry there for a little bit. He yelled at me, stomped his foot. You got really mad. But then we reconciled and everything was okay. And now we're friends. So in Oklahoma, we have the Tri-State Mining District, 2,500 square miles of abandoned lead and zinc mines. And those mines started in the 1850s in Missouri and Kansas. And then in 1887, the Department of Interior, with an act of Congress in 1887, allowed for the mining of indigenous lands in Oklahoma, which was then Indian Territory. And there, in Ottawa County, the easternmost county of Oklahoma, it wasn't a county then, it was Indian Territory. We have 10 tribes located, and those are the tribes. You see the two big rivers, the Spring River and the Neosho River, come together and form Grand River. Right where they come together is the start of Grand Lake, which was created by a hydro dam in 1940. That lake is our drinking water lake. The entire 2,500 square miles drains into Grand Lake. So the lake is contaminated, the fish are contaminated, and now the EPA has determined all those little blue lines, all those streams in that county are contaminated. And so the fish are contaminated, the riparian area is contaminated, the floodplains are contaminated. We've done extensive studies of the plants that grow along the streams and in the floodplains, and they're not safe. So to pick the wild strawberries, to pick the onions, the carrots, the wild carrots, to pick the buckbrush to make baskets and bring that home. Unsafe. Can't even bring it into the house. None of the foods growing wild out there are safe to eat on any level at all. So the tribes cannot practice their culture. This is what it looks like in the Tar Creek Superfund site, which is the Oklahoma portion of the Tri-State Mining District. Chat piles 200 feet tall all across the surface, flotation ponds. It's what it looks like after a rain. Fills up with rain and then drains down Tar Creek. So Tar Creek is orange all the way down to the Neosho River, and then it drains down into Grand Lake. It's orange because of iron in the water and the heavy metals, and oxidizes and turns to rust, turns orange. When the mine water first surfaced in 1979, it killed all the fish. So it was a massive fish kill lining the banks all the way down. And it's been that way ever since. So in the creek itself, there aren't any fish. 1.5 million gallons of mine water per day runs down this stream since 1979 when the mine water surfaced. So every 2 days, 3 million gallons. That's the equivalent of the Animas River spill, the Gold King mine in Colorado that everyone got so upset about. That entire spill was 3 million gallons when it was stopped and cleaned up. Every 2 days since 1979, we get 3 million gallons to this very day. That's mining. The mining companies that did this are gone. ASARCO, you've heard that name, eh? Blue Tea, Goldfields, Eagle Pitcher, they all, when they were finally nailed for this, just went to Chapter 11, put an asterisk by their name, and they're out mining everywhere else now. So pennies on the dollar, didn't scratch the surface for the cleanup. It's all Superfund. Superfund is bankrupt. So who cleans it up? We do, the taxpayer. So here we are today, and as you saw with the Thacker Pass presentations, we're in a rush to mine over rare earths. They call them rare earths. That's a way of making the rush to mine something real. Lithium, cobalt, copper, nickel, and others for wind, solar, and battery storage. But if they're dependent upon mining, then how can you call it renewable? Because ultimately these metals will run out, so they're not renewable. 2050 for some of them, their prediction will play out. Further, I went to Wall Street and I looked it up. I saw the report of the mining companies themselves. 10% of our greenhouse gases come from the actual mining operations. And they even said in the report that doesn't include transportation and milling. And they predicted that when you add all that up, it's 26% of our greenhouse gases altogether are from the mining operations and the transportation and the milling. So if that's true, then how can we mine our way out of climate change? 70 to 90% of these minerals are on indigenous lands in Turtle Island and around the world. So the Indigenous Caucus, in our declaration, you'll see, is calling for the right to say no to mining. Why? Well, because free, prior, and informed consent does not include the right to say no. As is practiced in the U.S., that is, in Canada, consent means yes. Free, prior, and informed can be a letter or a phone call. They just have to say, well, we contacted the tribe. And so that's the reports that we're hearing from a lot of the tribes about free, prior, and informed. And consent, well, you can get attorneys and go to court and try to say no. So we see that our governments of Canada and the U.S. are being lobbied hard for mining. And so what we'd like to propose is that the infrastructure bill that was recently passed with all the funding for mass transit, conservation, the Defense Production Act, with all the subsidies for the mining companies, more corporate welfare like we've been giving to the petroleum industries for decades. Why do we need to do that? Instead, why can't we put that money into conservation with the goal of reducing by 50% the greenhouse gases that we're producing within 10 years, using that funding for energy efficiency, for energy use reduction, for mass transit, both rural and urban. Let's put our focus on our greenhouse gas goals instead of mining. How long would it take to discover the ore, to mine the ore, to process the ore, once you, and also to get the permits? How long does all of that take? 10 years, 15 years for all the ore that they're going to need? It's predicted by the UN that within 8 to 10 years we could be blowing past 1.5 C. If it takes that long just to get the mines processed and up and running and get the ore to the processors, would it not be too late? If instead we focused on our greenhouse gas goals with energy efficiency, energy use reduction, mass transit, with the focus on reducing by 50% within that time frame, let the mining companies take care of themselves. Then we could be focused on what we need to be focused on, and that's protecting our peoples, protecting our earth, focused on our greenhouse gas goals. In addition, we've been looking at our partners in Europe, for example, who have discovered that recycling and remanufacturing, recovering the metals from products, recycling the metals and minerals from what's already been mined, can recover 25 to 50% of these materials that we need for solar, wind, and battery storage. The EU is already passing a law to create this industry, the recycling and remanufacturing industry, with this goal. They predicted that within 15 years they could begin recovering this much of the metal, 25 to 50% of what they need. Why can't we do that here in North America? These industries, both conservation and what we call what we call the circular economy, would create jobs. So by creating these jobs, then we're creating a more just transition for workers and for indigenous peoples by reducing the need for mines. I would also add the idea of a super fund for workers, taking at first government subsidies to get displaced workers and companies in the mining and petroleum industry set out to clean up the U.S. and Canada, plug orphan wells, clean up waste pits, clean up old refineries, clean up mine sites, putting them to work, cleaning up the U.S. and Canada, creating more jobs. And so through all of this, then we end up with a more just transition for workers, a more just transition for indigenous peoples, reducing the need for mines. And so this is a proposal you'll find in our supplement to the declaration and in our declaration. And so I just wanted to leave you with that. I want to turn it over to Mishan. And we'll be organizing rides over to the Reno Sparks Indian Colony exhibit. They can only take a few people at a time and then bring them back in the shuttles. We'll be doing this. You don't? Okay. Then I'll leave it with Mishan to explain how we're going to do this. So we have about an hour and a half to do this while the staff is preparing for dinner. And then we can come back and have dinner. And then after that, then we have our movie. We'll leave any.
Oh, thank you, Earl. Thank you. That was good. Thank you, Earl. I'm sorry. I'm always up here at the microphone. I'm full of myself. I love my hair. Sorry. Sorry about that. Anyway, I'm kind of excited, you know, when we decided to co-host and the Tribal Council supported co-hosting WMAN. I was sitting around with our assistant, Sierra, and a museum lady from Sparks, and they're like, oh, what exhibit are you going to do? So our dream as the Reno Sparks Indian Colony is to have a cultural center, a Great Basin Native American Cultural Center, be operating here in Reno. We need one because we don't have one, and we have problems, as you know, with some of the Nevada State museums. They like to hoard. And so so we were sitting around a couple months ago and thought, oh, what do you want to do? And I go, well, let's do a mining exhibit. We have 3 months. And you know what? It just came together, and we would be so honored if we all walked over. My office is like 3.5 blocks, and we can go in 30 at a time. And it's a super good exhibit. The chairman came through. It's a little radical, I thought, but we have Mary Gibson. Mary, please say hello to everybody. Just raise your hand. Mary is a Western Shoshone fighter, and she's the niece of the Dance Sisters, and she came and brought her Dance Sisters items, and they're in our exhibit. And we also worked with the University of Nevada, Reno's Keck environmental mining exhibit, and they loaned us some really old mining. We're not glorifying mining, but we want to show the 1872 mining law. When they established that law, they had picks and axes and shovels. And what do they use today? Not picks and axes and shovels. They have blowing up the earth, these big giant tractors and bulldozers, and we're showing that, and we're showing the effects. And you will see we named it the Wounded Souls, extractions on people and land. And we'd really love it if we all walked over. You'll get to see the freeway. You could stop by Walmart on your way back. And then that gets us out of here, because they kind of want us out of here to set up for dinner. We can all meet up. We can just start booking now, and I know you guys have to walk upstairs to get into the bus. You guys will walk to Starbucks, but we're going to go out by the valet. We're going to walk down, and we will be on sidewalks, and then you come into our res. And you'll get to see our Tribal Historic Office building and our small exhibit, and you will walk away really loving it. And we did this for you guys, and I'm hoping you join us. So, Sayoka? Oh, we have a van. It'll seat 5. Okay. She'll keep going. So 5, we can walk, or you can take the van as well. And so we'll walk over. And so that van will sit 5. Oh, and actually Unity right here, Robin, our tribal council member, she also has a van. So we'll all be out here, and then the rest of us can walk. It's 3.5 if I can do it, because those vans, they're made for 15 regular people, so that really means 5 Indians. I'm just kidding. You guys all look good. So please join us, okay? We're excited to show you. And so right now I'm just going to grab my stuff, and then we'll just walk over. Who wants to walk? 3. Yeah, I love it. Woo! Okay, picture us rolling. I talk so crazy.
All right, folks. Well, it looks like there's going to be a break in the action for a bit, and unless we find somebody else to talk to, we're gonna let it go. But hopefully you're listening to the WMAN 2022 conference in Reno, Nevada. For more information, you can go to wman-info.org. And I'm going to minimize
Also,
this.
anybody can, it's 98 Colony Road, because you can you can drive over if you'd like. 98 Colony Road, Colony Road, Reno, 89502.
But I might
98 Colony Road. It's a little rock building. You're coming to a historic building on the National Register. Will's favorite thing. Yeah.
All right. Well, there was one person I was looking to snag. Okay. Well, okay, so we're going to go back to listening to some of the introductions from yesterday's event in Hungry Valley. And then when the things come back to life here, or unless we find somebody to interview, you're listening to Indigenous Environmental Network, Indigenous Rising Radio, live in Reno, Nevada at the Western Mining Action Network conference that is happening with about 150 participants from around the planet that are local communities impacted by resource extraction, and developing strategies and understanding coalitions, networking, and developing a mechanism for what is just transition. So with that said, let's see if we can find where we left off. Okay, here we go.
It's a life-taking issue for everybody, no matter where we live. Lithium, we're already running out of lithium all over the world, and now it's going to be here because of batteries. Because this country, this world made it an issue, made it a need for all of us to have something that we really do not need. It's crazy. He's saying, yeah, we're here to ban mining, but here we are on our phones. We're driving, we're using oil. Everything that's destroying us, we're using. When is it going to all end? Our need is going to end pretty soon. Maybe in our generation. What are we going to do when we have no phones, no TVs, no PlayStation, no Xbox? What then? Where are we going? To the next planet? Keep in mind what we are here for. It's a life-taking issue all over the world. And we're here fighting it. And I'm glad to see everybody here together, banding together to stop something that's killing our people. Because the people that are making profit, making money off of these don't care about us. We're still that Indian that's in the way. And we need to be in the way to slow down progress of whatever they're trying to do, whatever need, whatever profit. They make all the money. And here we are struggling. Rich people aren't here. Where are the billionaires here?
Where are the billionaires
They're driving
here?
a
Well,
Lamborghini.
maybe we got one of them right here with us. Maybe you could introduce yourself for folks that aren't familiar with your voice.
Hi, folks. My name is Ian Bigley. I'm from Reno, Nevada on Washoe and Paiute lands, and I am not the billionaire. I think you make a lot more money building mines than stopping them. But I grew up in Nevada, so in that way have grown up with mines all around me, and grew up a product of our education system, which just celebrated it. And it was like the only reason you can exist. You have to thank the old mine barons. And it wasn't until later that I realized, well, all of those streams are still contaminated with mercury, and all of these issues are still here. And that brought me to the work that I'm doing now, working with Earthworks as their Southwest region organizer. So in that capacity, I help support communities when they reach out to Earthworks with anything from networking. Do you need to find a hydrologist? Oh, hey, there's this community in this other state. They're fighting the same company. It'd be great for y'all to talk. To helping support on strategy or getting in touch with media, really whatever those folks need.
So, how would folks get in touch with Earthworks? I'm not familiar with the program.
Yeah, a good starting place would be our website, earthworks.org, and there is like the general email and phone number contact information there. We do both work on mining issues as well as trying to stop oil and gas extraction.
So, what are some of the events? Do you have any events scheduled in the near future?
Fortunately not too near. This was the big event with W-Man for us in this moment.
All right. Well, this is really a really positive thing to happen. It's wonderful to see so many people from all over the planet.
It's really inspiring. I think, one thing oftentimes in mine fights, it can start to feel really lonely. I think it's a tactic that the corporations do to try to isolate people and make people feel powerless. And even in movement spaces, a lot of the folks who would call themselves environmentalists aren't at this conference, and they don't know the impacts of mining. And there's a huge issue right now with the energy transition of, everyone turning a blind eye to it. I hear all the time folks who are green energy advocates and climate change advocates say you have to crack a few eggs to make an omelet, which is horrifying to hear, because you go out to these communities, you meet people, these aren't eggs, these are humans, and these are communities. And I don't think those people who are lobbying in DC to fast track these mines could sit down and look these people in the face and say, I'm willing to sacrifice you.
Well, and understanding the plumes, the movement, the fact that the mines, break through the water tables and de-water all the springs from hundreds of miles away, and then you have what are they call it, the proprietary chemicals that they mix that nobody knows about. That's pretty weird.
Oh, it's terrifying. With the watering, we have a lot of dewatering on mines here in Nevada, and it may look really dry, but we have a carbonate rock aquifer that's really porous. So right under the surface, it's a giant ocean across all of Nevada with lots of groundwater, and oftentimes people will call that fossil water, because that water got there a long, long time ago. And once you bring it out, it's not going back to be the same. There is no remediation.
Well, a great example, the woman I just spoke with a little bit ago said an example would be your creamer and coffee. Try separating the creamer from the coffee once you've mixed it.
Oh, yeah. It's another one I've heard is try putting the toothpaste back in the bottle.
Yeah. So at any rate, the conundrum, environmental disasters everywhere, fires, floods, hurricanes, deforestation of, looks like I got a auto power off on I'm about to lose my video. I don't know why that is. My battery must be about dead.
Oh.
So we'll just have to get another one. There's always something to do with all this craziness.
I know.
One of those.
It's nothing near what you have, but I'll play around with recording music with myself sometimes, and
we'll just let the no signal thing run while it is. We'll let the camera die.
Sounds good. I'm not too pretty anyways.
Well, we'll go back to our image here. Yeah, so how do we what is the strategy of your group when we're looking at just transition, recognizing that we're in this really crazy space where, the coal thing, at some point, when they kicked Nord Stream 2 and they blew that up, the thought was, okay, here's a chance for Germany to really go alternative energy. But part of the problem is that we want to maintain this lifestyle.
Yeah.
And so how do we get people to understand that we need to back off on our energy consumption while we move forward in quality of life?
That is a really important part of this. The approach that Earthworks has, as far as, solution-oriented approaches, is really a circular economy approach, which is a two-prong approach. Oftentimes you'll immediately think of the reuse and recycling, which is really important. And that has to do with luxury too. Like, for example, it's really hard to recycle a lithium battery. Part of the reason is we're not designing them for reuse, we're designing for energy density, because everybody wants their sports car and their truck. So that's what's being prioritized for profits. However, the second prong to circular economy is reduction of demand. We can't expect to keep using the same amount of energy that we have, and that's something that we can do a lot better on.
So explain circular economy for folks that are just listening to this, aren't familiar with what's going on, because I think that's a foundational concept that will get a lot more traction as we approach the sixth mass extinction in process.
So it's in contrast to a linear economy, which we currently have. So if nothing changes, and if they were to, if they win the lawsuit and they open up that Thacker Pass mine at Pahimaha, what happens then is they mine lithium at Thacker Pass, they pull it out of the ground, then the material is going to go all the way across the ocean to be processed into battery components. And then it comes all the way back here to Reno to go to the Panasonic factory to be made into a battery. It goes into a Tesla car. That lasts for about 10 years in a Tesla car. They talk some about kind of secondary uses where, spent batteries, but in general, it's going to go back into the ground. So a line from point A to point B, from the ground back into the ground, from something healthy to a hazardous waste landfill. And that's what we currently have. A circular economy would start with, material that we've already extracted, to really work to minimize needs. So that's, once again, the two-prong comes in really important here, because we're not just going to recycle our way out, we also have to reduce the demand. Because those demand projections you see just assume an exponentially growing economy. And with the circular economy, there would be requirements that this lithium material, it never ends up in a hazardous waste landfill. Starting with the material that's already out of the ground, any material that's being used has to have a plan to be reused. So it kind of closes the circle. It doesn't go from the ground to a dump.
Right. So nuclear waste is probably a great example, because there hasn't been 1 gram of waste, of the thousands of tons of waste that has been dealt with.
It's, being someone who grew up in Nevada with Yucca Mountain, that's definitely an issue that I grew up.
960 bombs detonated, or whatever that is.
Oh yeah, it's like close to 1,000. It's I've heard it put that the sovereign Western Shoshone Nation is the most nuclearly bombed nation on Earth.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty horrendous. So once again, website?
Earthworks.org.
And your name?
And my name is Ian Bigley.
And what would you leave with the people in terms of just transition and what they can do? How would you inspire folks to embrace a dying culture? And how do we emerge from this Titanic as it's going down, so to speak?
That is a big thing, jumping on the spot, but as far as like leaving with something inspirational, I think it can feel overwhelming in this work a lot. And some days you wake up and you feel like it just can't happen. There's too much bad everywhere you look. There's toxic mess, and they keep doing it. And one thing that helps me is like remembering the lesson, good begets bad, that when I feel really upset about some injustice that's happening, the only reason that I can feel bad is because I'm capable of imagining or remembering having experienced something equally good, and it's evidence that that good exists. So if I didn't have that good experience as well, I'd look at the bad thing and it'd be neutral. I'd just say, oh, that's just the way it is. So that's one thing that kind of helps me.
So dealing with apathy.
Dealing with apathy and remembering that, I guess too, in the work of fighting mines, I spend so much of my time looking into like the darkness, into the really bad stuff. So having to be intentional in remembering those good things too.
Right, because I think that's part of the thing with anyone that's doing social justice work is your mental health.
It is important.
and that's one of the things I've always loved about working with Indigenous grandmothers, because they're always laughing.
And they're good at that. It's not, I would say it's not quite so good in nonprofit spaces. We go to workshops that take up lunch periods to learn about self-care rather than caring about ourselves.
All right. Well, hey, thank you so much for joining us here in the W-Man event, and look forward to seeing you in the next couple days.
Sounds great. It's an absolute pleasure, Govinda.
All right. Thanks. All right, folks, you are listening to the Western Mining Action Network event that's happening here in Reno, Nevada. And we're going to go back to some of the introductions from the participants that are attending this event. And thank you so much for listening. You can find more information at wman-info.org, and also check out Indigenous Environmental Network, IENearth.org, and earthcycles.net. And as we do that, here we go back to introductions from yesterday. Thank you so much. Here we go.
He speaks very little, but when he does, it's pretty profound. So I'm at awe here. I come from a community called the Redwater Pond Road, and we deal with uranium issues. This community is on the Navajo Nation, and on the Navajo Nation, we are dealing with over 500 abandoned uranium mines. And so in 1979, July of 1979, in our community, the Church Rock Mills tailing spill happened, where 94 million gallons of toxic waste spilled into the arroyo and flowed over 100 miles into what is now Sanders, Arizona, and probably further. There is some speculation that it went into the Little Colorado River as well. And so that one spill impacted that many communities along the way. So that's over 100 miles. And so our community sits in half a mile radius of 3 Superfund sites, and they're all uranium issues. There is the Northeast Church Rock Mine, the Quivira Mine, used to be Kerr-McGee, and the United Nuclear Corporation, which is now owned by GE. And so currently we fought off a proposed repository site that is supposed to be directly, basically across the street from the already area of United Nuclear. And so they want to move the waste from here to basically across where you can still see it. It's still within the community. And that waste is the proposed measurement of 1.1 million cubic yards of waste. And so we fought that off as a community because we stated before, right from the beginning, that the community wanted the waste out of the community. And for them to just say that it's either this or nothing at all. And when I say they, I mean the US EPA, the Navajo EPA, all the responsible parties that have put us in this situation where it has impacted our health, our mental health, our spiritual health, and even just being able to practice our own cultural significance, our old traditions, things like that. We can't even get our own herbs near our homes any longer because of that uranium contamination. And before I was born, I didn't even know what was going on. And when I was a kid, there was no fencing, nothing like that, no warning signs, things like that. So the children of my generation were crossing these different imaginary lines onto different people's property, not knowing that we're crossing over into uranium impacted areas and possibly radiating ourselves. And so I'm lucky that I'm still here, and we've had some of my cousins are no longer here, and some of them have been suffering for years of different kinds of physical issues, and a lot of it is coming back with mental issues as well, disparities, disenfranchisement, things like that. It's occurring in all our communities, and we see it. And we will always want to blame somebody, something, but this is where we need to actually understand that, yeah, there is somebody to blame, and it's usually that extractive industry that has brought those disparities into our communities. And so we, as a community, are trying to hold these people, these entities responsible. And so that's what our fight is for in our community. Thank you.
Yat-e. Good afternoon. My name is Edith Hood. I am also from the Redwater Pond area community. And we finally organized ourselves into a community in 2007, I believe. Back in the 1960s, as I remember, I was a child herding sheep out in the meadow, and the exploratory drilling started coming in, and at the time, I really did not know what was going on. And sometimes I wonder if my grandparents knew what was going to happen. And then the mining industry started setting up by the end of the 1960s, putting a shaft up on the south side of our community, and then another one on the north side of the community. And later they decided to put their mill site about a mile down the road here. So when they talk about cleaning up the waste piles, the contamination, EPA only wants to take it a mile down the road. And this is along a highway. But when we started working with EPA, they asked us what we wanted to happen. And we just keep telling them we want it out of here. We want it off Indian country. How many times are we going to tell you no? Take it off, take it away. So right now we're still talking with the NRC, and we're still working with EPA. And we keep having meetings with them. Something new comes up. So the issue there was that they wanted to take it down a mile down, but we told them again, no, you take it out of here. And that stopped it again. So there's been so many times we've met with these people, mostly by the month. So nothing has happened. It's on hold again. So what she was talking about, this is my niece, about the 1979 spill. Like she said, there was contaminated waste going down 100 miles down the river. Nothing has really been studied along that route. So back in 2003, there was a project called the Church Rock Uranium Monitoring Project that was being done with an outside company from Albuquerque. And I just happened to hear this on the radio, that something was being done here. And my cousin and I decided that we were going to take part in this sampling. So we went back down as far away from like maybe 7 miles down the road, and from there we started sampling with a company from Las Vegas, Nevada, I believe. We went all the way back up into where we live. But as they got closer to the house past that dam spill site, the numbers started to rise. This is in the ditch, the arroyo. But they kept coming up, and right in the middle of where we all live, there's a little ditch coming off the bigger ditch. the needles started jumping off everywhere. As I remember at that time, they dug at least 30 feet of sand to stop the numbers from going up. So they had to clean up that area, and there's some homes on the south side, and around those homes, there was numbers jumping off the chart. But when they went to clean it up, they only took 6 inches of sand. And at that time, the question was, why are you cleaning this now when there's a bigger cleanup hopefully coming down the line? So at that time, you're going to recontaminate the area. But it was done in that fashion. And so we even had the roadway where the uranium was being hauled off from the mine. And that road was like a canyon. When they started digging up all that sand that was accumulating up to the highway. And we all had to leave the community, go live in a hotel somewhere. But it's good that the federal government paid the expense there. So now we're still waiting for the bigger cleanup, which is not being talked about right now. But we keep pushing to have it cleaned. And so for me, I worked at the mine itself, not knowing that soon that I would be sick. I worked at the mine for 6 years. 20 years later, I had, what's that blood cancer called? Lymphoma. And I did go through the treatments. It's still affecting me. So when my immune system was down, you guys all know shingles, right? That attacked me. I'm still like suffering from that, but I keep going. And so when I read back a lot of times, I guess what baffled me one day was that, let me see, I have it written here. The Navajo tribe leased lands to mining companies with no consent forms from the families like you were all talking about, depleting water supplies. And the companies said Federal Water Protection Control Act did not apply to mining and maintained that indigenous lands were not subject to environmental protection, is what I read. And they also did not comply with the clean water regulations until the 1980s, when everything else was already contaminated. So, but I'm glad to be here. I'm glad for all of you taking care of Mother Earth. And sometimes it's just a wish that younger people would be more active in these places, for the future generation. So when they talk about taking it away, we tell them to take it off the land, and there were some options that were given to us. Shall we just leave it there? Or shall we leave it there and put concrete and all that around it? Take it down to the 1 mile mark down here? Or take it away? So we keep telling them, take it away from here. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Yat Shea Talia Boyd and Shia, Torich Eatney and Shle, Toy Glini Bushes Chin, Ashcha Edishache do Trabahadashanella, Akut Adina Esanshle, not Georgia Asia Hawan. Greetings, relatives. Thank you for welcoming us to your beautiful homelands. I too am very emotional just from hearing everybody's stories, and from my elder Edith. I have a very soft spot for her. But I've been doing this work for a while now, and right now I'm the mining organizer for the Indigenous Environmental Network, and Nevada is the #1 mining state in the US, if folks didn't know, so it's very much inundated with mining. These mines have always promised to put our lands and our water back to pre-mining conditions. This has never been accomplished, and that's something that we need to recognize. I know this gentleman earlier mentioned he wasn't sure what the pros and cons were of mining. You know, that's one of the big ones, is that none of our land or our water has been put back to pre-mining conditions. So that's a big red flag right there. You know, our native peoples, we're very much on the front lines, like you all mentioned. But this is why it's important for us to lead and to step into our leadership, because our land doesn't speak English, and it doesn't recognize the English language. Our land needs our indigenous love, it needs our indigenous languages, and that's why I'm so happy to be here with you all. You're wonderful leaders in your own communities in your own right, unspoken heroes, and I commend you all for your great work. You know, there's a lot of communities here that I have worked with in the past, like the White Mesa Ute Mountain Ute community, the Redwater Pond Road community, and like my relatives mentioned earlier, the White Mesa Mill is the last operating conventional uranium mill in the country, and it sits right on top of a massive aquifer, which is called the Navajo Aquifer. And if that aquifer is compromised, it supports the tribal communities of the Ute Mountain Ute, Navajo, Hopi, and other non-tribal communities surrounding our territories. So there's going to be a lot of consequences from that mine, from that mill. It's a uranium mill. So that's something that I've worked on in the past, and then my relatives here in Redwater Pond Road. And then on Navajo Nation, we have over 520 abandoned uranium mines, complements of the Cold War and the Manhattan Project, and the military-industrial complex. And as a lot of you have mentioned, we don't recognize the geopolitical boundaries that the US government and our colonizers have put upon us. And so again, this is why it's really important for our Native leaders to step into our leadership and to take that space and speak very clearly and very loudly about the issues that we are very passionate about. And excuse me, I wanted to introduce my son too. This is Otis Henry Boyd. I try to bring him with me as much as I can. He's Diné, he's also Pasquayaki and Mexican and Afro-Indigenous as well. So he comes from a long multicultural lineage as well. But you know, I do it for the kids. I think we all do. I'm also a grandmother. I have 2 grandchildren, my nephew's kids. And so I fight the good fight for them and for all of you. And I'm really, again, very happy to be here. And one more thing, you know, mining is very water intensive. It's very carbon intensive. And that's something that we also need to recognize. You know, in the Southwest, we don't have a lot of surface water. What we have is our groundwater. And once that's compromised, well, then we can't go back. There's no going back there. So, you know, there's a lot of communities that are impacted. I was recently at the Midnight Mine up in Spokane Res, and that was a former uranium mine that's also contaminating their homelands. You know, the Black Hills have also been inundated with uranium mining. The Grand Canyon, our Havasupai relatives, are also dealing with uranium mining on Red Butte. So a lot of our relatives across Turtle Island are fighting every day for our homelands and our sacred spaces. So again, I just want to thank you all and continue to do the great work.
Yate Shay Yahay Kathleen Sosi Ayin Sha Aro Topanch no Jose Tachini Bashin Kia Ane Dashache Marishkini Dashanali that Yisanashane Yak Abijinas Lata Holiada Eyanasha. My name is Kathleen Sosi, my government name, and I'm originally from Cove, Arizona, which is in the Four Corners, which is Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado. So I'm very blessed to be here. It's been many years since I've been active dealing with environmental issues, but off and on, I've been working with my own committee back home, speaking out on behalf of the uranium. And my role model right now, I wear two hats. I'm one of the Navajo Nation elective leader also as a school board member, and I sit on the Neb Alcott School Board Organization as an executive board. So I always bring up the issue on environmental also because on our reservation on the Navajo Nation, we deal with the water a lot in different schools throughout the Navajo Reservation. As you all know, my brothers and sisters are here and they're talking about the water. Water is life. And so in the past, I live in an area where we were very impacted with the uranium because that's where a lot of the mines was, the uranium mine, and it's known throughout the United States because we've been advocating. I've worked with people from Boston, Doug Berge, and we had developed some film and books along the way, and also from people from India. So we did a documentary on that also. So I recently got back on, which is like very recently in August. So I went to a uranium meeting, and I think some of you know my cousin brother, Philip Harrison, who is affiliated with RECA and also Post 71. So, so with that being said, in 1984, my father was diagnosed with cancer, and also an uncle and two uncles and my dad. They all died within 9 months, so from cancer. So since 1985, at the time I was living in Wyoming, I would help my brother. So the other thing too, so when I moved back to my reservation, I helped along the way with fundraising and stuff like that, but I wasn't really active the way I'm going to be again. So in 1995, I started working with Eastern Navajo Diné against uranium mining in Crown Point, New Mexico for about 6.5 years. And through that program, like Edith mentioned here, we work with NRC and also the US EPA and the Navajo EPA and the Navajo Nation, and collaboration with other entities like Sayokla. At the time, she was with the IEN, so we were able to collaborate with the environmental justice in Washington, D.C., and across the Navajo Nation. And so some of you, I finally remembered who's who, and some of you are new to me. I am also on my name tag it says Kathleen Sosi, downwind victim. So I'm a cancer survivor, and I wanted to know where the bombing was at in Nevada. So I'm a downwind victim. So my father was a uranium miner. I'm a downwind victim. I'm a breast cancer survivor, and I still fight side effects from it, like Edith said. I just finished my, I had my cancer in 2007, and to this day, I finally finished my laser treatment on my feet. So those are one of the side effects from it. So I deal with that, and even when the weather's coming like overcast, I just have to put up my hand like 3 or 4 days ahead, and I said, it's going to rain, it's going to snow. So my kids always say, Mom, is it going to rain or snow? Oh, I don't feel anything. But anyway, so right now, like I said, I got back on and I went to the meeting. My brother Phil Harrison told me, come and join us, sister. So on the Downwind Committee, so I said, and then other committee members said, come on, join the force with us again. So I finally agreed. So I took a long break because, like I said, I am a breast cancer survivor. And so I got back on, but not too long after that, my brother told me to join the Frontline Community Group, which is a person from Montana, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, and Guam. And those are the people that I collaborate with, and they collaborate with congressional people and also the President of the United States and the Vice President. So that's the other thing. I guess I got 3 hats down. So the mine started in 1942 out in Cove, Arizona, and finally stopped in 1967. And after it was closed, they started doing air quality sample, groundwater, and also the livestock, and also contaminated homes. So, and then a lot of our community had health issues. So, like I said, there's a lot of people that are, to this day, they're suffering from cancer with all this impact that has put upon on the reservation. So, and there's our school, I'm also a school board member out in my area, Cove Day School. So out in Cove Day School, we've been getting, we advocated for a new school, and it was approved, and yet they put a stop to it. The reason why is because there was 3 areas, small areas, I mean, just this small area right here. One of our facility person went to the former uranium where the company had their, I guess when they were, I guess you call it a loading stock of uranium where the trucks stop, and he went on that side of the hill and he brought some dirt for landscaping. So our school was shut down because of that. And we contacted the US EPA and the Navajo EPA. To this day, you see a yellow ribbon around it, and there's only 3 areas right in front of the school by the entrance, and one on the playground and one on the other side of the building. So that's what's stopping us now. The US EPA came out before, the Navajo EPA came out before, but it's just a roller coaster because the BIA is not doing anything right now. So, and we submitted so many resolutions over and over. That's what we're doing at Cove Day School. So I know the organization here, we've always collaborated with one another and supporting one another in these efforts. So hopefully we continue to do this. And then we have a lawsuit post 71 RECA and downwind compensation. So right now, the Frontline Community Group, we're trying to advocate for more compensation for our people. But what is so weird is because of the 9/11 people, they were already compensated. So many thousands and thousands of dollars, and yet the downwinders, we only getting 50,000. And comparing to them, what's the difference? They got theirs already, and we haven't even got ours. Our people haven't been compensated. So those are some of the things that we're doing, and we're advocating on that. And right now, my next door neighbor, Rat Valley, Arizona. The water is mixed with oil, and it's coming down from the mountain. There's an oil company there, and I reported that back, I don't know how many years ago, in 2001, and they still haven't done anything. And just recently, probably like a month and a half ago, that's when they discovered that oil again in our water. So, and I think the best thing to do is to stay in contact with the grassroots, which is our people. So, and I always say I speak for the ones that can't speak for themselves, which is our little ones, because we're talking about their future. I see my grandkids, my little baby grandson, 2 years old, and I think about his future, and I get teared up, and just thinking about how his future is going to be. So this is why we're all here together as one. It's because of them. And I just wanted to say thank you for being here and supporting one another and your community, how much you love this Mother Earth. And with our prayers, we continue to go on. I'm very thankful that I am a survivor. So it's so good to see you, Sayokla, my sister. So I just wanted to say that. God bless you all.
Wow, what a testimony. Would everybody take a deep breath and let it out? My name is Frances Shaw. I am with Michonne Aben's program. I am one of the members of the Tri-Basin Culture Committee. I always forget that. But she worked for the historical projects of a preservation office for our Reno Sparks Indian Colony. And yeah, and I'm also a former First Lady of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, as my husband was the tribal chairman at one time before Arlen. Anyway, it's my age shows it. Okay. I don't know anything about mining. I want to tell you that. And I never was really interested in mining. My father mined gold mining, by the pan and the water whenever he could. Anyway, what I'm really interested in is the solution to this problem that I'm hearing all the testimonies from this intelligent, wonderful group of people. We need to know what to do about it. And what I recommend highly is that somehow we get a task force together or some kind of a committee together from this group, even from this group, because what are you? We're national, from Canada, from the United States. Get these people together. We all have, you have strong testimonies, strong justifications for change. And what we have to do is go back to the main law that was passed a long time ago in the 1700s. I heard that from my table this morning. Some men were sitting at my table, and I know nothing about mining, but they mentioned the law of mining was developed by the Pope of the Catholic Church. And that got my interest up because I have a problem with the Pope of a different country. Why should he have the say in what Americans do? What do they have to say about our native people here? I'm flabbergasted. I don't know about you, but I think we need to have a change. We need to have somebody talk up. We need to have a force the committee to go forward and make changes with this law. The law needs to be changed because it's affecting our Indian people, or actually all people. It's affecting our water, our air, even our land and our food. I don't know. I don't know how to start the program. I just know that we need to get together and discuss changes. And I think that's one of the strong reasons why you're here, is to start this. I've always been a fire under something I believe in, and I recommend that we strongly do something about this because it's hurting too many of our people. This whole community, every one of us has something to say, and it hurts to see people getting cancer, getting all kinds of diseases from the problems, from mining, from greed, actually, from greed, from Indians or from the community, for the people who are doing the companies. I'm not a speaker. I'm not a public speaker. That's for sure. You can understand that in my talk. But I have a strong will, and I think that something should be done. And I think we are the focus group to do that. And I bid you farewell. Thank you.
Yate. Hello, good afternoon. She'e Twodich Eatni Nishle, Tena Bithni Bashishtin, Kia Ani Dashiche, Tohaglini Dashanala. Uranium issues do nuclear issues ba nashnish, Berdid la Sinildishagan, Ado Tehoto Dance Nasha, Shema A. Lena Jean Morgan will ya, Nadishki's Dan, Ado Shije, James Morgan will ya, Glodit Dan. I'm from northwestern New Mexico. My name is Leona Morgan, and I worked on a lot of these uranium issues that you just heard about. I helped INDOM, which Kathleen spoke about, to stop a uranium mine, an in situ leach uranium mine. So all the stuff that we're dealing with is conventional mining from the mine and the mill. And we didn't ever have the in situ. I know Tanya might talk about the in situ leach uranium mining. So we were able to prevent that. So it's possible to stop mining projects. It's possible to win. I'm going to be honest, because I was the co-chair of WMAN for a few years, and I was the rep for the Indigenous Caucus for several years. So I don't know if this is the right place for us to gather and unite. But because every time we gather, we barely have time to get through introductions. So I don't know what's a good way to use this space productively. Maybe we figure it out. But I don't really work on uranium right now. I do work on watchdogging a mine at the Grand Canyon, the mines on Mount Taylor, which is our sacred mountain, and then the cleanup in Edith's community. Right now, my focus is nuclear stuff, so the high-level radioactive waste from nuclear power plants, and then also some of the new nuclear projects in New Mexico, because all of that is from uranium. So I don't work on mining right now per se, but I'm working more on nuclear waste stuff, and I am in graduate school.
Wait, Travis Martin Squawks, Kamloops, just Kamloops, Shakwat Muguluch. I am from Kamloops, BC, British Columbia, Canada, or otherwise known as Kamloops, BC. And some of y'all went over 2 minutes, but that's good. That's good. I'm a member of the IC. Every time I come out of a session like this, I feel lifted up and I don't feel alone. Tamiuk Yakminma, I am a Territorial Environmental Protection Manager in Yakminma, Land and Water Steward Protector in my region, Ancestral Territory. I am not the Queen's Good Indian. I am not the King's Good Indian. I am not Canada's Good Indian. And sometimes I am not my own Chief and Council's Good Indian. My position has me doing various defenses and protection of those that cannot speak on behalf of humans. So a lot of microorganisms, water, of course, our ancestors within the water and the land, four-legged, the swimmers, the flyers. With that, I have my teachings to back up our shchkwe, our ancestral laws, to help back up my defenses. And I thought I'd throw a good note out there of some wins. Usually every 6 years I get a win. And just lately, I guess last year, about 6 years ago, I did a little doodle like I've been doing here and drew a tombstone and wrote consultation on it. And I wanted to see the end of consultation, like our mission statement states that consultation is not consent. So I took Ministry of Energy and Mines through the CN Rail system to the Supreme Court regarding consultation. They expected me to take larger mines we have in our territory to things like this. We have copper gold mines in our territory, one so big that you can fit 20 pyramids upside down inside of it. So you can see these things from space right in our territory. It's pretty significant. Nonetheless, this is a ballast quarry. You know all the crushed rock underneath a railway? It's that, and it's right next to our salmon river. So I started recording and engaging with them in their consultation game and started playing the same games they play with us. I know you're all used to those games. Those ridiculous little responses that they fire back in their consultation package, etc. I started doing the same. But in the end, in the Supreme Court, after 12 days, long, grueling days, the court did agree that consultation was failed and that the consultation process in Canada and British Columbia is failed. So, yeah, that was a good win. Just a few pieces for that. Keep a war chest. You know, save, have some money set aside for that. That's what I call a full quiver. Going to war, you want a full quiver. Don't fire all your arrows at once. Just keep them steady and straight, hit your targets right. That's part of your war chest. Sometimes you got to use their stupid system, their legal system. But it doesn't always have to be their way. Like we did that presentation in Kamloops for shutting down the Ajax mine. And we did it with the reference of our ancient stories of the water people in aquifers. My geohydrologist is an Aztec Indian from South America. And I asked him one day, I said, hey, what do you think humanity's knowledge of groundwater is on a scale of 1 to 10? And he's like, not even close to 1, like 0.3 or something like that. And it's true, right? Groundwater, it's significant. But in our ancient stories of the life of water and what we call our Kamuk Etkwa, the water people, is what we use to defend the sacred waters of Pipsil, which we presented in Kamloops, and shut down that Ajax project through various other ways. Nonetheless, the last piece of advice I'd say is don't have any calls behind closed doors. Bring a recorder to every meeting that you have with them. Get them on record. Use it against them. Aishchuk, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tanya Stans. Tokiagla Hunimi Imachapcha. I just want to say I'm just really grateful to be here and to see each and every one of you here opposing the mining in your area. And I really do love hearing all your stories and sharing your struggles and your challenges and your wins and your successes. So thank you for bringing that to the table. And I think one point that I exceptionally like is when we come together to protect our aquifers. So a lot of that stuff was in the treaties, and it says headwaters. From the headwaters out, we have rights on those waters. So I guess I've been doing this for over 10 years. I'm from Oglala, South Dakota, and I'm on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. And we have Cheyenne River, which we call the Good River. And then we have those headwaters come out of Wyoming. And then over here we have White River and Little White River south of Pine Ridge. And then the Little White River comes out and it goes into Rosebud. And so when you think about my people, we're called Sioux, right? But we're really P'teh Oyate. So that's what I want to say is, we're P'teh Oyate Pde meaning buffalo. And then you guys all saw Dances with Wolves, and it says, how does he do that? Tatonka. But in Lakota, you say Pde. It's a 3-letter word, P-T-E, Pde. And that means buffalo. And so our prophet, I do this work because it's in our prophecy. It was instructed to us to do this. And so we have this big gap, this big canyon from here to there, where we have our prophecies and our cultural and our sacred sites. And then somewhere in the middle, it's not connected to the other side. So you see a lot of, back home, a lot of practitioners and a lot of people doing our ceremonial ways. We're very rich in that way. But yet, when it comes to our rites, we're really behind the times where I come from. And so, and it's really a strange, weird way of water protection, because, you know, we were really great at, the Keystone Pipeline, the big KXL, and then, of course, NODAPA. Everybody knows Standing Rock from that, and we were protecting the Missouri River. We get our water piped in from the Missouri River, and that was enforcing our water rights. But lo and behold, everything coming out of the Black Hills in these aquifers that are named in Lakota, these aquifers are coming out, and they've been mining gold, you know, since Custer Day, and so those are still there. And right now there's one super fund, and this just kind of got me mad, because when they do these permit processes, they try to exclude us or run over our rights and not give us our right to say, to consent. They take that from us, and they manipulate that and twist it and turn it and whatever they want to do. But what the reality is, we have rights, you know, and so in our prophecy, we know that this big monster has lots of weaponry, one of the biggest ones in the world. So we know what we're fighting, but in that prophecy, they knew that too, and our ancestors told us that we're going to win this because we fight with black and white. That's their law that they made. Now let's apply it to us. So they conflict themselves, and it's going to flip on them. So each and every one of you hold a place in that, you know, wherever you come from. So with that being said, but back to what we fight, this is what I keep forgetting to talk about, because it goes into all the cultural teachings and the ceremonial use. And I always bring this up no matter where I go, because it's very important. We already have a Supreme Court ruling on ceremonial use. And thank you to the Isla del Pueblo and the Pueblos for standing up for us, because that's a Supreme Court ruling on ceremonial use. Now, if we could only use our tribes and, you know, all the people to come back and apply that. That's the catch. So what we back home do is try to do camps and bring them back off res, because our people are really, again, strong and rich in our culture on the res, but when it comes to applying it to the Black Hills, they don't necessarily do that. So we're trying to revive that way of life. So we try to go out and camp and take our children to headwaters, you know, and do prayers there, where the people of the sacred white buffalo calf and the bundo, we're the bundo keepers of that. And that's the specific instruction they told us, was just to practice those 7 sacred rites, and it's supposed to carry us through time immemorial. So you can see how those rites, which are ceremonies, so each one of us go through our life and we practice them or support them. And there's women ceremonies in there, men ceremonies, babies, elders. It's so beautiful. But we have yet to take it off res and put it on sacred sites. But so back home we've been fighting gold since Custer days. We've been fighting uranium, which is a radioactive element, and it breaks down into these other elements, which, you know, we either ingest through air or the dirt. And then the big thing is what we cover, you know, with governmental law. They do NEPA in the United States and all these other things to protect us, but yet we have yet to apply this ceremonial use, which is that if if you don't know this, look it up. It's the Browner versus City of Albuquerque. So when you apply that ceremonial use, either, I know it's crazy how they refer to our artifacts and our graves like they're really old, but we're still practicing, so we're not a dead culture. So it's very relevant. But anyway, we fight gold, lithium. The lithium mines are coming, the uranium, and then the rare earth is coming. So all this new gold green, again, it's all gonna be impacted by us, you know. So then what, in the Black Hills, there's a lot of other people, so it also affects them. So anyway, yeah, so there's like a lot of projects going on back home in the Black Hills, and coming down our way. We also, the Black Hills are in Wyoming, up here towards Montana, going into North Dakota, South Dakota, and then Nebraska. And we run around the whole Black Hills to honor that prophecy that, you know, of the great race around the Black Hills. And so with natural science, or with science, they tell us that we come from Homo sapiens and we come from Africa, but we're the people that we know we come from Buffalo. And so that's why we call ourselves Buffalo Nation, but it's P're Oyate, because the people, there could be many nations, but this one covers all those nations, because so in that great race, we won around the Black Hills with the Magpie. We have this obligation and duty to protect those waters and all those silent relatives, and to protect our ceremonies. So that's the basic obligation and duty that I fulfill, and it comes into this Y-Man. And the history that I guess, you know, part of it is that they were gonna open that uranium mine on a pre-construction permit. And so old age or new era is they mine aquifers. And then they're sick science, you know. When you get into water rights, you understand state permit water rights. And that's who decides for us. This water management board decides our rights for us on how we're gonna use that water and if it's good enough or not. So see, then these people that sit on that board, all white males in South Dakota, you know, of course, you know, Republican state, you know, so they decide that for us, but our tribes have yet to, you know, move in that direction and see this ceremonial use being applied. So again, that's the basic of the work that I do to try to protect our lands and our people from, you know, the gold, the uranium, the, what do you call it? Now they're coming for our lithium and rare earth. And we have the first, they call it acid leach uranium mine. And what I learned about that is it's like fermenting. It's always gonna ferment acid, radioactive uranium acid. And it's just gonna keep, and how do they do that, right? And it's just gonna keep coming out of the aquifer like that. And that's at the little headwaters, or at the headwaters of the Little Missouri River, which is right by what they now call Devil's Tower. I just go on and on, I'm sorry. Lots of projects going on, so anyway, we're gonna be coming out with our website pretty soon, so I really look forward to that, because that I wanna, you know, connect with others that battle lithium, battle gold, battle uranium, you know, battle rare earth mining. You know, there's so much things that we can help each other learn and bring each other up so we can protect our children and our future way of life. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Steve Nighthawk. I'm a tribal member, also a member of our cultural committee. For those of you who are not from here, welcome to our homeland. Over the years, I've been involved in 2 or 3 mines, stopping mines, as well as pipelines. We can do it. Let's share and work together. And if I may, it's been estimated the last 10 years, almost 1,000 Native people have been murdered and disappeared for doing the kind of work we're doing here today. So in a good way, a moment of silence for them, I hope.
Hello, my name's Sierra Rambo. I'm a tribal member here at the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. I also work in the Cultural Resources Department with Michonne Eben. I'm happy for you all to be here, and I hope to learn a lot from you. Thank you.
Let me finish this up. There's still more people to speak. So, Faith, you haven't spoken yet, right? Did you want to speak, brother? I gotta go. Oh, okay.
I was trying to hide. Good afternoon. I'm Faith Gimmel. I'm Netzaiwichin, Pitt River, and Wintu. I was raised in Bushreich O, Arctic Village, Alaska. And I just want to thank our host community for allowing us to be here on your land. It's been a long day. I'm here representing an organization we created in Alaska called Red Oil, Resisting Environmental Destruction on Indigenous Lands. We created this organization about 20 years ago to face down multinational oil companies and mining companies in Alaska. Back in the 70s, when oil was discovered in Prudhoe Bay, the feds and the multinationals aligned themselves to create an act in Alaska to clear the way for the Trans-Alaska Pipeline, the TAPS, and I wanted to touch on that after listening to everybody today. The Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act that was created was an act that basically was a theft of our lands. It was an act to assimilate Alaska Natives, an act to divide and conquer us, and the final nail in the coffin that they were planning was terminate us as tribes in Alaska. By that act, what they did was they took our ancestral homelands from the tribes and gave it to newly created for-profit Native corporations that they created. And what ended up happening is the legacy of that is we have Native corporations in Alaska that partner with the oil companies or the mining companies. So in Alaska, when we're fighting on these issues for our homelands, we're not only facing down the feds, the multinationals, the state of Alaska, we're fighting our own Native corporations. And it's just something that in Alaska we have to deal with, and it's my dream that our younger generation in the future takes down that act, because the US government looks at that and tries to replicate it in other territories in the US and around the world where there's minerals or oil, energy. But I'm just glad to be here today, listening to everything. I really strongly support a just transition, decolonizing ourselves, going back to natural law, and standing strong. You see how big this circle is? This is hard to break, and we can overcome as long as we keep standing up and facing them down and teach our children how to go back to the land, heal our minds, fix ourselves, fix our minds. I believe we have the power to do it. Thank you very much.
Is there another one? Oh, okay. Anybody else that hasn't introduced themselves yet, come forward so we can get to you.
All right, can everybody see me? Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Welcome here, and a lot of good words, have been spoken here this afternoon. Let me introduce myself. My name is Little Buck Harjo. I'm Paiute Shoshone from Reno Sparks Indian Colony. Some of you are saying Harjo, Paiute Shoshone. You have another Harjo over here saying, what are they doing here in Nevada? I guess there were some Paiute women who really dug those Creek and Seminole men back in Oklahoma. So, we got a lot of Harjos here, in northern Nevada. But again, hearing each and every one of you share your words, your experiences, your expertise in what you do, your education, where you live, where you're from. A lot of these places I would like to go. I want to say hi to the young men from Green Bay, one of my best friends, my brother, the late Charlie Hill. We lived together for several years in California. And I miss him. I miss his words, his comedy. But we spent many nights playing chess. I don't know if you know this story about Charlie, but he wanted to be a chess player, so he taught me how to play chess. And I became good at it, and I think he was sorry he taught me about it. Because we would spend the entire nights, from Friday afternoon to Monday morning, game after game after game after game. He got tired of hearing me saying, checkmate. He'd just say, one more game. One more game. But one more game turned into like a dozen games, so it was a marathon weekend. Floyd Westerman, one of his songs I really enjoyed. How many people remember or hear of Floyd Westerman and still listen to his songs? That's how old I am. One of them is, I told them not to dig for gold. For if they dig the gold, the eagle would die. It's true. And then if the eagle would die, and then it moves on into, I told them not to dig for uranium, for if they dig for the uranium, the children would die. And the song goes on and on and on. It says, then if the children would die, there would be nobody here to protect the land or take care of the land. It's true. I get very emotional when, I hear people speak. I'm a water protector, land protector. I spent many months at Standing Rock defending the water, as did, a lot of other people there. Also a photographer. I'm a public relations assistant here at Reno Sparks Indian Colony. I work with my boss standing over here, so I better talk good. But anyway, mining, it's a big issue. It's been an issue amongst our people for generations. Since that lost, I don't know if he was Italian or Portuguese or whatever, but they had to get that guy that was lost out there in the Atlantic. Ever since he came to this part of the world, it's something that we've had to deal with. And for us to deal with it, we have to go through so much to have our voices heard. But then I don't even think they really hear us or understand us, who we are as a people and our connection to the land, to Mother Earth. Our bodies are sacred. Our life is sacred. We're connected to the earth. As I said, my body is sacred. Mother Earth is sacred. Every element in the earth is a vital organ for her existence, as we have the organs within our body for our existence. If we take a certain organ out of our body becomes imbalanced. We become unhealthy. We become weak. We become ill. We become sick. And then we are no longer. And that's how I see Mother Earth. She is alive. She has the strength of beauty and power. She gives us life and medicine and food. For many generations since the beginning of time. But if we take those elements away and out of Mother Earth, she will become imbalanced. We can see today how the weather is. Rains are pouring down more than heavier than ever. There are more floods than there's ever been. There's the earthquakes all over the world that are much stronger than ever before. I used to hear my teachers tell me about this moment, that when these earth forces become so strong, that the earth is going to change. I mean, I want to share everything that I heard, but I don't want to take your time for it, because there's so much to go on yet today. But I think you all know what I'm trying to say, and you might have heard it before. Again, I want to say hello to the Dene Nation over here. I spent quite a few years in northeastern Arizona fighting Peabody Coal for what they did in northeastern Arizona, in the Big Mountain area. And what that Public Law 93531, the Relocation Act, 92,000 families, relocated forcibly. And I was there for many of those years trying to assist with the resistance there. Now I want to go to Pahimaha and do the same thing and protect the land, protect our people, to keep that lithium in the ground, to restore and to maintain that beauty that's there. I've been up to Thacker Pass. It's one of the most beautiful places in the world that I've been to, other than Lake Tahoe and Hungry Valley and northeastern Arizona. I mean, there's a lot of places that has so much beauty, and that I keep those memories in my heart, and it keeps me strong, keeps me moving, and keeps me going forward. I think that's one of the reasons why I became a photographer, because I wanted to remember those moments in these places that I've been to. And I want to remember all these friends. I don't want to say friends, but relations. We all know what relations are, because we had many relations throughout Turtle Island, and in the places we travel and the people that we meet, is that we become so bonded together. Again, I say welcome, thank you, and I hope you enjoy yourselves here.
Pijamu inumero yana mega tubi way bitusi. Dogishapa subaki jiadwana. Eshi pijamu mimanum kuyaho numi babitusi kuyuho no kosohima meduquin. Welcome to our land, our sacred places here, the earth. Tipia Mindominonani, we call it our mother. Busy, Tipizi. I am very thankful to be here to listen and hear all these things. I was invited by the people here at the colony where I once lived also. I'm Paiute and Lummi. I'm from Pyramid Lake, a small town called Wadsworth, to the east of here. Michonne invited me and Bethany, and I appreciate listening, and it's heartbreaking. Also, I wanted to say that Bucky mentioned a man from Green Bay. I know a couple there. Now, the name just flies out of my head. But this is all very heavy on our hearts, what has happened to our country, this hemisphere, from so many years back. And we are still going through heartbreaks. When we come from Wadsworth to Reno, we see all kinds of things going on in the hills, places being dug, new places being built, and it hurts. It's heartbreaking. I live right along the Truckee River. Our waters, as I was growing up, used to be, our rivers were so full and clean, and now we only see a trickle going past our home, flowing into our sacred Pyramid Lake. So these things are very hurtful, but you are all standing together. Sumu Yusunumu. Together, as Mrs. Burns says, together you will achieve what you are striving for. And many prayers in the morning is helpful for our Creator to hear our prayers and being helpful to us. So welcome to our country here, our land, our sacred places, and I appreciate having been asked to be here, invited to be here to listen to you. I think that this is a good thing. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll take a break. We're going to do elections while we eat. We have to. We're running out of time, right? Okay, so, whoops. That was our introductions, and such an honor. So thank you for that. And our food is going to be coming out. The food is ready, and it's going to be a real treat. Believe me, you're going to be surprised. And so I have some things to say. For the next hour, maybe 2 hours, I'm still your chair, unless you re-elect me. And I want to address something that was said over here by one of our brothers about mining, and that we may still need mining for some things. And I don't disagree with that necessarily. What comes with the right to say no to mining is the right to say yes, okay? But what we have right now is only yes. What we don't have is the right to say no. And so in 2018 or 2019 in Quapaw, we wrote our declaration and we demanded the right to be able to say no to mining, which right now we do not have. The free, prior, and informed consent only gives us the right to say yes, they're coming onto our lands. We do not have the right to say no. And so we've developed this stance, and we also put with that our alternatives that we're offering, which is, as I spelled out earlier, conservation, circular economy, Superfund for workers. Do these things instead, and we'll see whether or not we need more mining. And so that has been the offer. We heard that in Oklahoma. We heard that in Wisconsin in 2021. This has become our platform. And so we also heard that doing all these rounds of introductions does not help us develop our action. Well, we have developed our action. You heard our action platform. And we have our strategic plan that was developed in 2021, and that was presented here just a while ago. And so the rest of our WMAN conference, you're going to see workshops, you're going to see our plenary tomorrow, and this will be represented again to the whole WMAN in our Indigenous Caucus plenary tomorrow after Anaconda tour. And we're going to present to WMAN our Right to Say No campaign. And then it'll be again in a workshop on Saturday where we'll actually talk about our allies in developing this campaign. We are becoming action-oriented. We have our strategic plan. We have our coordinator. And after this conference, all of our monthly calls are going to be about our 2022-23 action, which is our Right to Say No campaign, moving forward. And so we are moving forward, and we are bringing in our allies, Earthworks, MineWatch Canada, Waterkeeper Alliance, Indigenous Environmental Network, allies in Europe, Africa, Australia have all wanted to come in and ally with us in a campaign like this. They were just waiting for us to get started. They're waiting for us to say, yes, we will endorse this. The Indigenous Caucus wants this. This is what we are after. And our allies, we are ready to launch this campaign. And so this conference is the launch. If you are willing, if you are ready to stand up and the Right to Say No campaign with all the rest of it and build this movement, build this campaign with our allies and face off with these governments, the Biden administration, Trudeau, Europe, and say, stop the rush to mining. Let's do this instead and see how many mines we actually really need in the end, and we can achieve our climate goals by doing it this way instead of the other way. So this is the action plan. And if you're willing and ready, then this is the launch. And so we can now be action-oriented. We have now built the Indigenous Caucus to this point. And so this is what I have to say. We'll leave it.
And we're going to leave that right there. You are listening to Indigenous Environmental Network presentation of the Western Mining Action Network mobilization, a global connection with folks from everywhere. that are being impacted by resource extraction. And right now we're having dinner, and I'm going to play a piece from the Water Symposium that was recorded in June of this year. And we'll be back with more presentations from the event here as we go. If I can figure out how to make this happen. Here we go.
You are listening to the Indigenous Environmental Network. Today we are going to be with Mona Palaka. Mona is a Havasupai Hopi Tewa elder. She is the chair of the International Council of the 13 Indigenous Grandmothers, which is a global alliance to bring prayer, education, and healing for Mother Earth and for all her inhabitants. Mona is a representative of the Indigenous World Forum on Water and Peace, a coalition of Indigenous leaders, organizations, and others who wish to protect the water for future generations. Hi, Mona. Can you tell us where we are today and what is taking place?
We're in the southwest on the Gila River Indian Community Territory. I've organized a symposium to create a dialogue on solutions to water challenges that are defined by Indigenous nations. Water rights and the sacred responsibilities of Indigenous people to protect water for all of life and develop a bridge of understanding of traditional or cultural orientation into proposals, policy, and management with our current water challenges. All over the world, Indigenous people like us are faced with challenges about their water. This symposium is addressing the current crisis of water shortage, in particular the Colorado River, and then to lift up traditional cultural practices and beliefs, which are our ethics.
Thank you, Mona, for that description. We are now going to go into the Indigenous Water Ethics Symposium, taking place June 20th to 21st, 2022, in Gila River Territory, and listen to the dialogue with Mona Palaka facilitating.
And now I'm going to go ahead and ask our Executive Director of the Indigenous Environmental Network, Tom Goldtooth, to say a few words to you. Thank you.
Tom Goldtooth is my name, and I'm the Executive Director of the Indigenous Environmental Network. When I consult with our traditional peoples, they said that's our inherent relationships we have with life, and our inherent relationships with nature, our inherent relationships with the water. What is that relationship we have with water? What are those teachings? That's our traditional indigenous knowledge, that relationship with the river, the springs, the groundwater, the rain. So we know what that is. That's our ethics. That's our frameworks of our ethics. So that's what we want to talk about from your perspective. How do you protect an issue that is a water protection issue under domestic law, under state law, and the politics with the cities, the politics of people that feel they want and need fossil fuels, and all that carved into one. We are very young in this initiative, establishing the fundamental ethical principles of managing water, traditional knowledge of water. Very important for us in our formation as an indigenous network of people that have come together. We haven't come up with an official narrative for the work that we want to do around this. We do all agree with people we have consulted with, both elected tribal leaders, tribal water program coordinators and directors, traditional peoples, grassroots tribal members, a number of people about water. And I think everyone is very concerned about it, and they're looking at climate change. It's a reality. Our network is grassroots. What does that mean here? We are tribal members, and we will defend our sovereignty. But we know also that there are also challenges and differences in policy from grassroots to elected leadership. So there's history there too. So we're here in a positive, in a healing, in a good way to have a discussion around water.
I'd like to thank you all for coming, joining us here today. My name is Mona Palaka, and this is a small group, and it's purposely done this way. We wanted to keep our group small so we could have dialogue and be able to share honestly, openly, in a good way. I'd like to go ahead and turn it over to our good relative here from Gila River.
Governor Stephen Rowe Lewis of the Gila River Indian Community. I just wanted to talk a little bit about what we're going through here on the ground here in the Gila River Indian Community and this whole region. The community, our Arizona Water Settlement Act of 2004, that was the largest at that time, the largest water settlement act, not only in Indian country, but in the United States. We're in, as you know, the worst drought in over 1,200 years. Was termed as a mega drought that's going on here in the Southwest, here in Arizona. So for the community, we have two sources of water. We have what's called our main stem water. Our main source, of course, is our Curiacama, or the Gila River. But also, our in lieu of water supply comes from the Colorado River. And as you know, the Colorado River, it's over-allocated because of climate change. So we're at a point right now, and you've probably read about this in the news, where the water that brings to the lower basin, to Arizona, the Colorado River, it goes through Lake Mead. And Lake Mead that's where, from the Colorado River, we judge the hydrology levels. So sadly, in the last few years, we've seen dramatic dropping levels of the elevation levels at Lake Mead. And that's concerning because at a point, the federal government, there's mandatory cuts of everyone, both Native American tribes and all of the cities and the states as well, and agricultural interest, development interest, everyone gets cut. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to avoid that. But we're in a very perilous situation right now. And how I see the community and our efforts and how we lead in water is that we have to be the moral conscience, because there is no morality out there having to do with water and having to do with drought and having to make decisions. We have to make sure that our history informs us.
Pitkamadu, Niepamul, Amelia Flores, Makapchadam, Iman Bench, Hipasimul. Good morning, everybody. I'm Amelia Flores. I'm a hobby and from the Colorado River Indian Tribes. I'm also the chairwoman of the tribes. I'm here today to share a little bit about the Colorado River Indian Tribes. We have lands in Arizona and in California. We have decreed water rights where we have over 662 acre feet of water in Arizona and also in California. And even though the U.S. government says you're only entitled to the water, this 662,000 acre feet, and then the water that's in California, you're only entitled to that. But the Colorado River runs through our reservation from our northern boundary line to the end and the southern end of our reservation. That's where our river runs to. So we call it our river, even though we don't really have the water rights that flows to our river. It's only what is diverted onto our lands to use in agriculture or the consumptive use. With the Water Resiliency Act 3308, this act would benefit the tribes. Right now, it sits in the Senate Committee of Indian Affairs until it starts moving, and it could be up to 5 years that this bill can be enacted and passed by Congress. So we're just at the beginning stages. However, this legislation got started about 20 years ago because we do not have the full benefit rights to use our water allocation fully. And that's what this S3308 8 will do for the Colorado River Indian tribes. So what will we benefit if this bill should be introduced and if the tribal council, the leaders can then pursue this and it was approved by the tribal members? We will benefit from financial benefits that leasing the water will provide. We're not selling the water with this bill, we're leasing the water. So from the leasing, our tribal members will profit financially because we do a lot of services for our tribal members. So Colorado River Indian Tribes is just another tool. It's not the solution. This bill is not the solution that's going to save the water in Lake Mead or Lake Powell. It's just one tool in the toolbox that's going to save the river.
Kia, Gamitin, Yamol, Damon Clark, it you see it. Well, you hak scale, itchum, wamu, wak, hak quiva mu, you. It Hangiv, my name's Damon Clark. I'm the chairman of the Wallapai Tribe. I come from Big Sandy area as well as Peach Springs. I'm going to talk to you about General Mining Law of 1872. That was designed to encourage people to colonize and settle the American West, to force out indigenous people who we lived there for thousands of years prior to that time. 150 years since then, it hasn't changed much and continues to prioritize the hard rock mining industry above all other uses and interests, including the rights and perspectives of tribes, and impacts the communities. Down at Choya Ranch, there's a place we call Hakamwe in our language. That means hot water spring. They call it Coffer Hot Springs. Sacred to many tribes, a lot of tribes. We even had medicine men back there living in that area, in the caves. When we are looking at that area, it's very, very sacred. And, you know, from what we understand, they're looking for lithium there, lithium drilling. They've been doing exploratory drilling for the past 5 years there. We've talked to the person in charge of the Hawkstone Mining Company from Australia. We had a meeting with him at Choya Ranch, at Wikiup, with their community. So he talked to the community there. He promised them a brand new school. They promised them a brand new fire station, brand new this, gas station, and brand new this and that. And then the community of Wikiup said, no, you're gonna mess with my water as well. You're gonna take my water away. And we don't have the people there to do this work. Outside people are gonna come in. We know from our looking at mining, it only lasts 20 years, maybe 30. After that, it's gonna be an open pit. They won't clean up. Who's gonna clean up? So we'll just have all that, whatever's left over, going into the waters, if there's any water left. Because lithium mining, from what I read, takes a lot of water. All mining does. The demand for lithium is here and now because you see lithium cars. They run forever. They say, well, you don't need gas. But it's very bad in this area because it's going to take our water. From what I understand, this mining company is not stopping. They're wanting to come in and they want to continue. I hope that we all get together and work to defend, work to renew, and stop this mining to happen, because again, it's going to affect our Coffer Hot Springs Hakamwe.
Silvia Carletta Toulouse exit ge ne chapsu aliu ne Good afternoon. My name is Carletta Toulouse. I'm from the Havasupai tribe. I was born and raised in Supai Canyon. And I'm also half Hopi. I'm from the village of Araibi. I'm also Corn Clan. I'm here with my colleague and relative, Council Member Stuart Chavez. I'll talk about the uranium issue and the work that we're doing to declare the Havasupai tribe's water rights. So Havasupai tribe means people of the blue-green water. You see the Colorado River down on your right-hand side. You have the Grand Canyon National Park, and kind of gives you an idea where my village is, or our village. It says Supai, that's the village right there. And all along these veins of canyons are springs, different springs that have emerged naturally from one of the largest aquifers in Arizona, and that is called the Red Wall Moab Aquifer. So all along here, got a lot of springs. What I was told was Havasu Creek does flow right through the village, but there's water right underneath where the water flows right underneath the village. So what we were told was not to develop as much, because eventually, you know, the earth will seep into the canyon. Different waterfalls we have: Havasu Falls, Mooney Falls, and Navajo Falls. Ever since we were children, we've instilled our children to understand that water is important, and that uranium is a bad thing, and that uranium will kill and will contaminate your water. So a lot of our children are taught at a very young age to understand that their future is on the line of survival. There are about, as of right now, 831 claims. A lot of these claims are from Canada. Some of them are from the United Kingdom, Canada again, some private claims. So you notice here that they're all coming from international companies staking these claims in our backyards. Now in the state of Arizona, you know, there's a big fight over water now, as a lot of you know. And the state of Arizona is asking tribes here in Arizona to give up their first priority right to water. But our thought process is completely different. So I'll kind of end by saying, please support the Havasupai tribe. Grand Canyon Protection Act Bill 387 to ban mining on 1 million acres of the Grand Canyon, to protect for current and future generations watershed, ecosystems, cultural heritage of the Grand Canyon region in the state of Arizona, and for other purposes.
My colonized name is Manuel Pino. Most of you know me as Manny. My real name, Petri, from Acoma Pueblo. So as Pueblo, from Acoma Pueblo in New Mexico, we have a lot in common with our sister tribes here in Arizona. The dry Sonoran Desert, the arid climate, our care and concern for these major tributaries that flow through our land, right? We have been managing these resources from time immemorial, right? Infringed upon by colonial entities like the Spaniards here in the Southwest, who immediately attempted to quantify our water. They established what they called acequia systems in New Mexico and diverted our water for their purposes, their needs. So this has been a struggle since our people got here, right? From the early 1500s to this present day. Much like our presenters from Havasupai, we have had a legacy of uranium mining at both Acoma and Laguna Pueblos, as well as our neighbors to the west on the Dene Nation, the Navajo Nation, where we've also faced similar environmental, health, and economic impacts as a result of uranium mining. We currently have an ongoing lawsuit right now at Acoma and Laguna. It's called Kerr-McGee versus New Mexico. And the litigation in that case began in 1983, and it's still not settled. almost 40 years, right? Going 39 years, and we're still not at a full settlement. And one of the major reasons that we have this ongoing lawsuit is the legacy of uranium mining, which began in the late 1940s with exploratory measures in what is known today as the Grants Mining District. The Grants Mining District was the most intensely mined area in North America from about the early 1950s through the mid-1980s. The Jack Powell mine operated on Laguna Pueblo from 1952 to 1982. It grew to be the largest open pit uranium mine in the world in its life. And as you can see, the village in such close proximity to the largest open pit uranium mine in the world, when the wind would blow from a easterly to westerly direction, it would blow directly right into the village. The mine operations consisted of blasting every day for 30 years. Over 90% of the ore was used for one major purpose. The ore went to the Department of Defense of the United States to make weapons of mass destruction during the Cold War with Russia. When we have our monsoon season and torrential rains, these dry riverbeds can become raging rivers, right? Taking that contamination as far as 225 miles away to the Elephant Butte Reservoir on the Rio Grande. Families of uranium workers lived in mining camps, drank contaminated water. The mining population has known to have almost every form of cancer, from cancer of the brain to cancer of the colon and everything in between. Lung cancer, stomach cancer, pancreatic cancer, and many times it also impacts populations that lived in close proximity to these mines that didn't earn 1 cent from the uranium industry. The four corners, New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, and Colorado, surrounded by all these sources of contamination on the Navajo Nation. These contaminants don't stand still, right? They're spread in the wind. Think about how this wind has been blowing over this spring, right? 50, 60, 70 mile an hour winds blowing those contaminants all over creation, right? These contaminated areas where we go for sacred ceremonies and prayers, where we immerse ourselves into these bodies of water. What's the level of contamination we're exposing ourselves to? There's a lot of reasons we have these health disparities that we live with today, like diabetes. When they cut off our water source and we could no longer grow our traditional foods, what did we become dependent on? Federal food subsidies provided by the federal government, right? Commodities, high in starch, high in sugar, draw a correlation with our susceptibility to these diseases as a population, right? As indigenous people, as native people, that interconnection with water, who we are, the litigation that's so difficult and so long, ongoing. Some of our elders who started with this lawsuit, unfortunately, aren't going to live to see the results. So this inner historical connection, right, of protecting our water, protecting Mother Earth, adhering for the inherent rights of our water and our earth is such a difficult thing to make the non-Indian understand, right? It seems like his ultimate understanding or their ultimate understanding is the almighty dollar.
My name is David Grenfelt. I'm gratified to be here because I think this topic is incredibly important and it offers a way of connecting the best of indigenous water management with the best of conventional Eurocentric water management. I think we need both traditions working together to get through the crisis. I'm going to draw a connection between the activities to reclaim indigenous water sovereignty and what I mean by water ethics. Because in water sovereignty strategies that I've worked on with Mona and Darlene, looking at what have tribes tried, what kind of activities are they engaged in to try to kind of hold on to their current water rights, reclaim lost territories, and just make their hold over their waters effective. And you can roughly see three kinds of strategies. One are the hard action strategies like Standing Rock or other oil protests, oil pipeline protests. An interesting one is land buybacks, where you actually purchase land. And then there are soft actions, education, awareness raising through news articles, journalism, the granting of awards for activists, or place-making activities to draw attention to, a little bit like cultural properties, draw attention to the unseen values of sacred places, sacred waters. And alliance building. What are the tribes trying to do? And they are trying to live their values and ethics. And what are ethics? And my favorite quotation about this is that laws and policies swim on a sea of ethics. That yes, we need laws, but those laws have to be based on something, or they're just irrelevant. And they're based on values and ethics. And that's why legally the tribes have been trampled upon by laws, because those laws weren't rooted in an ethics that's supportive. Ethics is about identifying what is good use of water, identifying it, asking the question, is this a good use of water? There's a long intellectual history of water ethics, where it comes from, but basically it really comes from philosophy in the Western tradition, non-native traditions. Whereas for indigenous peoples, I would say it comes from experience, it comes from tradition, it comes from a place of knowledge.
My name is Persley Ami. I am Hopi Tewa. I'm from the San Clan. So our culture is all about water. When we have our ceremonies, every song is about water. Every dance is for water. Everything that we do goes back to water. Everything revolves around the importance of water. And right now, we are in a drought. Bucky couldn't be here today because he has an obligation. He has to go plant his field. The last couple of years, we have had no crops, no rain, dry farmers, no underground water. We have not had a successful crop for a couple of years. But is that stopping him? No, he's going to go out and plant with the hope that the field will grow, as all the Hopis are doing right now. They're planting their corn, their beans, their squash, their melons, with the hope that it will rain. So it's keeping that belief, that faith, that this will happen. And so, what is your belief about the importance of water? But more important, what is your practice? How do you implement that belief so that it makes people aware that you show people that water is important, that water is sacred, that water is life? How do you show that without having to give them a document?
Skatash, Ani and Chigik, Sher Thomas, Ani Oraka Merad, I'm Chobak. Now come, Keva Amjot, Koma, Chetan, the Koreaka, Majova, then Anijon. Ma, the guy meant the one put to go in your home, What I just said in the people's language is, my name is Sher Thomas. I am Akimerat, I'm Kokapa, Yavapai from Fort McDowell, and a little bit of Navajo, and Hishidan Pipar from Salt River, and a tiny bit of Ankh Akimeroat. I was Miss Gila River when the Arizona Water Rights Settlement Act was signed. So that happened during my reign. When the Gila River got our water rights, that's when I was Miss Gila River. And the year that it was finally enacted, that was when I was Miss Indian Arizona State University. That was several years later. What I want to say is that water rights was the entirety of my childhood. But, you know, when it comes to water rights, I would say that we need to share everything that is okay. We need to be in constant communication with the Creator, with the water itself. We need to ask the water itself for guidance. We need to ask the elders to lead that, because it has to be, you know, all of us together.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Chavez. I am from the Havasupai tribe, one of the Havasupai tribal council members. Water can give or take life. I had a relative who was unfortunately an alcoholic, and the water took her under one day. She was in the river. She said she heard something, and it was talking to her. The water's voice was a man, and it got mad at her. It spoke to her in the language. What's wrong with you? It's not good. Your body just, it doesn't feel good to me. If you want to slowly kill yourself, I can take your life right now. Because it would taking her under the water and it wouldn't let her go. And he said, I'll give you one more chance, but you have to tell me you want to live. She said, yes, I do. And it let her go. Just recently, with all the fires, I've been sitting in Supai. I was down there for a couple weeks. And I was crying because our mountain, Wihakinbacha, Wihaksiava, Wihla, the San Francisco Peaks has so many different names. And unfortunately, to see it smoking and just on fire, this was the warning that the Havasupai people have been giving the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality, lawmakers, the Kaibab National Forest Service. If you don't respect these elements, these natural resources, it's going to come back and it's going to get you. It's going to catch up to you. You don't disrespect these natural resources that are given by Jutta Matkalok, Mother Earth. You don't do that. And it's going to come back. There's natural disasters that are going to happen. Unfortunately, we know this wasn't really a natural disaster, but you've seen the wind. These winds were like 30-mile-per-hour winds and increased the flames, and it took over the mountain. And I could do nothing but wait. So what I did was I took a walk. I was very tired. I said, I have a mission. I have to go down and get spring water. I walked down 2 miles down to Havasu and went to one of the springs that are within the region there. And I spoke to Havasu first because each of the waterfalls have their spirit. I had been greeted by each of them when I was young. I'd swim in it and you look into the water and you just see depth of water and then a spirit would emerge. I was blessed with that gift to be able to see spirits. And so I spoke to it and told it all the things that have been happening. In the far distance of Havasu over in this region, you'll see a pillar-like structure that is called a stalagmite. And every time I stand there and look at it,
sorry to introduce or to stop on that, but we're going to come back to that. We're going to hit stop right there in the middle of that presentation. And we're going back to what's happening here at the W-Man event. There's a presentation of a movie. So we're going to see what happens there.
Here's Vibro? Yeah. Vibro. It's made for blocking.
Barna. Clough is headwater. Barna is that open country.
The sacred headwaters means my life and my blood. One time grizzly bear come that close to me. Grizzly bear, I said, someday you're going to rip my body all up, but I love you animals. Then he went down, then he stand up again. It's true, I love the animals, I come close to them. It's moose burger, but I'm mixed it with beef.
There's everything around this area. We're rich with everything, with plants, with animals. Because that was taught to us from our ancestors from years ago, how they survived by the land. We're doing our best to protect our area. Honestly, it's gonna be delicious. There's some kind of connection up there. I really believe it's the elders. But there's so many of us in there that's supporting one another, we lift each other back up again. It's beautiful.
For the peoples that don't know who the Klapana Keepers is, I'll say we're powerful good elders. We call ourselves warriors because we try to protect the land. Because no money in the world will bring back the beauty of the land. No money. My ancestors shed their blood here for us, my grandparents, my great-great-grandparents. And I will stand strong for my grandchildren's and my great-grandchildren's. I will fight for our land.
to keep it the way it is now, sacred.
In 2005, the blockade started. That was the first blockade. Caden was
1 year
14 months, and Katrina was 3 years old.
We were totally green. We didn't know nothing about politics, not even band politics or any kind of politics.
Didn't know nothing about blockading. And the truck pulled in, was hauling the excavator Peter was supposed to run.
I just told them the road's closed.
It was just me, Peter, and the two kids, and like, oh my God, it's happening. And shall I go get help? And then as the days went on, it started to build momentum. I still remember those days.
I remember being on the road from when I was small, blockading the companies with my parents. It's pretty fun.
What's our rock and roller just then over there with?
We didn't have much, but it was so awesome because everything came from people's homes.
Wonder that coffee's ready. Should probably start making coffee. Should be.
Save some for the crows.
Anybody done that to you? It's a minute.
On top of the world. That's the Keene River.
Creator, Great Spirit, ancestors, we ask for your presence here. To where these people want to go and destroy the land. All your sacredness is laying up there. All of you that walked along those mountains. We want it for our children. We ask you to open your hands and release all the heaviness that's in our hearts today. And fill it with love and strength and courage for each other. May you here couldn't help our family. We're not letting you pass with me.
How about tomorrow?
Not even tomorrow. So I'm going to sit on this rock and run me over. That's what I said. Yesterday I warned my kids. Persecution I'm going to do. Well, how many years have been taught to you? You wouldn't give in.
Read the sign.
Look at this little one. He's just three years old.
Do you think it's funny to actually see all our little ones here, holding the sign up, you're walking up with a big smirk on your face? They want to protect their land for their future.
Very special place.
It is special, President. What do you want to do with it? It's not going to be special after you finish. That's not.
I guess our intentions are to go ahead and try and get them done.
You guys just want to pollute all the rivers and salmon and everything. Animals. This little one here. You guys have kids? Who wouldn't go to your backyard and kind of dig a hole?
I think we'll take our lead.
That's your message, Steve.
You want to what?
It's enough.
It was really awesome. It felt so powerful. Like
just to know that something was being done, and Shell was after the methane gas and Fortune after the coal.
What we're proposing is a very low impact drill program. We're not building any mines. We just want to see what the resource is. We think it's only right and fair that before you make decisions about areas for protection, well, sacred areas, you can't make decisions. They're sacred, or sacred are sacred. But you know, you should know what the resource, what the land.
Can I get the tech guys, maybe? I'm not sure how you, it's not the battery. It's their input, yeah.
Well, we're having a technical difficulty here with the video that we're playing at the Western Mining Action Network in 2022. It may have been sabotaged by the oil companies. No. Any rate, yeah. Pretty powerful folks. Looks like it's might be coming back up. There will be a press conference
Has to offer as far
okay,
as
here
the
we
mineral
go.
resource. We have a very exciting project, we think. Although it's industrial development, it's some of the best technology going forward, and it's probably what might save mankind from, you know, global warming in the future. I mean, all we're looking to do is to pass through your sacred headwaters with a few truckloads of equipment so we can do this low impact program.
We don't know anything about what's going on till it's right in our face. We elders should have been notified and consulted. We didn't hear nothing.
We tried to
And we're the ones who rely on that land for our grandkids and our grandkids to come.
Understand that.
Well, please understand and get it through your head.
Look forward to talking to you in the future.
There's a difference between consultation and consent. They talked a big game about consultation, but all consultation, like I could just tell you, hey, I'm gonna hit you. And then I could just punch you like that. And that's consulting you beforehand, and they're like, hey, you charged me. I consulted him that I was gonna hit him. That's consultation. We're like, can I punch you? That's consent. It's like, no, okay then. There's a difference between consultation and consent.
I have to say that it was very spiritual walking up when you guys were singing for us. We've never bumped into this before. My heart was very touched. It's very important for us to support the Tahltan because the Wet'suwet'en are going through the same thing.
Morning. Kinga.
He asked you to come in and sit down.
Chia kuna. Don't go on. It's chia. Don't in it. Don't go to here. What's the call? Don't in it. Don't go to here. Let's go on. It's chia kuna. Let's go on. Sit. Chia kuna. In nene and nene, don't got any on. Take it at dinner. Don't got any on each other. Why are he that really? Also, can't he couldn't. It's here. Don't organize it.
He's calling for our grandfathers to come and help us because our land is taken away by the white people. And he asked the Great Spirit. The Great Spirit is our creator, who gave us this land, was created by the Great Spirit. All the plants, the animals, the fish that we survive on is no longer going to be there. With all the industrial that's happening here in our area where we survive on it for years. And we're still doing so.
A court injunction is a legal tool that is used to arrest our elders. I'm going to try my best to explain them. The dictionary definition of an injunction is the judicial order that restrains a person from continuing an action invading the legal right of another, or that compels a person to take out a certain act to make restitution to an injured party. What? That's confusing. To me, I'd say it's an order from a judge to remove people from stopping a company that's destroying our land. Most Indigenous people are not against development. They know that jobs are needed to have the modern-day comforts that many desire. But there are limits to what we are willing to sacrifice. 90% of injunctions are granted to resource companies, whereas only 19% are granted to help Indigenous communities. These are often only temporary. When companies have to stop work because of roadblocks or drill takeovers, they will often turn to the courts for injunctions. Why? Because they don't like to lose money or look bad. The injunction process will only take a few days, giving land protectors no time to prepare for the hearings. Once a judge rules in favor of the company, often we only have a day or two to leave or be arrested. Then come the RCMP, who often portray themselves as just a middle guy keeping the peace. But at the end of the day, they are part of the problem because they are enforcing the court's order. I think my wife would have said it best what she said.
They stole the children from the land. Now they steal the land from the children.
I was nervous when we were going to get arrested that time, that chopper fired on top up in the sky, and we down here with the cops on the land.
When I see my grandchildren crying, I just keep telling them, we're doing it for your kids. We're fighting for your kids so you have something after we leave the earth.
I'm proud to be a Tlabona keeper. Since the time we got arrested. If I had power chair board, they'd be still looking for me.
This isn't our fault, people. It's the government's fault. I love y'all. Thank you, Queen. I hope you're proud of yourself.
I'm doing this for my grandson. He loves the Kapan. Grandma's doing this for you. Let your children see us, the elders like us, be carried away because we try to stand up for our rights. They're walking over us at
what you're doing. I'm here because of the sacred headwaters that flowing through Stikine and Skeena, and the fish that we depend on, survives by. And it really hurts me to see. Is this what they call unity? And we went along with what they're doing with us, and this handcuffed us and took us to Dease Lake.
I guess they couldn't hold all of us because there's 15 of us in that little jail. Scrubby little jail, too old. Small, hard bed. I lay on it whole, like laying on cement floor.
When I got arrested and we went to Dease Lake and we had to sign papers there too, and I wouldn't give them my English name. I gave them my First Nations name, my Indian name.
They said that we have to sign that we can't come back down there again, just so they could release us. So we signed this paper that we're not coming back to there. But we know for sure it's the first place we're going to go to when we came across, and it's what we did.
We all teased in there, you know, we all just had fun. We just had fun over there. We were still on high. We were all on high, natural high.
You know, I stood there watching our elders get led away. And that feeling came over me. Now I know how our people felt when they took their kids from them to take them to residential school.
Indian Affairs came out to Metsantan and see how many of us of school age and not going to school. The church, probably the church and the Indian Affairs got together and they made a point to move us out of there. We winter in Highland Post. That's where we got picked up. Month of February or March, I don't know. I never did get over it. Like sometimes it still hits home. Just being taken away from the family, taken away from my siblings, just being away from mom and dad and the rest of the family. Indian agent and whoever say that people were starving out there, that's why they move us into here, which isn't true at all. Because my family provide, and the other families provide for their family as well.
The worst part about the whole damn thing, they even got the Ministry of Mines to be part of that residential school thing. The government and Ministry of Mines wanted us out of the way to do what they're doing right today, they're mining.
Well, after I came back from school, I got into drinking too. That wasn't good, I mean, when we used to drink.
You know, you're sick and then I don't know what, feel like you did something wrong, you know? That's terrible.
You feel so alone. You have a lot of guilt. And sometimes you just cover up that guilt with just drinking more and more.
And sometimes we go about 2 weeks drinking. But it's still pretty sad. Right now, I just regretted what all I did because I never gave my kids a really good life.
I'm glad it's over though. It was June 3rd, 1979. Never touch it again.
We all just stopped at once. And this was a healing place for me. I came here and settled here in my tent on a brush, and I just became strong.
After I sober up, then I think about the land. And then we start fighting for our grandkids.
It's like we found ourselves again, being in the mountains.
I haven't been up here for 30 years. Yeah, I used to trap up here with Dad, when I was a kid. So I decided to reopen it. Started out as my grandpa's. Now I've pretty much taken it over.
Yeah, it's Martin.
It's a male marten, you can tell he's kind of large. It's a good size, yeah. Not super big, but he's a good size. He's not even fully frozen yet.
It's huge.
But when I was a kid, everybody trapped, like all the guys my age and all their parents. And when I used to drink when I was a teenager, Dad would make, actually this is a trail, he'd make me come up. Didn't matter how cold it was, 35, 40 below, we'd be out here cutting trail. How sick I was and tired, I did it, and I think about it, I enjoyed it. Sweat it out after a little while, and then you just keep giving her. Caden, where's the axe, dude? Did you leave it on the trail? Oh, run back, grab it. You can do it, huh? Yeah, we'll wait for him. Got hockey legs.
It was hard after we blockaded down there because our own people, some of them were mad at us. They didn't see the goodness it does for us.
A lot of the Klabana keepers have family that work there, right? Yes, our elders took, I believe, took a lot of negative comments towards them, but they stood up for what they believe in, and that's tradition. That's all that mine is going to offer you is money. You know what I mean? They're not going to offer you air, water, and they just offer you money. Money to silence you and to say, okay, you could destroy our land.
if we shut this company down, all of those jobs will be lost. Another thing that people don't think about, I see a lot of vehicles here. Everybody's got money from some source. I mean, you have to work somewhere. I don't want to see all of my workers laid off either, because a lot of my workers, they have houses and mortgages to pay and vehicle payments, families to support.
I just keep put my eye all the time. They claim we need jobs, but like at what stake, you know? They've taken our language, they've taken our mental cognitive understanding of our ancestors, they've taken our land, you know, like, and there's a reason why they did that, so we couldn't fight, we couldn't go up and do it.
Working at Red Chris and Black Lake, at first I was happy I got a job there. I put a lot of the trails in down by Black Lake. As I'd be working, going through there in the morning, there'd be like 4 or 5 moose in that lake, just feeding. And I'd find obsidian. And as time went on, we'd done that, and when the mine started up, I finally got up into Red Chris, and I was happy. But the second turnaround, I had a like a dream. Our elders coming to us and asked me what I'm doing. What am I doing wrecking the land that they lived on? And from there, it started bothering me. Every time I went into camp, I would work somewhere, and I'd think back, I wonder which elder was here. Which one of my uncles, which one of my aunts set foot here before all this? And now here I am wrecking it. And then my last turnaround in there, we got the pump going, and I watched that lake go down. And I can remember sitting on a rock as the lake was drying out, being pumped out, and just thinking and looking. You could see the moose tracks still in the mud there. And I sat there and I said, I don't want to be here no more. This is what the people are fighting for, the Klabana keepers. Why am I fighting against them? For what? For money? What is that money going to give me? It's going to give me a new truck, you know, but it's not going to give me my land back. It's not going to give me a place to take my family if I keep wrecking it.
My kids know that they get fresh fish as soon as the lake's open. And they practically wait for it. And then they'll be like, let's go on the lake, let's go on the lake. So last year we went on the lake and we went fishing. Babies were excited, they're gonna taste fresh fish. And we were like, yeah, when we get back to camp, we're gonna work on it, we're gonna foil it and on the fire and have fresh fish for supper. So we go back, we do that, we got it. We're doing it all happy because it's abundance, right? Cook it up for my kids and we eat. I remember I was so happy, we were laughing, talking, saying how good this fish tastes, and it's our first fish of the year. And about a couple days later, Red Chris sent out this post that said there was a high concentration of mercury and selenium in the lake and the fish were affected. And my first thought as a mother for my kids is 3 days ago I fed my kids this fish. It broke my heart. I'm a protector of my children. I'm their mom, and I potentially poisoned my children unknowingly because of a mine that sits across from our cabin that we didn't even get a say in if it could go through or not. Now it sits right across the lake from us. I hear them get up every morning at 6 o'clock and start those machines. So I see the dust in the air. Now I look at my children a year later and I still wonder.
pitch gum. Fruits, best gum in the world. Ah, that's a tough one.
I'm literally gonna collapse soon.
Probably be dead by the time he does that.
Just gonna lay down once I get up there.
Oh yeah, slowest one, you know how it is. Driving truck for 2 months, you know, a guy gets out of shape, eh? Watching my daughter way up ahead there kept me going.
No, let me see.
We can stay down on the trail. We can follow the trail. A lot of the sheep over on the hill there, so we're going to try our luck. And like I said, I can't guarantee anything because the wind's blowing this way. And I got 6 kids, so it's going to be a little noisy. If he gives himself to us, he'll stay there. Yeah. No whispering, no talk. Wish me luck.
Yeah, he hit it.
He hit it. Let's check that out. Wait! He said, come on. Oh, well, my Uncle Bill just shot a little ram. We figured out he has only one horn with the binoculars, and right now we're going up to check on him.
We're all pretty happy about this. And then there's a little herd down there. They took off into the valley over there. And it was pretty amazing.
Oh, look at that fat on that guy. The ribs are going to be tasty. Okay, somebody want to grab a knife and start on his leg?
Me!
Let's go down. Yeah. This is living proof with all these kids why they're fighting. The next generation came up, and they're at what? There's one that just turned a teenager out of this group, and he got to witness this, and he got to enjoy this part of the land before the mines wrecked it. And it's beautiful. I love it.
From Spatsy to Didini, where the coal mine flows, I can see gas wells in the valley below, and the country on Didini, it was something divine. I hope our elders could stop that coal mine.
So those two you going to skin?
Yeah, those two could be skinned.
There's so many times I wanted to give up. There's so many times I just wanted to walk away and say, just throw my hands up there and say, I'm done. Mom wouldn't hear of it. Mom keep pushing me to keep going. And I'm sure at the end of every blockade in the fall, or I probably always said, never again, I'm done. But I vow to keep going back out.
neighbors to clear out of here.
You're trespassing.
You're trespassing. We said it many times that we didn't want you here, and we were arrested in 2005.
What we went through with the RCMP, 15 of us, we were treated like criminals in their office.
Caden was just 1 year old.
Our elders were in their regalia, treated like criminals, handcuffed and taken off the road.
And this is the Sacred Head Water. And there's 3 main rivers, the Stikine, the Skeena, and the Nass.
Will you stop drilling?
We got our work to do. I'm saying they can have their.
We've got our work to do too.
Yes. Protecting our little ones. That's our job. This is our territory.
And our work is to not to let you fly out to your drills.
So what I can tell you is that our president CEO does want to talk, and he would like to talk to your central council, and he's going to be coming up here next week.
The reason why I'm here is to let you know that as leaders we have said no time and time again. We've told the government, sat across the table from them and told them no. Our people says no. And there's some of our people who feel that they can protect it with their lives. And that's what we were trying to say. But it hasn't been taken seriously.
As you're aware, we have a very significant historical relationship with this site as well. The leases go back more than 30 years. We have been involved in this project 13 years. Very significant investment, over $100 million to date. And we have a responsibility for our shareholders who are concerned about this protest or threatened blockade of our activities here.
You say you're frustrated. We're really frustrated because we don't know what your understanding of no means.
But you do appreciate that we also have some rights.
What about our rights? How about our rights?
Understand that,
and we were here more than that 30 years you brought up. Our ancestor was here. And our ancestor is buried not very far behind your camp.
How would you feel if we go to your house and say, oh, we're going to take your house, we're going to take all your food in it from your kids and your grandchildren? How would you feel? This is how we feel. We
Understand that there's opposition to this project. Again, we believe that the best place to deal with how this project should or shouldn't advance is through the environmental assessment process.
But we have concerns as a people about the whole environmental assessment process. We know a lot of times these projects do get pushed through regardless of how we feel. And the reason why our people are fighting now is because they don't want it.
Are you going to arrest the Tahltan people again should they proceed with their eviction?
We certainly don't want to see that happen.
You have to go to jail for something that belongs to us?
No, what is more important?
Oh, what's more
what's
important?
more important, the lands or the drill? Well, we understand your view.
There's a lot of different rocks on the world.
There's not very many special rocks like this. This is very special rock.
This is our special rock, though.
We understand.
Nobody grab our special rocks. We just want to keep it here. We don't want to go anywhere else. We don't want to get digged up or anything.
Okay, well, I understand
I
you
don't
do.
want to camp here. I just want to camp here for
See, you've
days
hurt
now.
this young boy's heart. You got a heart.
I got a heart. There's nothing that's
You
going to
got
stop
a devil's heart.
Take those feelings back.
I think it's time to go.
Take those feelings back, please.
What time? We gotta go to them now.
11:45.
How about we go down to rest? Let's get down and have some fun.
Yeah, I
We'll play them. We'll play them.
Will they stay the night?
Oh yeah, we'll stay the night.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Members came out here and just told the drillers to leave, to go home, that they are taking over this drill pad and they are going to stay here, I guess, until the company leaves.
What I'm wondering is your plan to disrupt the drill crew from their work?
No, the drill crew is disrupting us from our life. We're just out here being ourselves like we've done for 10,000 years.
I mean, you can say what you want, but we're not here to guard Fortune Minerals. However, Fortune Minerals, as you know, has a permit that was issued by the BC government, right? To do the environmental assessment work that they're doing. So for you guys to protest that work is fine if it stops them from doing the work that they're doing. Then it's no longer a peaceful protest, right?
If I was to go and disrupt a resident hunter while he's hunting, I could get charged. These guys are disrupting our hunting. Nothing happens.
When they're out here disturbing our lifestyle that we've maintained for 10,000 years on our occupied territory, why aren't you standing here telling them they're wrong? I mean, why aren't you harassing them when they're here drilling and disturbing us? We're not protesting, we're resisting the colonial situation. And then we get confronted by when the colonizers could set on that drill and destroy our land, and they get no confrontation.
But we would like you to be back 25 meters from the drill for all safety reasons. Stand back 25, you can protest all you want. That is the law under the Mines Act, section 1.31. So your answer is no, you're not going to listen to this guy.
Okay, obviously,
guess what's gonna happen? They're shutting the machine down, okay? They're shutting the drill down. As a result of you guys not moving outside the 25 meter as they asked you, the safety zone, because of the Miners Act, they have now forced to shut down for safety reasons, okay? You're preventing them from using their drill. And that is a mischief under the criminal code, just so you're all aware of it.
So to make sure that we can keep the peace, we have established this detachment, this temporary space until such time as this matter is resolved, or until we're not needed any longer.
The mining company won't come in here and destroy our country. After they finish here, they're just going to pull out saying, look, SK Creek. Okay. We're not here just because of our road here. We used to walk on our feet.
You guys haven't been violent. You haven't done anything other than protest. And I'm glad with that, and that's within your rights. I just hope it stays that way.
We're making it as peaceful as possible.
Yeah.
But it's just becoming very hard because we know why you guys are up here every day. We're not dumb. We know because you guys expecting us to go down and blockade their camp or do something. Meanwhile, we're trying our best. In 2005, we had a blockade up against the same company. We didn't hurt any one of their guys.
And we're not saying we're going to. It's just
it's like
we want to make sure that everybody's safe and everybody knows what the issues are. This is going up above our heads. It's going up.
You try to babysit us.
No.
We got to know your color skin. Them guys fly around, you babysit them, not us. You disturb us. Really disturbing.
Well, I can summarize. I'm sorry, not to interrupt. I just like to. Can I address that? The way things sit right now, you guys, I know that you don't want to see that coal mine go in. I know that I'm clear on that, right? Our role here is to keep the peace. We've never seen any violence from you people.
Why you keep checking on us?
If I can just finish. These guys have a legal right to be able to work. I know that you guys disagree with that, but the provincial government issued a permit.
I don't even listen to you.
I know. Can I just say something? And then they have permits. They legally have the ability to go to work, and they have, according to the courts of Canada, BC, they're legal in what they're doing. Now, I know that you don't agree with what they're doing, and you don't want them here.
You talk about your jurisdiction and your law, and you think that's the only law in the world. But Tahltan people, that's their own law of the land.
We talked about it and we decided we are going down to Fortune Minerals camp today. And we are going to tell them that we are going to block the camp entrance. Tomorrow morning, when their workers leave, that their camp, it's a one-way ticket. They have a chopper there that could fly their workers out. Even though drill 1 and drill 2 was taken over, they proceeded with their work. And we want to make a statement. We wanted to get out there to the world that they're not wanted here.
Creator, Great Spirit, Ancestor from the spirit world, we ask you to be upon us, to guide us, and give us strength and courage, and to watch over our warriors. Protect them, Creator, Great Spirit, Ancestor. Help us protect the Mother Earth. Shelley's John, Ani. It's Sue and Isia Akuna, Ani.
the covenanted Ani.
We are gathered here today to save the sacred headwaters, to be untouched. Be with us today. Protect us. Protect our warriors. Help us to show these people, with all their greed, that we're here for the land and for our great-grandchildren.
What is in that trailer that's going in?
We're here.
Do you understand what's going on here?
Yes.
And so that's work stays out. You guys could go in tomorrow morning when you guys walk through this line, one-way ticket, you get on the chopper and you get out of the pit.
Sorry, but I take my orders from my boss.
This is our land.
We are your boss. You're on our
Our
territory.
land.
Them out tomorrow morning?
The working is done.
Okay, but they don't necessarily, as long as they're here, that's your main thing. If they can't arrange to have everybody out of here by tomorrow, then as long as they're not working, as long as they're not leaving. If they get supplies, if they get water, that's okay, but they're not leaving to work. Okay, understand.
Yeah, I got my hat on. I'm going to put out them traps real quick.
They're working to destroy our land for temporary money. We're going to be able to hand our land down from generation to generation, but they're looking to destroy it for temporary money that's only going to be in their bank account for a temporary time. Meanwhile, this land could be here forever.
Konanina, washma in etsida.
Tia, it's E. Ene.
Over in Anna.
Still strong. Everyone's happy. Freaking awesome. Best days of my life.
But unfortunately with the weather, if there's a bit of blowing, there's some pieces they can't risk moving because of the wind, right? And you see this.
Fortune will be out of here in 7 days.
That's great.
They're gonna.
Okay, you know.
How it feels right after.
Done saving the land, I could save the language again.
Oh, I'm speechless. It's awesome. Happy. Now we can hunt. Enjoy our life.
We won this fight. But let's see if we're coming back in next year.
We're too relentless.
And if the war will be here again. and shoot
But
more
for now,
moose.
it's a celebration. They're actually leaving without arresting any of our people.
Beautiful! Awesome! The snow is on top of the mountain, but it's so lovely today.
On your screen. This is our traditional territory and we're not going to allow this. Look at that lake. Look, right for a creek coming out. What the hell? We're not too happy with this company being here. Look over there. That's my home right over there. We live too close to here. We can't let that happen. We can't.
Well, like I told you, John, again, you know, some of the things that you're talking about, I really can't solve. You know, I'm here doing a job, and that's kind of where I'm at.
Your job is going to have to leave this area. Yes. It's too close to our community.
You guys got no damn business up that Zetu Creek.
Our drinking water. What are you doing about our drinking water?
That's not your drinking water.
That's our drinking water. It's flowing right down to the reserve.
Your property right above our reserve.
We have a future here, but you don't. You don't with your company up there. This is our future. What are you gonna do with your tailing ponds when you get going up there like Red Chris? Yeah, because that's what happened with Red Chris. Oh, you're way ahead of the game, and look where they are now.
Okay, well, what I'll do is I'll give this to you, this declaration to the management of the company, and I can discuss that with them. We'll complete this program, and then we can have a series of consultations for what happens in the future.
Let's see your respect and leave up there. Because that place where you go up, where you made trail up there, our elders used to go up there. Our ancestors go up there and hunt. Elders here say no.
Yeah.
We don't want it. We don't want it because you hear what John say about our grandkids. Mm-hmm. They come after us or before us. We don't want it. It's just like you, your own self. You got grandkids. Think about that.
I learned to walk right at the turnoff. I have really vivid memories of standing up on the road with my grandparents and my family. At times it got pretty stressful. It was a lot of long nights and days. Yeah, it gave me a lot of confidence to know that I could do anything. Inspire me to also protect for the next generation to come.
I'd like to encourage all the younger people, the new generation, grandchildren, niece and nephew, that there's going to come a time that pretty soon we can't stand up to fight for our land.
And to our future generation that's still growing up here, we never did it for us. I did it for you because I know one day you're going to enjoy what I enjoyed.
I say, I'll tell them I did my best. Now that's your turn. We fought for this land for you kids, our great-grandchildren, so you could be like us, be able to live off of it. And always remember, the Klabana Keepers did it.
Our minds in every mountain here, and our memories are in every valley. And our sorrow in every river and stream that flows here. That's where we belong.
My dad teaches me how to set traps, how to shoot moose, bears, and muskrats. We use it all, never wasteful. On the land, you have to be grateful. Hunting is important. It's what we do for who we are. It's what we've done from the start. This is our land. It's in our hearts.
Live off the land.
Whatever you got from the land, you preserved it. If they got a moose, the hides went for moccasins. They don't throw nothing away from a moose. They practically take everything because there's always something you could use it for, eh?
Take my bow and I go out on the land. That's the telltale flow. Respect the animals. Say a prayer and leave a gift. They are valuable. Don't ever forget it.
Hunting is my heritage. It runs through my veins. Our elders used to do it, so now we stay true to it. We bring peace to our land.
Thank you so much. Irma and James and Ishkadi are here. Could you come up, Irma or Ishkadi, and and thank you so much for making the journey from Iskut and sharing your stories. Thank you so much. Thank you. I was wondering, I wanted to open it up to people in the audience if you had questions or comments. This is Irma and Ishkade and James. They made their journey down. If you could speak to what's happening in the community now, and thank you very much. You live here? Oh, well, there we go. Thank you.
Could you hear me? I'm Irma, like this lady said. I was one of the person who got arrested. This really brought up a lot of memories of that, when that happened. This morning when I got up, I thought, I'm going to dress the way I did. I had on a long sleeve t-shirt. I didn't bring one, and I wore my vest. But it's been a long time ago that happened. And I am so proud of my people for doing what they did, and we all stood together to do that. And I'm so proud because I really wanted, I was raised traditionally by my great-grandparents, my grandparents, and my mom and dad, and we lived off the land. And I said before that, the land is where we heal. and we teach our younger generation. Like my nephew. They all hung around with my mom and my dad, and they taught us a lot. Being on the land is healing. It's healing for us. But that's what I wanted to talk about, was how healing it is and how we stayed together to protect our land. I thought I wouldn't. I said last week I said to my husband, oh, it's behind me. But if I have to do that again, I will do that. For 2 years in a row, I supported my people that's south of where I live. And I like supporting that kind of cause because we are people that lived off the land, and Mother Earth means so much to us. There's so much to say, but I got 2 other people here, and thank you. Thank you all for being here and for inviting us to this. I really appreciate that because there was a lot of people involved in it. Thank you. Medu.
Thanks. I don't know what to say. I want to thank WMAN and work. I'm not even sure what WORC stands for, but they gave us a scholarship to come down and show this film. And really why I got to come, and Irma we were the only Klabana keepers with passports to get into the U.S. So we were a small part of it. Our sons and daughters and grandkids all helped a lot. Our grandparents. It was really a whole community effort, and I hope this film could help Nevada and the whole Western Mining Activist Network as a tool to take home and use in your own community to see if there's interest in that kind of a struggle. It's a long struggle. Before Royal Dutch Shell and Fortune Minerals, there were others, and I'm sure there'll be more coming into the future, and we all have to work together. We started things out locally at the grassroots level, and we're committed in our hearts, but we wouldn't have gotten very far if it wasn't for all our supporters from the NGO, the environmental non-government organizations that saw what we were doing, the other First Nations that came in to help us. Tahltan is the Stikine watershed and the Iskut, and then the Nass is the Niska, and the Skeena is the Gitxsan and Wet'suwet'en, and all the way down to the ocean, and the Haida even came up and helped from Haida Gwaii. There was a ceremony, a mixing of the water ceremony, where each tribal group brought up water from their waters, and it was all mixed in a bentwood box. And that was real powerful. Each elder spoke to that. Tamo Campos and Jasper Rosen really jumped in on the media. They just came up to participate in the Sacred Headwaters Music Festival, and they had a great time and got invited up to the headwaters. They came up for 4 days and ended up staying about 7 years on and off. This film was edited over about 7 years. There were films before this, and there'll be more after it. And I was just reminiscing about that shot there of the president of Fortune Minerals, when Caden was crying to him. We had a Honda generator, and we'd figured out a system to beam up to a satellite, and that shot got 6,000 hits that night. And right there, we knew Tamo and Jasper really had something with the media, and that was so important to not just keep that media back and and treasure it, but to use it and get it out and grow the network. And it very quickly got beyond our means to deal with the larger issues with Royal Dutch Shell, and we got a lot of outside help. But it wouldn't have gone anywhere if it wasn't our feisty elders that put their lives on hold and got things going. They have tools in their packsack that are much more powerful than all the words and documents and academic knowledge about science, because it's really based on saying no. And I've said enough. We'll be available for the rest of the conference to talk to people one-on-one. And Ishkadi's right here in Reno. Maybe he could come out to some more showings of this film if he's invited. And Laura has some other ideas on how to share the film too.
Hello, my name is Ishkadi, and I wasn't always Ishkadi. I used to go by the name colonization gave me. I identified with that name, and then my grandmother and grandfather referred to me by my child's name. That's poor thing. Sarit. That's what I went by, till they gave me a name. And my brother and I, we crossed a line that you don't see, that like we grew up with, that was there. Suddenly that English name that we had wasn't real to us no more. And that name became a big thing. And during that moment, I was like, I wasn't the sober person I am now. I was just like any like many of your families or yourself, whoever you're like, every one of us been in that moment in their lives. And that's a statistic that I was a part of. And my grandparents were really good teachers. They were really good teachers, and they taught us a lot within the language. Like growing up on that territory that we fought for, we learned a lot of traditional knowledge. Don't whistle at night. Don't go to whistles at the night, you know. Dushin is going to get you. Many different cultural things that we were taught as kids on the territory. It never clicked until they taught us the language and had the ability to explain it the way they did. And there was a point that we were brilliant enough to discuss all this information and tie it all together. And suddenly it was explained this way. That name that we were given through the government, we threw it away. Along with that was all that colonialized mindset. And we also learned a high word as it was explained. Isdi yiga konalin. That explains that in our mindset, that's the territory, the beautiful territory in our mindset. That's the thing that made us veer towards that, because there was a connection to the territory with our mindset. And it clicked even more the moment we stepped on that mountain and stopped those people from doing that. That was the first time in my life Native people said, "This is our land, and you can't take it from us." That moment I quit drinking. That moment, it gave me the confidence to further education in school and do like everything else. I'm sober now. And actually still, that was like a small chapter in the huge encyclopedia that needs to be done. Like I'm almost 40 and I'm not done yet. No one should be done until every single one of our territories are safe and our people are fed, our people are not in that place that we've been forced into. And because of this film, I'm reminded of where I came from. That's past, that happened, but it's not done, it's not over. It's still ongoing. And I thank the Paiute, Washu, and Shoshone people for having us here. And I thank the WMN for having this. I just heard of this like a couple days ago. Yeah. Because like Tamil And my aunt and uncle just like told people that I live here, so I've been here for a couple of years with my family over there. And yeah, thank you all for having this film here. I got to see it for the first time, even though it was sent to me months ago. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate all your insight, and thank you for joining us and making the long journey. It's an honor to have you here, and thank you on behalf of WMAN. Yeah, thank you. Yes, are there questions from the audience? We don't want to keep everyone too long, but is there a couple of questions, or does anyone have anything to say from the audience to involve you in the discussion before we wrap up from the evening? We'd love to hear from you. All right. Who won the hand game contest? Yeah.
I believe it was the elderly women. They usually win.
Oh, Vernon.
From what I remember, it was the only resort. Like all this stuff just happened, and our consultant, Uncle here, had a map and like pulled it out for me and my brother, and we were just teenagers, not caring about anything. And then they said like, "This is happening. This is happening." And then like, let's do something. Later on, him and like other people got together. No one would listen. That was the only form of action to do, because everything was all already a go. We didn't even know.
We had the Indian Act chiefs that were making deals with the corporations for joint ventures and royalties if the projects were to go ahead. And we also got a notice to Irma's grandfather that Kishkush, that there was going to be a coal mine started on his trap line. So then we started thinking about the old trap line maps, and the whole upper watersheds was all divided into trap lines that were given out to the men. And they were given to the men whose wives were the matriarchs and held the traditional territories in their name. So we started thinking, well, let's help all the grandmothers reconnect with their part of the upper watersheds. And over a few years, the grandmothers took back the power from their husbands. There were 4 sisters whose brother was the chief, and he had to stand there and watch his sisters get arrested. And after his sisters got arrested, he switched sides. And then within a year, we had an all-female band council, and now the women are accepted as the decision makers in our community, and we're going really back to the matriarchal system. So that's how that evolved. And it was using the government maps that we figured that out. Thank you. Thank you for all the support.
And you're listening to, well, we're having a question. Here we go.
Well, up where we're from, we got neighboring nations, and there's like coastal people, and they have a higher hereditary system. For us, there's no hereditary system, but there is a system. And currently, our leadership is not traditional. There's the Band Council, and then there's the Central Council under the BC Societies Act. Not really quite a government, although they have the term government on it. But they're acting as government at currently. During that time, there was a different leadership, and that was part of our success was the Band Council and the Tahltan Central Council. And I'll just say this, I disagree with them both, but at that time, I had to give them props because both leaders at those times said, I stand with my people for us, you know? You got to give them props for that. But there's a difference between hereditary system and the Band Council. I would bring that up. I've seen it in other nations. Because there is a difference. The Band Councils is government issued government structure. And they usually got the say from the Indian Act, the Indian agent, days before. And there's a resurgence of a hereditary structure that's coming out. Now, if you look at our neighbors, the Wet'suwet'en, they have that right now. And their fight is having the hereditary chiefs on the table. That's their success. That's a big thing right now. Having them say, we disagree with that, we don't disagree with that, or we agree with that, we disagree with that. The government does not want that. But slowly it's coming out. There's a lot of nations out there with that hereditary system, which we didn't have before.
Thank you so much. Thank you again, and for being our first in a film series with W-Man. We really appreciate it. Thank you to everyone, too. Thank you. It's wonderful. Yeah. Take care. I have one announcement. Reno Sparks Indian Colony is inviting people to come share their stories in the media roundtable tomorrow morning, 6:30 in the morning, in this room. There'll be a little room off this room. So please come and share. Thank you. Good night.
All right, folks. So you got it. Tomorrow morning at 6:30, we'll be starting this all over again. So we want to thank you all for hanging with us. We'll see if we can put our little image back up. And see if I can find my... Yeah, and with that said, you've been listening to the Western Mining Action Network 2022 conference in Reno, Nevada, Paiute, Shoshone lands, and there's one other tribal nation, peoples. For more information, you can go to wman-info.org or check out ienearth.org, Indigenous Environmental Network. This is Govinda with earthcycles.net. The audio version of today's event will be there. Well, with that said, folks, I'm going to play a song as I start getting everything packed up and getting ready for tomorrow, where we will do it all over again. I'm not sure what the agenda is right this second. I know that we're going to start at 6:30 in the morning with a little bit of a news conference. So, yeah, depending on where you are, you can come join us. Okay, here we go. I finally found it. This is a song by Alira Rose and Mirror Pool. Thanks for listening.
Well, I'd like to say I'm pleased to be here, and I'm really glad that you're here. And I don't know exactly where we're going tonight, so if I say anything that you don't agree with, that's just what it is. We just don't agree. But I'll start with some poems, and then we'll see.
Here I am, choking on my words again. This pain is such an old familiar puzzling friend. I try to comprehend, put the pieces back together, but I fall short. But I've been here before and always get it sorted. Been walking through horrid, morbid, boarded doors and feeling the shortage, but I know I'm always supported. Don't get it distorted. We cannot get back what we've lost, so I bravely go. There's a line in me. I'm tired of playing it cool when there's a fire in me. Tired of sitting silently while people fighting for their lives every day of the week. We all talk a lot of words, but do we mean what we speak? Do you mean what you say? Homie, don't play. Homie, don't play. Homie, don't play. I'm tired of playing a man when there's a line in me. I'm tired of playing a man when there's a line in me. I'm tired of playing a man when there's a line in me. I'm tired of playing a man when there's a line. On the brink of another war, but it's more than we bargained for. Not just another war, another show. There's a war on our own internal reality. And if we're not careful, we might become the enemy. It's time to pick the lock and find the master key. It's time to walk the talk and not just take another selfie. Selfie, selfie, selfie. Oh my god, oh my god, how does my butt look? I'm tired of playing a man when there's a line in me. I'm tired of playing a man when there's a line in me. I'm tired of playing a man when there's a line in me. I'm tired of playing a man when there's a line in me. Are you ready? Are you willing to show up as your whole self and nothing but your soul self? Are you ready? Are you willing to show up as your whole self and nothing but your soul self? We cannot get back what we've lost, so I bravely go forward, one foot in front of the other. I find my way. We cannot get back what we've lost, so I bravely go forward, one foot in front of the other. I find my way.
In the reality of many realities, how we see what we see affects the quality of our reality. We are children of earth and sky. DNA, descendant, now ancestor. Human being, physical spirit. Bone, flesh, blood as spirit. Metal, mineral, water as spirit. We are in time and space, but we're from beyond time and space. The past is part of the present. The future is part of the present. Life and being are interwoven. We are the DNA of Earth, Moon, planets, stars. We are related to the universal. Creator created creation, spirit and intelligence with clarity, being and human as power. We are a part of the generations of evolution. We are a part of the memories. These memories carry knowledge. These memories carry our identity. Beneath race, gender, class, age, beneath citizen, business, state, religion, we are human beings. And these memories are trying to remind us, human beings, it is time to rise up. Remember who we are.